you have, please post your questions. We'll be happy to take them as the day proceeds. So with that, I would like to start the proceedings of the day. Shuchi, next slide, please. Welcome to the workshop and e-exhibition on innovations in plastic waste management. And we believe collectively we can work towards a circular economy in plastics. Next slide. Next. So this is a picture that we all try should never happen. And this is a picture for which all of us are joining today in such large numbers to ensure that collectively all stakeholders can come together and collectively we can address this issue. So plastic waste, it is not just about Government of India coming up with waste management regulations. It is not just about Honorable Prime Minister calling for banning of single use. It is our collective responsibility. More than collective responsibility, it is our effort in identifying very specific measures on how we can address this problem. And today we are meeting and spending about 4 to 5 hours together so that by the end of the day, all of us go back with concrete ideas about implementation. Next slide. I'm happy to share with you that this year for this summit, we have received registrations from more than 1,700 delegates from 19 countries. From India specifically, the nominations or the registrations have come from 21 states and more than 200 cities are participating today. I think this itself, these numbers itself tell us how important this topic is and how critical see this topic, this area as a priority area which they would like to deal on a mission mode. And for the benefit of all participants as well as all panelists, I'd just like to say that almost 75% of the who are registered are city officials and about 150 or so are innovators and the rest are NGOs and funding organizations and other members in the ecosystem. Next slide. So I would also like to speak to you about Inkwash, the journey of which Inkwash stands for Innovations and New Knowledge in Water Sanitation and Hygiene. And when we say sanitation, we mean environment sanitation, which includes solid waste management, and plastics is an integral component of it. So this journey of Inkwash started last year as a combined effect under the leadership of State Government of Telangana and Administrative Staff College of India. There were several partners then, such as our partners were Rich, Dasra, who continue to be partners even in this year's Inkwash activity. The objective of Inkwash, next slide, is to provide a platform where stakeholders, multiple stakeholders can come together and interact, and not just interact for knowledge enhancement. Definitely there are knowledge gaps which the stakeholders intend to meet and fill, but more importantly, they fill the gap of information, which is how do I connect? We realize that there are innovators with brilliant ideas, there are cities who are keen to implement them, and there are funding agencies which are keen to support this process. However, there is no one platform which can bring all these stakeholders together. And Inkwash is one platform, perhaps the only one in India, which is doing this in the area of water sanitation and hygiene. Last year, we, of course, before the pandemic, and therefore we had a face-to-face, we had a beautiful venue in Hyderabad, and we had many people coming in and gaining from the exhibition. Given the pandemic situation this year, it is an e-exhibition, and the workshop is also being conducted on the online mode. But just to look at the happy pictures and happy times where we met and shook hands fearlessly, we thought we will share these pictures with you. Next slide. So like this year, we also had a lot of panelists. We spoke on different topics, ranging from funding to different types of innovations to how governments can support. This year as well, we proceed with on similar lines. Next, please. Since we started Inkwash in 2020 January, there are several activities which are taken up. For example, we've conducted webinars on women leadership in WASH, on innovative public toilet designs and systems. There are several publications which have come out to support their practical publications, which can guide cities and other stakeholders in implementation. There are a lot of capacity building training programs that we have conducted to promote innovations in sanitation. And we have also made attempts to bring our strength, which is to build collaborations and help innovators and cities connect and work together. And thankfully, the innovators themselves are now collaborating with each other. So it's like building a cohort of innovators who are now supporting and mentoring each other and collaborating and expanding their implementation and change agenda. Next, please. This is just to, as an example of what Inkwash could do, that, we brought some new innovative designs, and how to, this public toilet, public sanitation systems is a major cause of concern for all cities. One is in terms of constructing them, and then the second and more important one is how to maintain them. And there are some innovative models, there are some public-private partnership models which were brought forward, and governments have taken initiative. Particularly the government of Telangana has used these innovative models to bring up public toilet and public sanitation systems in all its towns, including exclusive toilets for women, and also encourage women entrepreneurship and livelihoods in their maintenance. They have given directives. They have fixed a model contract. There are service level agreements developed, and payments which are market linked are also initiated. So this is one of the success stories of Inkwash in the last 1 year. Next. I just mentioned that there are very few women in the area of water sanitation, particularly in the decision-making role. And as part of our inclusive sanitation agenda, we wanted to bring up this to the forefront by encouraging women leadership. And there's a catalog of case studies of 30 women champions from across the sector and different walks of life. And also a webinar was conducted, and we celebrate these women leaders, and these women leaders are now inspiring many other women to get into the sector and take up both technical and managerial activities and decision-making activities. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, these are some of the books, and all these are available on the website. You can have a look. Next, please. And you can also download them and use them. The catalog, and we are extremely open in sharing the information. You would find the contact details of all innovators. You would find implementation details of all the innovators, and you can connect with them yourself. So all the information is available online on the Inkwash websites. These are some of our only some partial list of celebrations of the innovators who are linked to Inkwash, and how they are being appreciated for their work across the country. They are receiving awards, they are partnering with each other, and you will be hearing some of them speak to you today. Next. So with that, just to give, I wanted to sort of brief you about what Inkwash stands for and how the journey has been. And now we are at the cusp of Inkwash 2.0. And this year we are focused on plastics. And that's what we are discussing today. And I'd like to show you a brief curtain raiser that we have prepared for you. This is prepared by our partner Dastra, and we thank them for this support. Thank you, Shuchi. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So quickly, I would just want to spend not more than 30 seconds on this. We have a packed day today. Immediately after this introduction and welcome note from my side, I would be inviting Professor Srinivas Chari, our Center Director of Urban Governance, Infrastructure and Services, and Sri Prabjyoti Sodhiji, who is the Country Program Manager of UNDP, to speak to you a few words and also tell you about the process we had adopted for screening the innovations and why importance of this day as well as importance of circular economy, and request them to speak about that. After that, we have Dr. Rajeshwar Rao Garu, the Additional Secretary, Niti Aayog, giving the keynote address, and we will be launching the Book of Innovations and Catalog of Innovations, which I will speak about later. This would be followed by very brief, very sharp presentations. We have 11 presentations, 5 minutes to 6 minutes presentations slotted for you of great innovations, practical innovations, and they will be chaired by eminent members. After which we take a lunch break, and then we would have panel discussions. We have two panels. One is titled The Innovators Dilemma, where we have requested some of our innovators to come and share their experience of working with cities and what is it that innovators need in order to be able to help the cities in dealing with plastic waste management or make changes in the wash sector. This would be followed by a panel of investors. We are calling it Investors Dilemma, where investors will say that how they can support the cities and what is it that the cities need to do in order to avail their support. This would be followed by very quick 2-minute videos of about 10 innovators and a rapid Q&A session with them. With that, we'll be covering about 20 innovations today. This will be followed by a special talk by Sri Kunal Kumar, who heads the Smart City Mission, who at some of the Government of India's initiatives and his expectations from all of you, followed by a valedictory session, which we are sure will motivate you to start your process of making the change in your respective cities. So with that, I now hand over the session to Professor Srinivas Chari and Mr. Sodhi from UNDP India. Next slide. Should be next slide. Of course, just before we go there, I wanted to share with you that we are very active on Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn. So during the entire day, you feel free to share and retweet or like whatever is happening during the event. Also, please feel free to use the chat box as well as the question answer options which are available, so that we can't hear you through your voice, but we can definitely hear you through what you write to us, and we will take each and every question up to the panelists here. So thank you very much, and over to Professor Chari from here.
Thank you, Dr. Malini. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So first of all, on behalf of ASCII, I would like to welcome all the city officials, state officials, as well as development partners, and most importantly, the innovators who have great ideas. And today we are going to listen to from them what they're up to and how their ideas can really solve some of our problems from a citizen's perspective as well as from city leadership perspective. First of all, also I would like to thank Mr. Sodhi from the UNDP leadership team to collaborate with us in putting together this very useful and timely program of bringing cities as well as innovators together, so that there are cross-pollination of ideas, these ideas going into the city and getting scaled up. So in this context, I won't take much time. I would rather have innovators to speak and give more time after the keynote speech by Shri Rajeshwara Gauru from Additional Secretary from Niti Aayog. It's actually leading the circular economy concepts in Niti Aayog at the national level. So Suchi, can you share my slide deck? Just 2 slides, 2 or 3 slides. Otherwise, I have to share the. Should I share my screen? Did you get my slide deck? Can anybody help?
Yes, sir. Just give me a second, sir.
Yeah. If you have difficulty, I can share, Suchi. It's not very difficult. So should I go ahead or are you doing it?
Sir, I'm waiting just one.
So before Suchi put together, let me just explain a little bit of the process we followed. This whole program, from my understanding, is for cities, and that's why the ASCII's role comes into the picture, because we have the ability to convene cities. So as Dr. Malini said, 75% of the audience are from city leadership, city governments. Now, our idea is, when we work with cities, when we interact with cities, the biggest challenge we notice is a huge inertia, a huge information gap with regard to solutions. In fact, many of them reach out to us that for actually helping them to solve their problems, be it water supply, be it fecal waste management, or be it plastics. So this today's program is primarily aimed for cities, and I request all of you, those who are coming from city governments at a different levels, it doesn't matter which level you are in, take advantage of this innovators on this panels in this discussion, interact with them and reach out to them after this event so that they can probably help address some of your contemporary problems, some of your real issues confronting you. So in this context, I thought I would just share some of our ideas of why we think this, this particular format of learning from each other is super important. I'm calling this as innovations in plastic waste management. Next slide, please. So today what I did is, I wanted to communicate a story to you. So I got up in the morning and said, I thought I would do an audit of my own self. And this is the audit exercise. So friends, this is, don't look at my personal story, my personal belongings, but I'm bringing to you my personal belongings, spending about 10 minutes of my time this morning. So my journey starts with plastics. I start with, you can see plastics on the extreme left side. And then I light my day with plastic switches. And then I clean myself and I do a little bit of meditation and yoga on a plastic mat. And then because of COVID, I have to use a lot of, sanitizers and hygiene products. So even my sanitizer is in a plastic bottle. And my hygiene routine begins and it's full of plastics. Then I spend a little bit of time in gardening my little space, balcony. And that's also I realized that it's full of plastics. And I have to take, I have reached a certain age. My medicine kit is also made of plastics. And my whole life revolves around technology and IT. And I realized that all my gadgets are full of plastics. And before coming here, I need a cup of coffee. And then I realized that my milk is also filled in a sachet of plastic sachet of a different form. And my kitchen, everything is plastic. So I was totally shocked to see how plastics has invaded our life on a day-to-day basis. And I'm sure this is going to be, or this is actually the life of practically every individual. And my day is going to end with another set of plastics. This is not a great story. There is an increasing dependence on plastics in our daily life. And this is not only me. Let me tell you, all these pictures are not my pictures. I've sourced from different places of my friends. So there's a slight disclaimer, but some of them are my pictures. So having said that, next slide. There is going to be increasing dependence on plastic in our daily life. Is it a good story? Yeah, it's safe. It's in the context of e-commerce, it is perceived to be a little more safer. It's packaged well. It's convenient, no doubt about it. Next slide. However, the challenge is about my convenience becomes your problem. Dr. Malini has presented this picture. My comfort has become your problem. My convenience, my luxury, my lifestyle is getting transferred to you. And you have to be mindful of that. And as city leaders, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to externalize my convenience to your environmental concern, your service delivery concerns, and you have to be super clear about it. Here I'm speaking as a citizen, and I'm actually creating problems to you because I have to sort of live in a particular lifestyle, in a particular comfort. Now, what do we do about it? How do we, from your perspective, what do I do? Next slide. There is a big challenge before us. The challenge is this plastic stuff have short lifespan at my house. Toothpaste, a toothbrush, to big plastic, small thing, different varieties of plastics. It has a very short lifespan in my control, in my jurisdiction, but it has a very long lifespan in the environment. And that's a big problem. So what are the implications? More and more waste is going to be generated, and more waste is going to be staying in the environment for a long years of time before we, before it gets us, before it actually takes us into a negative spin, like the way pandemic has took us, the whole world, in a negative spin. And hence the business as usual story, the way we are doing, the way we are saying chalne do, will not be actually going to solve a problem. We need to think very differently now. Next slide. So this is where the big opportunity for India lies. And this is where I'm so grateful to UNDP. I'm so grateful to all the innovators in this panel. The big advantage India has is that we are a late mover advantage. What is a late mover advantage? That we have just embarking on we are just embarking on urbanization. We are just about 32% urbanized. We have just embarked on adapting this e-commerce culture. We have just embarked on adapting this, sort of accepting plastics in our day-to-day life. There is a fantastic opportunity before this problem becomes monstrous. So there is a good opportunity to, because we have just begun this journey. Number one, India is one of the finest regulatory framework. If you see, not many countries have exclusive regulatory system. In fact, one of our very senior regulators is going to come, member secretary from PCB, Mr. Yadav. Mr. Vivek is going to speak about it a little bit. We have a good opportunity. We have a good regulatory framework. Many countries have not even thought about. The best part is we have fantastic innovators who are willing to solve our problems as cities. But they are busy solving, they're busy creating innovation. They're not, they don't know how to deal with us. When I say us, I'm talking about cities, city leadership, city governments. They are fantastic in their own sphere of work, but they need to connect. They need to know, they don't know how to really work with all of us. And that's where we need a very strong connection. That's where we need to connect dots, as they say. I'll give you one example, which is my usual, I love this example. In the past, we used to have big boxes. These boxes we used to carry from place to place, from railway station for bags, for carrying our material. And then the wheel was attached to the box only in the last 10 years or 15 years. If you see the boxes, the carry bags that we have, the suitcases, never had wheels in the past. Only in the last 10 to 15 years, somebody thought of connecting the wheel, which is almost like 5,000-year-old technology, to this box, which is there for a long time, but somebody thought of connecting dots. And that's what Inkwash platform is all about. Connecting the city practitioners and the innovators so that this wheel gets connected to this box, so that our productivity goes up, our efficiency goes up, our resources will be optimized. And that is where the leadership for circular economy is super important. You as city official, city leader, coming from different parts of the, different cadres, different cities, I think your leadership for circular economy is super important at this stage. In fact, we are going to start a course called Leadership for Circular Economy shortly, hopefully in partnership with UNDP. This is very important. Every city leader has to have the leadership qualities for circular economy. So this program is, what we have done is we scanned the whole country by inviting proposals, and we created an advisory group to screen these proposals, and then we picked up, not that other proposals are not good or anything, we picked up very selectively, carefully, about 20 odd very relevant, very appropriate, and they can go right away live into your cities. You don't need any testing. It is not a laboratory. These are business models. They're not, just scientists. They are actually business persons with great ideas, with great solutions. So that's what is leadership is required at our level, and from the city point of view, and from enabling, actors like financing institutions and others point of view. It's very, very important. So the leadership for circular economy is what we are looking for. And this program is basically a small step in that direction. Now I invite Sodhi to, a little bit of explain, yes, circular economy kya hota hai, thoda, so that everybody understands what do we mean by circular economy, as well as your work about in UNDP, sir. Over to you.
Okay. Very good morning to all of you. Professor Chari, can you hear me? Thank you very much, Malini and Dr. Chari. Once again, a very good morning. And thanks to ASCII and team and Government of Telangana, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Niti Aayog, and Ministry of Housing, Urban Affairs, and my own colleagues from the UNDP who have put this all together. Professor Chari, you were scintillating. You were very enterprising in what you just said, and you really ignite minds. And I tell you honestly, I have a couple of thoughts there. And sometimes I feel that I'm confused in what is this, all what I'm doing. And then I console myself by saying that's my first step to success. If I'm confused, then I'm going to sort it out and I'm going to get the answer and I'm going to do it. And that's what I feel everybody of us in life at some point of time are confused and try and weigh the options and come out with dedicated systems thinking approach. Circular economy, you asked me, what are you doing? Is all about systems thinking. And, I often, in the last 8-10 years, I've been involved with plastic. It's not because I'm in plastics personally, because it's hot from the last 3-4 years. So what we did is that we started a very good program in 2008-9 when we were in Bhopal and Indore. We were trying to do something. My plastic, my house, my city, and my India. So what you said, that you start your day, I often think that, I too start my day all the time with plastic. When I start eating, I go and buy a bread, it's in plastic. When I take the milk, it's in plastic. As you very rightly brought out, Dr. Chari, very good things. And I must say your 10 minutes were very valued to all the audience, which is more than 500 right now. So they will take home the things. What are the best alternatives available for us in life? One of the best alternatives we have, every individual has, but doesn't not exercise that. We are all the time thinking what we are to be provided with. We have one of the best alternatives in our hands, and that is to say no, to refuse, reduce. That is within our hands. How many times I would pledge here, every individual to think, how many times does a person go and say, I will not take this. I refuse to take it. Yesterday in the night, I was buying papayas on the roadside. I never had a bag with me. I got out of my car, parked the car on the side, went and bought two big papayas, because that's what I love. And he gave me immediately, sir, plastic mein dal deta hu. I'll put it in the plastic bag. I said, no, you are fine. You have packed it in paper. You have given it to me, and that's enough. I will take it on and I'll go about it. So, Dr. Chari, what I'm trying to emphasize is that do we exercise this point of refuse, reduce? We are saying the 3R principle of reduce, reuse, recycle. But are we applying this in our day-to-day? We have millions and billions now. If billions of people, millions of people reduce one thing in one day, in consumption of a plastic. That is how much we have reduced to get the virgin plastic into the system. And if we get to recycle what we are, then we are reducing again the virgin plastics coming into the picture. With the results, we are having a flow of the plastic in a more circular manner. And I'm trying to explain circularity in a layman's language. Dr. Amitabh Kant was there. We were common on a platform yesterday, and he said the same, how much we are recycling. 95% of PET is recycled. We are the highest recyclers on plastics in India, which is true. We may not be a good recycler across all sectors, but certainly in plastics, we are one among the best, because our collection system is such that in our house, we don't throw glass bottles, we don't throw papers, but we throw plastic. Can we really keep our plastic separately and try and bring the value? Now, these are simple things which we at our household levels can bring as alternatives to plastics. Plastic is not a bad thing. I've always tried to say, Professor Chari inched it out as well, that why we are using plastic is because we want safe, we want to remain healthy, we want to be having to take it up easily. Plastic is cheap, plastic is non-reactive, it is creating safe health promotion for us in packaging, and that's why you see 46% single-use plastic in packaging. Anyway, Malini and Dr. Chari and others will explain. We started about a year back, and I'll just take 3-4 more minutes. And we started about a year back in thinking this program, and today, having see the day of the light, it is fantastic. The three things which I keep very strongly focusing for the plastics, and which in a circular economy we need to really attempt at whatever work we are doing, is how the material resource efficiency we are taking. That means whatever materials we are using, circularity does not only mean plastics. There is circularity in your own use. If you are having a shirt which has gone wrong, we either give away to somebody to take it up. We used to have a barter exchange system. It goes again into the system. And then when it goes worn out, it is broken down into, or it is torn into small aprons, and we reuse them. And till the time that is all gone, we keep on using for car wash or this and that. That's bringing the material resource efficiency and trying to see how you are using that material. Second point, waste minimization. I already said that. Have we ever tried to say that I am going to refuse, reduce, and reuse my plastics? Indian culture is so strongly built that in every house we reuse things. Third, the point where we come into, where he was trying to inch at, that many cities are looking for opportunities, and I think you said it very well, sir. Fantastic innovators, fantastic city commissioners, citizens, civil society, recyclers, you name it, they are there. And above all, fantastic women who lead our life together. So in my journey with this plastic waste program, I have found we really need to create value addition. Certain things exist, certain do not exist. These three pillars form the fundamentals of a circularity. Try and use this in your own ways. We in the project started in 2016 when the rules came in. 2017 we started thinking. I knew that the extended producer responsibility is going to come one day, and we started to a systems thinking in building a circularity. And we said we are not going to buy credits. Tomorrow it's going to be meeting the extended producer. Malini, do I have 1.5 minutes more?
Sir, Dr. Rajesh Rao
okay.
is already on the call.
I'll end it up
just
quickly.
wrap it up, that will be great.
Yeah. So that is what I'm saying, that we have to create the value addition. We started in the cities. Today we are in 39 cities. We have done about 70,000 tons of segregation, collection, and recycling. And at places we are doing more than 40 fractions of different plastics, 70 fractions of different dry waste. And this is all leading out to build on again 3 more issues. One is design out of waste and pollution, keep products and materials in use, regenerate the natural systems. So in order to really reduce the inflow of the virgin plastic, the less the inflow of the virgin plastic, the less the plastic we have to carry, and more recycling and circularity. So we have the eminent speakers today who are going to be talking on all this, and they are the policy makers. And in our project, we also focus on entrepreneurship, inclusive growth, and economic value. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, please. Over to you. Thank you.
Shruti, next slide, please. Next.
I think Dr. Rajesh Raw's voice is not audible. So can somebody check it out? Can somebody check it up, please? Sir, can you hear us, sir? Rajesh, sir? I think he is having difficulty.
Speak once.
Bring him into the bring him into the program panelist. He might be outside.
Sir, sir, he is in panelist. Sir, can listen. Sir, can you speak once?
Parliament check once.
Mr. Chari, could you text sir's number? Mr. Prasad will call you. I've shared it, sir. He's just calling you.
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is great, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Because I was wondering what happened, so I was unable to hear anything.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for joining this morning. I'm just trying to. Can you also keep your video on, sir?
Yeah, it is video on.
It's on. It's on, Mr. Chari.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I can see. So, friends, we have with us Dr. K. Rajeshwara Garu. He is additional secretary at Niti Aayog. In fact, I would say that the program took inspiration from him because he is promoting this whole circular economy in multiple areas, be it in fecal waste management or municipal solid waste management or plastic. So this program basically took shape because he provided certain thought process and leadership from the national government level. And I'm extremely grateful to him on behalf of ASCII and UNDP and all the innovators here on this panel and all the participant city officials. I'm extremely thankful to him, and I would like to welcome him to this on this important occasion. So today we have in this group more than 600 city officials at different levels, commissioners and sanitation related officials, and those environmental engineers, and also a lot of stakeholders from financial institutions and development partners. But mostly the data shows that 78% of the audience here, 600 plus people on this webinar, are city officials. And I know that you are passionate about connecting with cities. So I think that is the reason we thought having you is super important for us from all the stakeholders' point of view. Now we started this program by informing everybody. This morning, sir, I did an audit of my own house. Starting from waking up, I have plastic chappals. To switch on the light, to brighten my light, I have a plastic, on-off switch. And then I went to the washroom. Everything is plastic. My sanitizer is in plastic. The whole life is full of plastics. That's an audit I have presented shamelessly for all the city officials. That's my life on a day-to-day basis. And I told them that this my lifestyle I am going to transfer to them as a problem in a matter of another 6, maybe even less than 6 weeks, because all these products are disposable products. So I'm going to shift my convenience into their waste, into their problems, and they have to solve it. Now, the business as usual will not work. We need a lot of innovations. We need new thinking. Fortunately, we have a good regulation, but we need new thinking. And that's what Mr. Sodhi also reinforced. We need a change in lifestyle. We need repurposing. We need recycling, a combination of factors. So today, sir, what we are trying to do is to, after screening a number of innovators in the country, more than 100, we picked up around 20 of them and trying to connect with the city leaders. And we are calling it as leadership for circular economy in the country. Unless there is leadership at the municipal level for circular economy, the problem is going to get magnified. And hence, we thought of bringing this. They are not theoretical people, sir. They are not a laboratory idea startups. They are actually matured business models. All these 20 people I have seen myself, they're brilliant people. All they need is to connect with the cities, and this platform, we call it as innovation and new knowledge for wash sector. It is like a TED platform for water, sanitation and hygiene, and having your blessing and your support is very, very thankful to you, and it is motivating for us. So with this few words of introduction, Dr. Rajesh Rao is not only a policy maker at the national level, he has seen the urban sector from grassroots level as a managing director of a urban services for the poor program, as DMA, as from a health perspective as joint secretary, and he has seen the whole sector in a circular way, in a 360-degree way. So I think he is the best person to inspire us and also leave certain messages for us. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chariyar. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir, very well.
Okay, so good morning, friends. It's a great occasion again to reconnect to all the innovators, municipal functionaries, and other colleagues who are interested in the circular economy. I compliment ASCII, Professor Chari and the colleagues, and also UNDP for associating with this activity and for instituting a platform, because we need a platform for focusing specific problems in a time-bound manner where the quality and the deliverables are ensured. And it is very interestingly titled as INK at WASH, that is Innovation and New Knowledge for WASH, for promoting innovations in water, sanitation, and hygiene. These innovations are super important in the context of the COVID pandemic. I would like to again compliment UNDP for partnering with ASCII in organizing today's event on promoting circular economy in plastics management, where Niti Aayog is actively associated and also interested to develop a policy framework and also associate with the institutions and also with the innovators. So I am very happy to hear from Professor Chari that the 20 innovators who have field experience and who have not in the theoretical or a laboratory type of activity, and also the connecting with them with the more than 600 city representatives, funding organizations and startups for joining this event. It is a perhaps will be it will create a very big impact, I think, over a period of time. From Niti Aayog's perspective, I can say that this is a very relevant and also very timely initiative. Honorable Prime Minister, you all recollect, while delivering his 2019 Independence Day speech, pitched for freedom from single-use plastics and also promote alternatives. And Professor Chari explained what happened in his house since morning, and it is, I think, with every one of us. So we are, I think, shifting the problem to the city managers, and that is the one, I think, as a responsible citizen, we all have to perhaps think, cooperate, and promote how do we manage the problem, because the problem is created by all of us. While briefly going through the compendium, I could see that about over 20 exciting innovations are shared for the benefit of cities and financing partners. But since municipalities have a lot of divergence culturally, geographically, demographically, and also in terms of the income status, so they have to see the relevance and also the utility, and accordingly they can choose the available options. These innovations range from recycling, upcycling, fuel generation from plastics, hybrid bricks, etc. So if the municipalities wants to be innovative, they have advanced technical and scientific leadership. They can also perhaps choose other options also which are available elsewhere also. So municipalities around the world are starting to integrate circular economy into their city operations. At Niti, we firmly believe that Indian cities can become more livable, smarter, and resource efficient by taking the circular economy route, and the digital technologies can aid this process too. So it has to be knowledge-based initiative, and the knowledge is available through various platforms. And ASCII UNDP platform is perhaps one of the best options available to all of our city partners. So Niti has been promoting circular economy in a range of areas: municipal solid waste, e-waste, FSSM, battery waste, etc. We have recently launched a book on leading practice in FSSM, again with ASCII and FSSM Alliance cooperation. And plastic waste is also one of our priority areas. Niti encourages innovative solutions and new business models in all facets of urban development, including plastic waste management. And very interestingly, more than one ministry is involved in the whole activity. Urban development is involved, rural development is involved, Minister of Environment is involved, so that it has to be multi-ministerial support to this initiative. We recognize that urban areas in India are grappling with massive generation of plastic waste, as explained earlier, with more than 50% of plastic waste reaching the landfills and water bodies as per CPCB reports. This situation is posing a huge threat to public health and the environment. The implementation is often found suboptimal at city level due to capacity gaps and lack of information to practitioners on innovations and business models in plastic waste management. The information availability, perhaps that is a big deficit, that gap, perhaps which will be bridged, I think, with this initiative. Today's event of ASCII UNDP is a welcome initiative aimed to showcase innovations by startups, entrepreneurs for promoting circular economy in plastics and build capacities of ULBs in adopting innovations, because credible platforms are very important for the city managers to depend and also to try the initiatives. Through Niti, we would be delighted to disseminate these innovative practices to state and city governments for application for achieving the scale. So I wish all the organizers the full success in their endeavors. But one suggestion to those city managers, and please convince your elected representatives and also the community representatives, so that they will become active partners to support the options available and also the initiative. Perhaps that is the very durable and sustainable way. And one is information availability. Second is preparing the city management, both elected and non-elected representatives, to choose the options. Third is preparing our workforce. It can be a sanitary supervisor, it can be a municipal engineer or a public health engineer to become sensitive towards the problem and also to become active partners in the whole activities and also in the whole scenario, so that it will become a collective effort and it will be successful. One word of caution to all entrepreneurs and innovators: see, municipal systems, they take their own time because of the approval process and other things. You be patient and you explain to them in their own language, depending on the nature and the work culture there, and also the requirements of the city, so that it will become very, very effective and also will be purposeful. So I compliment the Professor Chari and all the organizers who are, because organizing a webinar with 600 people is a huge task. Lot of preparatory work is required, lot of coordination is required. But I'm happy on a Saturday morning, you all spending very usefully and very productively. I thank you for giving this opportunity and I wish you all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I think a very important message you gave it to us is organize a similar event for elected representatives. We have a good network of mayors and chairpersons of the country. So in a very short manner, 1 hour module or a 2 hour module in a very simple language can also be the next endeavor from our side. I think that's a very useful suggestion you have given us. Thank you very much. Sir, I now request you to virtually launch this book of innovations. I request Vinod to put up the virtual document so that it can go to all the city officials after this event. We are not printing it right now, we are disseminating virtually. So I request Malini and Vinod to help me out with this.
Yeah, so sir, we have put together a very rudimentary curtain. We request you to launch and then we will the document up on the website, sir. It's an open access, everyone can use it. If you can just announce the opening, sir, we will go to the next slide.
Okay, I'm happy to announce the launch of compendium digitally and electronically, remotely, and I'm sure that this will be helpful to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being so sporty, sir. Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, sir, this book comprises the 20 case studies and the contact implementation details of the case studies which are being presented in detail today, sir. Next slide, please. Next slide. And they will be available on the website. Next slide. Next slide.
And we also have, can we move fast? Yeah. So this is a catalog, sir, of more than 100 innovations in the country.
Okay.
With contact details so that cities can reach out in a very, very simple contact details of all these innovators, what they're doing and where they can be accessed. So that's 2 documents have been launched there.
Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, this is a sample, sir. So it's like a card format and accessible to everyone.
Okay.
For each.
Good effort.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your messages, sir. We'll carry these messages. We now move to the presentation formats, and on behalf of all the innovators, on behalf of all the organizers, I once again thank you for taking out your time. And if your time permits, I know you are busy today, but if your time permits, you can stay for 1 or 2 sessions so to get a flavor of the interesting ideas that some of these practitioners, innovators have put together. Thank you very much.
So, I will try. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Malini, over to you.
Yes, sir. Next slide, please. So our next session is where we start with our technical presentations. As you can see on the slide, there are 6 presentations slotted. And after a small break after this, we will have the another 5 great presentations. So these presentations are from organizations and innovators who have developed a product or service, implemented it, and will be sharing that experience with you. I request all of you to be very active on the chat box so that any doubts, any questions, costing, time for implementation, anything at all, Please place it, and during the session, we will take it up. I, on behalf of all of you, welcome Shri Vivek Yadavji, who will be chairing this session. He is the member secretary, as you can see, and a very strong proponent of circular economy. And as a member secretary of the Pollution Control Board, he brings us a very important effectiveness of the innovations in city implementation. With that, Professor Chari, may I request you to once again more formally introduce Mr. Vivek, and we will start the presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Malini. Those who are not speaking, they can unmute, they can mute themselves. I hear a lot of background noise, so yeah, thank you. So this session, this technical session 1, as Dr. Malini said, we'll have 6 presentations, and I can tell you these are brilliant presentations, brilliant stories. Now, these stories will get scaled up and amplified across the country if you have right kind of regulatory leadership. Regulatory leadership is very, very important, which can nudge the city governments to go in a particular direction, to adopt innovations, to come up with solutions which are environmentally sustainable, which will solve a problem. So it is in that context, we felt that there is no better person than Mr. Vivek Yadav. He is from the Indian Administrative Service, Member Secretary of the Andhra Pradesh Pollution Control Board. As a product of IIT, as an engineer, is deeply committed to this solutions. But more than that, he also, much before Swachh Bharat mission, I remember he, as a municipal commissioner of Warangal, when Mr. Amir Khan used to run the national program, I'm unable to recall the name of the program. What was, anybody can help me out in the organizers? There was a program which Mr. Amir Khan used to run.
Satyameva Jayate, sir.
Satyameva Jayate, yes. Mr. Vivek Yadav was one of the very few officials who went to the Satyameva Jayate program to present the sanitation story of the city that he was a municipal commissioner. And I was so moved by that particular story, and it has inspired many other cities to adapt the approach that he followed. So now he's a regulator. He is seen as a service provider. Now he is seen as a regulator. So I request him to share some of his thought process. What sort of regulatory framework you have put it on the ground, sir? And then we will go in a very brief way, if you can just explain for our city officials what they have to do. And then we will have presentations by our innovators following your opening remarks. Over to Mr. Vivek Yadav. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, sir. Can ASCII Tech team help with audio, please? Mr. Vivek, can you unlog and then log in again? I mean, I'm not sure if it works.
Kartiki, please call Mr. Vivek and check. Yeah, I can see it. Mr. Vivek, can you please unmute yourself and try one more time? When he's unmuting, it's going away.
Audible now?
Yes, sir. Perfectly. Just 1 second, sir. Shruti, can you just close the PPT so we can all see Mr. Vivek speaking?
Yeah, Malini ji, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much.
Yeah, I
Thank
think,
you.
yeah, I have taken out these. Uh, thank you very much for the nice introduction. And thank you, Professor Chari Garu, Malini Reddy Garu, and I welcome all the innovators to this session. And it's a very good initiative by administrative staff, College of India, in coordination with, in collaboration with UNDP and Inkwash program of UNDP. As you all know, the previous discussion, you know that government of India is coming up with national resource efficiency policy. It has already been introduced, and National Resource Efficiency Authority is going to be constituted, and we are working on the 6R principles, which are reduce, reuse, recycle, redesign, remanufacture, refurbish. So entire gamut of waste that gets generated in our country, the entire idea is that those waste should not be treated as a waste. They all should get converted into some or the other kind of resources. So one waste for an industry or a system is going to be a resource for the other system or industry. So entire cycle should get completed. Whatever is left over, that only should go to some kind of landfill or such kind of purpose. So in a short, I would just go through the the rules which are there in force. As we all know, solid waste management, including plastic waste management, the entire regulatory framework is of a very recent origin. In the sense, MSW rules were framed in 2000 after the nudge by the Supreme Court of India. That is, the entire story is as a separate chapter altogether. So rather than going into it, plastic waste management rules came in 2011. Then recently in 2016, we have got new rules in force, the amendment of which came in 2018. The entire gamut of all the stakeholders have become part of this framework. They may be waste generator, local body. They have this time included the rural panchayat also, manufacturers, brand owners. So entire gamut of people have become part of this regulatory framework, and here the rule clearly mentions about certain innovations which should be adopted by the authorities to ensure proper disposal. So it talks about recycling. It talks about encouraging plastic use for road construction, waste oil recovery, energy recovery. So all these things have become part of the framework itself. And a new concept which was earlier in a rudimentary form, which is called like EPR. So that also, extended producer responsibility, has been defined very properly, and gradually we are moving into that regime. The collect back mechanism are coming into the force. CPCB has taken up this entire matter, and as Niti Aayog Additional Secretary Saab told that Pradhan Mantri ji in his address on the Independence Day has forcefully talked about handling this entire plastic waste, and we should gear up to ban single-use plastic, which is the most difficult part of the entire plastic sector. As we all know, plastic has become part of our life, whether it is our pen, mobile phone, or any electronic items. They all contain plastics. Plastic is one thing which we can't get rid of in our human civilization. But one thing which is the most difficult part is single-use plastic, which is like used and gets thrown just after the use. So those kind of things should be tackled properly. So either ban can be enforced, or some kind of segregation happens and we can reuse it in some or the other manner. Coming to Andhra Pradesh, we are promoting a circular economy in such a fashion that we are ensuring these ULBs, urban local bodies, they get tied up with the nearby cement plants. So whatever segregated plastic comes, that entire plastic goes to the cement plant and their kiln gets operated in a very high temperature. So they use that plastic into their kiln, and that product becomes part of the cement itself. So that we call co-processing, and it has worked out really well for our state, because we have got a decent number of cement plants. So such kind of initiative can also be worked out in other states. And I would also like to tell everyone that bring to your notice that government of Andhra Pradesh has come out with one corporation to handle or to take forward the circular economy initiative. It is called AP Environment Management Corporation, in which what we do right now, we have started with handling the industrial waste. So it works as a platform business model. On one hand, we have all the generators of waste. On the other hand, we have got all the utilizers. And this it is a IT based APMC platform, which gives the a kind of opportunity for the generators of the waste to identify all the receivers. An entire transaction happens over the IT platform. So that way, what we are doing it, whatever waste that can be utilized, that can be recycled, all those waste are properly taken care of, disposed, and whatever leftover is there, that only should go to the TSDF. So that is one initiative we have started in our government of Andhra Pradesh, which has become a model for rest of the states to follow. We have briefed MOEF and CPCB also on this initiative, and many of the states are interested to take up such kind of initiative. And I welcome such kind of webinars and such kind of initiative by the ASCII, and I welcome all the innovators, and I hope these whatever solutions that you are coming up and you are going to brief us through your PPT will definitely help the practitioners in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For the audience point of view, I would like to just, Mr. Vivek has given a very useful idea. They have set up what is called, it's an exchange platform, waste exchange platform called Andhra Pradesh Environmental Services Corporation. I think, sir, we need a similar platform for the municipal waste also, and the plastic waste in particular, e-waste and plastic waste, so that the innovators can come up with solutions, and the waste coming out from the cities can also be, so the services of AP Environmental Corporation can also be extended to city governments and the other sectors. So thank you for your message. Now I invite Dr. Malini, can we invite the first speaker to start the presentation? All the cities are looking for presentations now, and we start with first presentation.
Absolutely, sir. We should start with the first presentation, and this is a presentation where many of the cities would be very interested to listen to, because they are all struggling segregation. And I welcome the organization Trashcon and Ms. Nivedha to speak about this in a very short 5 minutes. I'm sorry, I'll be a very strict timekeeper. We also want to keep time for questions. So Nivedha, over to you, 5 to 7 minutes max.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
So good morning, everyone. This is Nivedha, and at Trashcon, we have come up with solutions to solve two major problems. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the two major problems are plastics are everywhere, but we are not able to recover it, because 90% of plastics which is ending up in the landfills or the oceans are mixed with food waste, diapers, sanitary napkin, metals. And even if you try to manually segregate it, like many speakers told before, it is not only expensive and not scalable, but it is equivalent to, literally putting people to inhuman, practice. The second part is, even if we do sort it and, recover the plastics, 70% plastics are non-recyclable, which is called multi-layered plastics, like your chips packets, your wrappers, your whatever packaging material that we are using. And that has to be sent to a cement plant, which is 400 kilometers away at 9 rupees a kg, which is actually at least solving the problem that it is not going to the landfill. But again, the government has to bleed money continuously in this entire process. Can we go next? So again, the existing solutions are burning it in the cement plants, and the best possible segregation that we have come up with is a conveyor belt where women are on both the sides and picking out the plastics. And the third part is the non-recyclable material is mixed with a chemical resin and made into a product, which is again non-recyclable. So can we go to the next slide? So the limitations of this is it's expensive. The municipality has to keep bleeding. It's not an end-to-end solution, and it is not scalable to hundreds of tons of waste. That is what we require. Can we go to the next slide? So at Trashcon, we wanted to make a solution that is scalable, sustainable, cost-effective, and profitable. So for the first time ever, we are talking about making money.
Niveda, you're going too fast. That's what audience are saying. Thoda slow, koi problem nahi.
Okay.
Important message to share. Okay, go a little slow.
Sure. So we wanted to make a solution that is scalable, sustainable, cost-effective, but most importantly, profitable. Because we want to ensure that municipalities make money from waste instead of spending on waste. How do we do it? Next slide. So Trashcon built the world's first completely automated sorting unit called TrashBot, which can take unsegregated waste from anywhere with any moisture content and segregate it into wet, dry, and metals, which can then be segregated into high value and low value plastics. This is 85% efficiency guaranteed at all situations. It's semi-automated, it is compact, it is modular, and most important, it is idiot-proof. Because we understand that the person who is handling it is not you and me. It is an unskilled labor who is generally drunk. So this system can be fit in any village, any town, any city in India, and we are now across 5 states. It's a patented solution awarded by the Prime Minister of India. Can we go next? The entire solution solves 88% cost savings for an urban local body because they don't have to really dump waste, and is available in a varies scales from 2 tons per day to 100 tons a day. And the recovery of plastics in this case is only 1.5 rupees per kg as compared to a manual separation of 7 to 8 rupees per kg. Can we go next? So the second solution is that, can we go next? Yeah, so the second solution is the multi-layered plastics is converted to something called recycled sheets. These are similar to plywood and particle board, which can be used for your benches, desks, tables, chairs, bathrooms, anywhere where you're using furniture, you can use this. But the best part is we don't add any chemicals in the entire process. We don't use water in the entire process. We don't add any raw material. So what does it mean? The output product can be recycled again and again and again for 13 to 15 times. Through that, we are realizing circular economy to the fullest. And of course, your margins are much, much higher. Can we go next? The payback period of this recycling solution is only 2.5 years for an urban local body. And the best part, the urban local body can sell its boards back to Trashcon. So Trashcon buys back the boards, thus giving the urban local body a steady revenue for all its operations. And if you see, there are some tables and chairs and book racks and things mentioned on the screen. All these are made from the plastics from the streets. So these are being sold on Amazon. We're selling it to furniture makers and retailers across India. Can we go next? And how do we work with the urban local body? 2 ways. We sell the entire equipment. They can procure the equipment and the technology from us, and we buy back the boards, thus giving them a steady source of revenue and ensuring sustainable operation. The second part, the urban local body can procure the technology, but Trashcon can run the operations for it, and the urban local body gets 75% of the profits while Trashcon takes 25%. Can we go to the next slide? So in all the various scales that you're seeing here, our payback period is only 2 years with a margin of 35% for the urban local body year on year. So an urban local body investing in this project can get 5x returns in 15 years. Can we go to the next slide? In fact, the entire system is so neat that you can sit next to it and eat your food. That's how beautifully neat the entire system is. Can we go next? In fact, we wanted to show a case study where we made 24 villages zero waste overnight. What you see there is before, and this is the after picture of the same village. And from the plastics recovered from this village, we made toilets. Next slide. Next slide. We made benches and desks for nearly 3,000 government school kids in 5 districts from the plastics. Can we go to the next slide? And not just in this place, we are now across 5 states, like I told you, showing some of our installations in Calcutta. Next slide. Next slide. In Bangalore, next slide. In Kakinada, next slide. In Gujarat, next slide. And across 5 states, and we are currently processing 25,000 tons of waste. And not just in India, we are working with UK government, World Bank, International Red Cross Society, and I'm 90% repeat customers from urban local bodies. Next slide. We have a team of 50 engineers who left plus jobs to solve this problem from scratch, a complete made in India solution with advisors from Head of Health, Tata Power, to name a few. Can we go next slide? We have been awarded by the Prime Minister and Trade Minister of Norway, by the Prime Minister of India, by the United Nations Deputy Secretary General. Next slide. Next slide. We have been given letter of appreciation by the Prime Minister. Next slide. And we have won globally multiple times. Next slide. And have been covered in almost 150 plus media publications globally. Next slide. Next slide. But the end product, end vision is that all this could not have been possible without passionate leaders such as you. But we are doing all this because we have a vision. We have a vision that 20 years down the lane, when I am telling a story to my daughter saying, Beta, once upon a time there was trash. And my daughter says, Mama, what is trash? And that is our vision. We have built the technology and we have shown it working across various places, but we cannot make this happen without your support. We look forward to joining hands with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Niveda. The technology is not keeping pace with your energy and speed. So thank you very much for bringing this. Just to what Niveda did is introduced to us as city practitioners two very simple, elegant innovations. One is called a segregator, which segregates the waste, called Trashcon, Trashbot, and the other one is where after segregation, the plastics are converted to boards, which are environmentally sustainable, which can be used for a variety of applications. We will reach out to her later. We will have a little bit of discussions later. But thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
The next.
Professor Chari, before we go to the next one, there were 2 questions on the chat box. Maybe we can just quickly finish that and go.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah. So quickly, Niveda, there's a question here from Mr. Ade Mustafa. He wants to know what is the energy input required? What kind of energy source and what is the energy input required?
So the trash pots work only on electricity, that too only a 15 HP electricity. The entire monthly consumption of electricity is not more than 3,000 to 4,000 rupees. That's it.
Okay. There is one more question from Ms. Harini Priya, and she wants to know that how does Trashcon help in handling a plastic which has been used multiple times already? So it's already degraded. So how do you Trashcon address that?
So the technology is made in such a way that even plastic which is few years old, we have also made solutions where we have reclaimed plastics from the landfills, which have been used again and again and maybe few decades old, can be recovered and recycled using this technology. So it was made for the worst form of plastics, not for the plastics that anybody else can use. It's for plastics which nobody else can use. So that's how the technology is made. So yes, it can handle plastics that have been used multiple times.
Thank you so much. And please stay on. We'll go to the next slide. Shuchi, can you place the next presentation?
I would, after these presentations, we would request Mr. Vivek Yadav to comment on some of these applications and how these can be scaled up and taken to the practice. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Mr. Ankit, you can start.
First of all, thank you so much, Inkwash. Thank you so much, UNDP and ASCII team for inviting us in this beautiful event. So I'm Ankit Magan from Rainmax and Wire Solutions, and I'll be telling you how we are using the plastic and solving the problem. So the journey all started 3.5 years back when three friends, were stuck in one of the heavy jam in Gurgaon. If you go to the next slide, so there we realized that water is a big issue because during rainy season we are facing problem of flooding. During non-rainy season we are facing the drought problem. So after doing the research, we decided that why can't we conserve this water? If you go to the next slide, then we researched on what all solutions are present as of date. People were doing conventional rainwater harvesting pan India, and it was a beautiful process to conserve the water, but the problem was the maintenance. So maintaining a conventional rainwater harvesting system was very difficult, and there was a lot of plastic that was also coming inside the tank. And after tank is made in a year or two, no one is going to maintain that. If people try to maintain that, then they have to take out all the garbage, then filtration media, clean it and put it back, which was a difficult process. Moving on to the next slide. There we decided that we have to solve this problem. Then after doing more research, we realized that India is divided into various zones by Central Groundwater Board. And there are various practices of rainwater harvesting where we realize that rainwater can be stored and reused. We can recharge the rainwater and give the water back to Mother Earth, or we can make a soak pit using rainwater harvesting tank. Moving on to next slide. So we decided to go on with a new product called Rainmax, which is going to solve two major problems. One, plastic, and second, the water crisis. So we started using recycled polypropylene, which is upcycled plastic, and using those granules, we are now making Rainmax tank. The Rainmax tank is made up of 100% recycled polypropylene. Next slide. And during the journey, we realized that plastic have beautiful qualities as well. Now we asked our local sourcers to segregate the plastic. There we realized that Indian Oil and all give certification for different kind of polypropylene. After that, we started this product called Rainmax, which is made in India, and we are replacing now RCC or brickwork for making rainwater harvesting tank. These are modular tank made up of 100% recycled polypropylene, which are UV stabilized. This can beautifully take load up to 40 tons. So the top surface can be very well used for parking, driveway, landscaping, anything. And it is very easy to handle. Being modular in nature, this can be designed for any area, whether it's a under construction building or the new construction. Moving on to next slide. And this tank has a lot of advantages for conventional. So installation. I'll give you an example. We completed 4,14,000 liter tank in 48 hours. So installation time is negligible as compared to conventional. And installation cost is also almost half of what we spend on conventional. Anyway, rainwater harvesting is compulsory. Everyone is going for rainwater harvesting, but it's still a neglected topic. So in order to solve these two problems, Rainmax came into picture. The lifespan of this tank is at least 50 years. So we give at least 50 years warranty to client. And after that, if you want, we can again recycle this material. The maintenance time cost is negligible. So an individual will take hardly 5 minutes to maintain this rainwater harvesting system. And the top surface where land is a big cost, the top surface can be very well used for parking, driveway, and landscaping. The best part is, let's say you have installed the tank and after some time you want to make new building around it. You can relocate this tank or you can expand this tank horizontally or vertically. The solution is mine. Recently, we did a installation where there was a tree in the center. So we designed this tank in a triangular shape just below the flyover. So this is quite safe. Being honeycomb in design, this is very safe, and no one needs to clean the tank throughout the life cycle. And if you are planning for green building or Greha or IGBC, you get extra point for using this recycled polypropylene tank. These tanks are 96.5% void, which means that if you are installing 100 kl tank, so you can store at least 96.5 kl of water. Next slide. So where all we can use the recycled plastic tanks. These tanks can be used for industries. These tanks can be used for government building, office building, builders, RWA, individual residents, highways, flyover, parks, anywhere and everywhere. So I'll give you an example. So we did this storage tank for one of the industry in Uttarakhand where they have installed the 6 lakh liter tank and they are bringing their rooftop rainwater inside the tank. So now for 4.5 months, they are not using any of the municipal supply or underground borewell water. So this is the beauty of this tank. And believe me, the quality of water that is there inside the tank is much better as compared to conventional tank because these tanks are wrapped between geotextile and liner. So there is always a capillary action that takes place. Last thing is wherever you are using solar panels, there you require water on regular basis for cleaning those solar panels. Where these tank can be used, you can clean the solar panels. Then again that water can come inside the tank, will filter that water. Then again you can use that water. So the water can be again and again used. Moving to next slide. So how we basically work is we identify the exact requirement. We work pan India, do the site survey, proposal is submitted. These plates, these tanks are made up of small and large plates and clips. So we basically transport this material from Noida as of date, and we assemble these tanks at site only. So let's say there is basement next to the tank that is coming. So we'll make sure that we have some distance and we have to install liner. And that is the reason where the tank is customized as per the site requirement. And handing over the site is so easy, like within few days you can hand over the site. And we make sure that the kind of labor that we are getting are not skilled. So these tanks can be installed by unskilled labor as well. Moving on to the next slide. So these are some of the solution photograph. These are the Rainmax tank made up of 100% recycled PP, and these are wrapped by a sheet called geotextile through which only water can percolate. And in case you are going for store and reuse tank, then we have to install a liner. As of now, we are using 57,000 kg recycle PP every year, which will increase at least by 2x by next year. Move on to next
Mr.
slide.
Ankit, just a quick time check, please. We have to move on.
Yeah, yes. Next slide. So these are the final photograph. If you see the first photograph, there's a storage tank. We have installed a pump, and now the water is being used for process unit. In the second picture, you can see the tank is below the road. So what I want to show is that the top surface can be used for parking, driveway also. In last picture, you can see there's a beautiful garden just above the tank. Next slide. So this is a comparison between conventional and rainwater modular tank, where in conventional tank, if you see the blue area, that is the only capacity of the tank, effective capacity. So in case we are making 100 kl tank in conventional, we will be using only 40 kl tank in modular with the same capacity. Next slide. I'll share this cost benefit and all through mail also. So this is the actual case study where the cost of conventional was around 33 lakh 70,000, whereas in case of modular it was just 18 lakh 46,000. Moving on to next slide. So we are being recognized by CPWD. This is also present in CPWD Rain 2019 manual, GRIA certified, and CIA best practice manual. Next slide. These are some of the clients. We have been working for government and private client as well. Next slide. if we can show a video, small video, if you can click at installation video.
No, I think we'll skip that right now in the interest of time, and we can break time sometime. Sorry
No
about
problem,
that.
no problem, no problem. So at the end, I'll just like to say it's plastic all around, saving water inside ground. Let's use this plastic and save water inside ground without deteriorating the quality of water. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Professor Charlie, any comments? Quick comments?
No, are there any comments on in the chat box?
Yeah, there's one specific question, Ankit, to you. Could you explain what is the working principle of Rainmax and compare it to conventional interception wells? And how do the frequencies of its maintenance, like cleaning from organic litters, for example?
Right. So the process is quite similar to conventional. In this, we collect the water inside desilting chamber, and through this geotextile and microfilter, water enters inside the tank. So before water enter inside Rainmax, it is quite clean. And cleaning, we don't need to clean Rainmax tanks. The only thing that needs to be clean is filter, and it hardly takes 5 minutes for an individual to clean the filter. Filter needs to be cleaned at least twice or thrice in a year. So this is all that is required in the maintenance.
Thank you. That's all, Professor.
We move to the next presentation and then.
Yeah.
Yes, you are audible. The next presentation is by Mr. Kadam, the founder of. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Myself, architect Shaunak Kadam. I am the founder and CEO of Read of Sustainable Environs Private Limited. Before I begin, I would like to thank UNDP and Inkwash for giving this opportunity to us. Next, please. So to begin with, REDOF has been found by 7 billionaire friends with a vision to achieve sustainable development goals set by United Nations. Now, what is REDOF? REDOF is an abbreviation of Get Rid of Your Trash. REDOF is nothing but a mobile app which aims to
Mr. Kadam, can I please request you to be a little louder? Some of the members are not able to hear you.
Okay. Now, what is REDOF? REDOF is an abbreviation of Get Rid of Your Trash. REDOF is nothing but a mobile app to help in segregation of inorganic solid waste at its source only. We are currently operational in Satara and Pune city. We have 250 plus downloads post lockdown, and we are growing steadily since lockdown has lifted. Next, please. So, main problem in the management is identified as segregation at source. Hence, most of the plastic waste finds its way to landfills. Also, per capita cost for management of waste is increasing day by day. So, basic concept of REDOF is to collect plastic waste with the help of local shops like Kirana, pharmacies, apparel stores, mobile shops, kabadi walas, or whoever is interested in making money out of waste using REDOF app as a mediator platform. REDOF is pretty simple. People are supposed to dump their plastic waste in nearby shop, which is REDOF collector. It will be then weighed and both collector and individual is rewarded instantaneously. Herein, REDOF creates trash history along with date, time, location, category of trash, which can be shared on your social media platforms. Here, you can see one of the REDOF collector is collecting the plastic waste under our flagship program called. Collector has decided voluntarily to collect the plastic waste and he gives discounts in the purchase against the grammage value of plastic. Also, both of them get online rewards also. This app can be used by recycling startups, NGOs, environmentalists, ULBs, kabadiwalas, rag pickers, haulers to recover plastic or any kind of trash for that matter. Please. To make it happen, we have worked out action plan on a city level for plastic waste management, which can ideally be executed all over the country or all over the globe, if possible. We are implementing this action plan in Satara. So the first step is to identify the local or multinational brand to or sponsor for reload. Secondly, identify the collectors for each kind of trash, be it shops or kabadiwalas, but mainly for plastics. Thirdly, marketing and advertising of app on city level. Fourth one is very important. We convince UNDPs to promote and support the idea if tax exemptions are to be given to collectors. Also, for the collection of plastic waste, UNDP's role is very important. Secondly, we identify the NGOs, environment groups, schools who can support the idea and start collecting the plastic waste. Sixth, design and run the campaigns with the help of affiliates, NGOs, and ULBs. If I would like to request all of the city officials to, comment on this. We are trying to convince ULBs to run pilot project under Swachh Bharat mission, where you can get, I think, 25 marks for implementing the innovative idea, technological. There is some help. You can get the marks also, and read of idea can be placed on ground level pretty practically by this thing. Next, please. Now let's discuss the key features of that. Read is an open source, means it's free to use. Anyone can use in India. Read can be downloaded and start recovering the plastic waste. Actually, it is the seed for circular economy. Basically, what we do nothing but to recover all the waste. Okay, let it be anything. Let it be plastic, e-waste, clothes, or whatever. Secondly, we have 100% clean recovery of plastic waste or any kind of waste because our collectors do not accept the sticky or contaminated plastic waste. Thirdly, REDOF makes everyone accountable for their plastic waste, right from company to ULBs to citizens. EPR policy can be run practically on ground level. We are running this in Satara city, Maharashtra, wherein REDOF has 3 affiliate companies. Plastic waste is collected by REDOF collectors notified by the affiliate. Fourth one, REDOF is making a habit to dump plastic with collectors and not into the MSW vehicles. This behavioral change is very important in Indian cities. We are trying behavioral changing, trying to drive behavioral change in citizens. Fifth, REDOF is generating real-time data for traffic. On which road, locality, how much plastic is consumed by a particular household, and trust me, it's a real-time data for FMCG companies to recover their plastic waste. If there is a tomorrow there is a alternative of plastic, say which is which can be recycled 100%, reused that material for packaging, REDOF is a best alternative to recover that packaging material. If we succeed in our efforts, REDOF can generate real-time data for trash all over the globe. Sixth one. That there is value to plastic waste. So people are reluctant to segregate. The first step to create a value for anything is to measure it. This simple act of measuring the waste creates value, be it 1 gram or 1 ton. Technically speaking, REDOF app does only. Measured values are to be filled and for doing so, both collector and individual gets rewarded. Read-off collectors can design their reward schemes based on grammage value of plastic. One of the chartwala collecting the plastic waste using read-off app and discounting against the grammage value on minimum purchase of say 250 rupees of chart. Seventh, read-off collectors collects the waste in 27 categories. It can be used as a tool for learning waste management. We are about to start pilot project with schools to recover plastic waste. 8 point, read-off creates job at grassroots level. So there is a concept like Swiggy and Zomato, you call them runners, no? They come to your doorstep and deliver food to you. So we have a concept called read. Read is an individual who is collecting the trash door to door, like kabadiwala or hauler, and making the living out of it.
So Kadam, sorry, but take quick time check.
Yeah, REITs will be given training for collecting and segregation. All of the collected trash is to be then sold to registered super collectors or to ULBs or local kabadiwalas. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. So implementation cost up till date is 2 lakhs. What you see on Play Store is our minimum viable product. We are also about to upgrade the app with new features in current times. Our implementation experiences are very interesting. Rather, this experience only energy which keeps us going. In a nutshell, I would like to say everybody is trying to solve the problem. Our job is to connect them all on the read-off platform. Next. If you really want to achieve sustainable development goals and live truly sustainable life, our humble philosophy is think globally, act locally. Thank you.
Mr. Chari, can I just take on the questions here? Actually, there are no questions, but there are 4 members. Mr. Vishal, Mr. Galide, Mr. Vishal Galide, Manish Kothari, and Miss Veera Vilasini. I think they all want to work with you, Mr. Kadam, and they're asking for your contact details. So maybe you can place it in the chat box. Also, the book of innovations will be up on the website in another 1 hour. All the contact details, phone number, everything is there. So you can connect with Mr. Kadam at the earliest.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Kadam, just quick questions. I'm conscious of the time. One is, are you ready to work in other states and cities? Number 1, and what support you need from urban local bodies?
Okay, we are very much open to work anywhere, and ULBs we can run the pilot project with ULBs. Just say to run the pilot project, we need ULBs. We identify the shops on a particular street. Okay, they will collect the plastic waste, and it will be measured, and against that kg value, there will be a little tax exemption, just for this say to promote the activity. What we are trying to do, जो जहाँ से आपके घर में आ रहा है वो वहाँ पे जाके डंप कर दो. We call ourselves fast moving consumer trash company. The problem of plastic is associated with fast moving consumer goods companies, and all of them are packaged their consumables in plastic only. So we want to correct those dots. So that will be taken to ULBs, or it will be given to company itself directly.
So what you're saying is you need a little bit of facilitation and nudging, and if possible incentives. Local body can extend incentives, regulate them to collaborate with you. That's all support is required, and we can start with bulk waste generators to begin with, because as per the municipal solid waste management rules also, All the municipalities have to focus on bulk waste generators, and we can start with plastics in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Kadam, for giving your valuable suggestions of how you can work with the cities with a little bit of, not cash support, but support in the form of kind, in the form of regulation. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, some of the members are reaching out privately to find out when the break is. We have 3 interesting presentations. It'll take about 20 minutes. We're just 10 minutes behind schedule, so don't worry. We will break at 12:20 sharp.
Yeah, the next speaker is Mr. Devanand. He's a chairman, managing director of Concue Cleantech India Private Limited. I welcome Mr. Devanand, and I request him to share his ideas, share his, your plan, and as well as your solutions to solve the problem. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to present one of the innovative solutions for the plastic waste. So our just go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So this is the plant which or technology I'm going to talk about is the micro decentralized pyrolysis system. You might have heard that worldwide there are many pyrolysis plants which are converting the tires and the plastic waste into oil, and there are different centralized plants which are running on a continuous mode as well as on the batch mode. Now, our micro decentralized approach is to convert small quantities of plastic. As you know, plastic is quite voluminous, but the density is lower. So it gets accumulated and ends up in the landfill and all unauthorized places. So it's better to have this micro decentralized system which can be set up in each and every ward. Then and there, trying to address this waste plastic, which can be converted into useful resources, which is the pyrolysis oil, which can be a direct substitute to the furnace oil by the industries. Next slide, please. The process is very simple. It's just, we can call it as a reverse process, where the plastics are produced using the crude oil, and we are just reversing the same process by thermally cracking this. So we go with a slow pyrolysis process under batch mode, which can break this hydrocarbon chains, and you get a syngas, and the syngas can be condensed and the pyrolysis oil can be taken. And also you'll get a char based on the composition of the waste and nature of the waste. You also get a green coal, or we call it as a pyrochar or carbon black. And also a syngas, which is used for, again, for heating up the whole process, because you need a lot of heat for this process. Or this can also be used for the other applications of running a small gas engine as well, because this has a very decent calorific value as well. Next slide, please. These are the various byproducts which you get. Predominantly, it is pyro oil, which has a very good calorific value, about 10,400 kilocalories per kg. So this can be used in many industries, because many industries, they try to use furnace oil for their steam boilers, furnaces. So the municipalities can find out the industries which are located in that particular vicinity, and they can supply to them. And this can also save, and which can be priced lesser and cheaper than the furnace oil, and having a better calorific value as well. So this can be a direct substitute to furnace oil. And pyrochar, which is again what you're going to get, is again we call it as a green coal, which has a calorific value of about 3,500 kilocalories, can be used for as a fuel in the nearby industries. Pyrogas can be used in the process itself, and excess can be used for even generating small amount of power by coupling it along with the syngas generators. Next slide, please. So the approach is why we have to go for a decentralized. We know that about 60% of the plastic waste gets recycled in some other form or upcycled. Leftover is about 40%. Some end up in this unauthorized landfill areas and ends up in the nalas and creating a lot of blockage. So it's better to manage these type of waste at source itself, reducing this logistics, and it can also reduce the unauthorized dumping and ease of operation, because when it is a cluster based, you have this small decentralized unit at several places, it becomes easier to operate such smaller system with less expertise, and it also generates revenue in that particular panchayat or the semi-urban areas, and can create job opportunities and livelihoods, and as well as saves the environment, because we are going to reduce the carbon footprint on the whole. We are reducing the logistics as well and trying to address the plastic issue at source. Next slide, please. So this is the one unit which is about 200 kilograms per day. This is a standard unit which we have set up at in Tamil Nadu, in a municipality called Karunguri, which is about 90 kilometers from Chennai. This is a totally a skid-mounted system, and which is operated on batch mode. We made it very simple. We have not included many sophistication in the system, but it's because we know that the skills what is available in that particular region would be less. So we need to make it very easy to operate. So keeping that in mind, this is a manual operation, and it's a low operating cost and low footprint. And this can be relocated anywhere because the complete system is skid mounted, and you can shift it anywhere you want. And it can handle all the waste as it is when we are taking it. We don't pre-process it. We just dump it inside this and try to kickstart the process. Next slide, please. And these are the various feedstocks which can be used. All polyethylene, polypropylene materials can be used, and a mixture of all these different feedstocks can be used. And the output may vary from 30% to up to 40%, and the calorific value also based on the mix of this plastic waste, it keeps varying a little bit. And we have carried out some of the trials in our lab to check on the various calorific values, what we get for different types of feedstock. So we have some data about the different types of feedstocks and the proportionate amount of yield as well as the calorific value. So we can customize the solutions based on the feedstock which is available, different mix of feedstock available in that particular region as well. Next slide, please. This is the pyro oil characteristics. You can see on the pyrolysis fuel oil characteristics, as well as the furnace oil, which is almost calorific value wise, it is almost equal. And this will be a direct substitute to this, and it has a lesser ash content, and price is also the lowest when compared to the furnace oil. So it is now sold at about 35 rupees per liter, whereas furnace oil is around 44 to 45 rupees. Next slide, please. This gives a rough overview about the energy and mass balance of this reactor, because the pyro reactor for a 200 kilograms of waste plastic, the temperatures what we maintain in a pyro reactor is about 300 to 350 degrees Celsius. So you get about 30% of it as pyro oil, 35% as pyro gas, and 35% as the pyro char. So you need an input energy. So since it's a small unit, they are micro decentralized, we use the briquettes, or you use the fire hoods, whatever is the source which is available locally, some biomass that will be using for initial heating. So this would give about, if you take a 200 kgs of waste plastic, where you need about 20 kgs of biomass, then it can give about 300 kgs of pyro oil and 350 kilograms of pyro char and 350 kilograms of pyro gas. So everything is a useful resource which can be utilized. Next.
Mr. Anand, quick time check, please.
Yeah, sure. And this is just to give a rough overview about the operating model. And you can see the capex which is involved for setting up a 200 kg system is about 15 lakhs. And I've just shown this. I think this slide could be shared later on. By and large, in nutshell, it shows that it has a very good attractive ROI of about 2 years. So that makes this project also viable. The micro decentralized approach also viable. And the funding pattern can be the local municipalities can have this capex in their municipal limits. And there are also Panchayat funds which are available, and NGOs and CSR funds are available, which can be used, and industries who are creating the plastic pollution can offset by bringing this under a CSR activity. So a synergy could be set up and a different business model could be set up in each and every place. Next slide, please. So we also do have a test facilities. So we have an eco lab where if we can send the waste plastics also, we can try it out, different combinations, and give you the results as well before going into the project. And currently our projects are running in, we are kickstarting a project in Arupukotai where we are converting a 1 ton per day waste plastic into diesel, where it will be used as a transportation fuel by a private company. And Patna Municipal Corporation, we are installing a 4 ton per day on a continuous mode system. And 5 tons, there are 2 export projects also, which we have, it's under process. One is in Africa, the other one is in Philippines. We are going to export. Next slide, please.
So we'll have to conclude it now, please.
Yeah, so 2 more slides. And yes, this is truly sustainable. You might have seen the economic aspects of it, and the environmental aspects of it, because it's a clean resource which can be used, and it can curtail the emissions, and it also can create a low cost fuel and employment opportunities. So truly, it is sustainable. Next slide, please. And this currently the micro decentralized plant is located in Tamil Nadu in Karmuri. We kickstarted, and even the local corporation is trying to replicate this model all throughout Tamil Nadu, and we are working closely with them for different models. As far as our organization is concerned, now we are into water, wastewater, solid waste, and waste to energy, bioremediation, and air pollution control. So this comes under our solid waste treatment. This is one of the technologies. So we work with different types of technology. So you can just go through our website, which is given at the bottom, and my email address as well. So next slide. So we feel that the perfect solution to plastic pollution would be this micro decentralized approach. And we can also scale it up. This is modular, and we can scale it up to larger capacity, but we want to restrict to this micro decentralized approach because it's easy to build, easy to operate, and easy to manage. Thanks for giving this wonderful opportunity.
So there are 2-3 questions, Professor Chari. Shall I mention these?
Yeah, please do that quickly.
So one question is, this has come from YouTube from Mr. Kanumala Budaya. He is also wondering about the process of plastic segregation being followed by this organization. Another question is by Ms. Harini Priya, who wants to know a little bit more about air pollution from pyrolysis and what about dioxins and heavy metal contaminants. And the last question is from Mr. Tigala Uday Kumar, who is asking about greenhouse gases and how are they reduced due to pyrolysis. So shall we request him to, Mr. Devanand, to answer, or can he put them in the chat box?
You can ask Mr. Devan, you can maybe comment on the air pollution related issue. That's one aspect you can comment quickly.
Yeah, so quickly to take this question, now the dioxins and furans are produced at a temperature of about 900 to 1000 degrees Celsius. So we don't use these temperatures here. So once you burn the plastic, you have these problems. Here we just do the pyrolysis, which is not a combustion. It is in the absence of oxygen, and the temperature patterns is about 300 to 350 degrees. So there is no emission of dioxins or furans.
And you have tested this, or the regulatory agencies have tested anything of this
Yeah,
nature?
so it has been tested and we do have the reports as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure.
We will discuss this, and you may please respond to some of the questions with regard to pyrolysis in the chat box. Thank you very much.
Sure.
We'll go to the last speaker, I think, Dr. Malini.
Just one point I want to make, sir. There are some members who have actually registered. So there is a 1,000-member limit here, Prashant Kumar Garu. So we already have 1,000 members. There is a YouTube link which I will post right now. You can ask your colleagues to go and attempt. There is also a chat box there, so it's quite fine. They can put in their questions. I'll just place the YouTube link. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next presentation.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Manish Kothari from Rhino Machines, Anand, Gujarat, and we'd like to share an innovation which came out of a industry need of consuming the solid waste coming out from the industry, which is a foundry dust. And to us, plastic has been an enabler in being able to consume this dust, which is maybe between 70 to 80%, and consume around 20 to 30% plastic as a bonding agent, and we call this as a silica plastic block. So I would like to thank Administrative Staff College of India and UNDP for giving us this possibility to share about this mix of a society and industry pollution management solution, which we call as waste to wealth and silica plastic block. So which we have shown are two perspectives. One from the construction perspective, where you can use for construction like making bricks, paver blocks, or tiles. And the other construction where it connects to the society is, you see on the right, is a desk planter, which is again a black color block which has been painted by a few artists and used as a desk planter or as a pen stand. So just to give how can we look at waste into a different form of wealth. So if you go to the next slide, we can go through the different possibilities which we have identified with this product line. Three areas: construction, consumer goods, and the third one is something where we start engaging with the society to create this awareness through giving back the product back to them as a do-it-yourself, where you can paint and make your something which is more of your own, not necessarily buying a ready-made product, but something which you can play around with. And there's an extension of this which we are looking at, setting up some experience centers or tabletop models where we can actually demonstrate how this can happen. Can we go to the next slide where we can look at how this plant is configured? What is the production process? Just to give an idea, it's not a very complicated plant. It can be a fully automated modular plant. The key process lies in the mixing, conveying, and extrusion process, which we have developed at Rhino Machines during over a period of 2 to 3 years, as we kept searching and put in our industrial manufacturing experience and build this entire system locally. Their plastic shredder and the brick molding or the molding press can be a manual system. It can be fully automated. It can be an extrusion process. There are so many possibilities which can happen, and can look at integrating this into industrial belts, into societal ecosystems, from small portable units to very large capacities, right from 10 kg per hour to a 500 kg per hour or 1 ton per hour plant. What is, as I was listening to the circular economy subject and listening to Trashcon about being able to consume all kinds of plastic, yes, this project also has been able to consume all kinds of plastic mixed together, but it is also leveraging the plastic to consume another solid waste, which is something which we cannot see, but as an industry we see it's flying in the air. It's something which is creating air pollution and has been a difficult subject. The material which comes out is very easy to access, and it's like a hot clay molding. A clay mold is something which you could do with cold material, but this is in a hot temperature of maybe 200 degrees centigrade, and you can put it in any shape and size as you want. Can we go to the next slide, please? We have tried to capture in our journey of last 2.5 years of experimenting this, what could be the impact at different business stakeholder verticals. At the input level, those who are generating waste, also there's a value where you can get value for whatever waste, maybe from a ½ rupee per kg to 10 rupees per kg, which can come from tourist industries, societies, and the industries which are basically where I am connected personally is in the foundry industry, which has quite a bit of dust which is generated during the process, and it can be consumed. Similarly, there will be quarries, steel plants. We have been getting dust, and this request actually came from a foundry industry to find a solution to this teething problem they had. The second stakeholder is those who are processing it, where you can generate employment and set up micro social entrepreneurs at rural level, at the ward level, city level. The waste collection agencies, as I was talking with Rob, how can we get them into the commercial ecosystem? And most importantly, the municipal bodies whose mandate is solid waste management. So these three agencies can come together or as a combination into the manufacturing ecosystem and create a value addition right from 6 rupees to 30 rupees a kg from this waste. And the output beneficiaries would be lowering the cost of construction, more sustainable product. This product can be reused multiple times, so it's a recyclable product. We are also looking at furniture industry and making benches and bench tops, looking at environmental tourism, where you come and you experiment by yourself, make some art, sculpture, paintings of different kinds. Could we go to the next slide, please? We have been able to put together a small typical commercial proposition of a 100 kg per hour plant, where with a 50 lakhs capex investment in the land, in the machinery and working capital, with some contingencies, generate a revenue of maybe around 36 lakhs per annum, with a cost of around 24 lakhs. And with a 12 lakhs net saving, you are able to get your investment back in less than 3 years. Now, this value generation will also depend on how you place your product and what kind of value you are able to create. We may be able to create more value because there is an additional product line which you can generate with this by fabrication. Taking this to an ITI, for an example, we are heading an ITI in Santrapur in Gujarat, and we have our own ITI in our own factory. We are getting the students while they are learning to build the tables, and the paver tiles produced from the SB become a combination to make another product. So a cross marriage of different industries could help generate more revenue than what we have shown over here. Could we go to the next slide, please? This is from our understanding of the project, how to make this project implementation. So we as a capital goods manufacturer and being in the machinery line, we would be able to handhold, provide a complete project implementation, handholding experience, and provide training, service, process support, developing products. We are making some, we can help make them dies and see that this product goes into a stabilized mode, and then they can again look at branching off and getting your accruals back and expanding. So start with a pilot plant, experiment, establish a product. So any business, 1,000 days cycle is what I would consider as something, if it is self-sustained. Initial support, if it is available from the stakeholders, from the government, for mobilizing the plastic, mobilizing the dust, that would make this project definitely viable. Can you go to the slide, please? Yes, we can do it. And as we are talking of circular economy and resource efficiency, and I was looking to hearing about the national resource efficiency policy. This is all plugging in those dots where you start the from the waste generator to become the consumer of the waste, and that's how the circle keeps on rotating and build a stable entrepreneurial ecosystem across the country, across the globe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Manish. Wonderful presentation. Very relevant, very practical, and municipalities can take these ideas immediately without any delay. These are commercially viable as well as environmentally sustainable solutions. Thank you. So we had 5 presentations, and we have been holding on without having a break, a bio break also. So I think before I would shift. I think we can have the next presentation in the second segment. I think
Sir,
Rex.
there is one more presentation.
Yeah, I know that. So we will take this presentation of Rex in the next slot. Before we have a break, I now request Mr. Vivek Yadav to. He has seen 5 different presentations ranging from converting plastics into boards, segregating it to pyrolysis and rainwater harvesting and plastic combined, industrial residues and plastics combined into various products. So I would now request Mr. Yadav to reflect on them and also comment on them.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chari. So excellent presentations by all the innovators, whether it was Trashcon by Niveda or Retas in Barrow Solution by Environment, Mr. Shaunak Kadam. We talked about a mobile app like the platform which you and me discussed before we started with these presentations. Cankio Clean Tech by Devanand. Then lastly, Manish Kothari regarding silica plastic block. All were very innovative, like the definition of innovative says that no, it should be new, novel, and should have some kind of utility. So if these solutions are offered to the people who are there in the field, whether municipal commissioners, engineers, and all, definitely it will offer some kind of solution to the lot of problem that is being faced at the city level. And in fact, such solutions are available. We did not knew it. It's a kind of eye opener session for me that we could learn about such kind of solutions existing. So basically, whenever such kind of solutions are being offered, the various regulatory aspects needs to be taken care of, because CPCB and certain guidelines are there. So we need to be very careful on adhering to those norms so that regulatory aspect is being cleared off. Then solution which is being offered, like you should have some kind of proper robust O&M model that needs to be model, like Manish Kothari ji told that he will provide hand holding support till the end of the solution, making it sustainable. And this is the way, this is what like municipal commissioners and leaders at the government level expect for these such kind of solutions to offer. So a kind of facilitation or nudging, so you can approach I would request all the innovators to approach the regulatory bodies from APPCB side. I can assure you definitely will provide all the support by nudging and by requesting all the leaders at the field level. We have got young officers manning the municipal corporations and in fact local rural local bodies also. So definitely and US was not part of Paris climate change, the international environmental governance regime. Now Mr. Biden has taken over, and he'll definitely, like the first policy he announced was that he'll become part of the Paris climate change. So definitely the future is going to be very bright for the climate change sector, environment sector, and people like you, the innovators, definitely will help the government, the central government, state government, as well as parastatals to take this climate change challenges forward. An excellent presentation by everyone, and I hope you will definitely your solution would be looked after by many of the leaders at the field level. Chari Garu, as you told that APMC can also have a kind of some kind of section at the our platform level to showcase these innovations. So we'll definitely come in touch with you. I would
Yes,
like to devote a page on innovations on our APMC online waste exchange platform. So my programmers would approach your IT wing, and
yes, sir.
in collaboration with you, definitely devote a page where these innovators can showcase their solutions.
That will be wonderful, sir. That's great. Sir, one more thing is whenever you think appropriate and the time is right, we can do a customized program for Andhra Pradesh municipal corporations under your leadership. So you can bring our regional, officers of the PCB as well as the municipality. So we can have not a day long, even a couple of hours of customized program can also be organized. Sir. From our side, that offer is with you anytime. I think so that we can take it regional level rather than or having so many people at one go. So thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Chari Garu. So
Thank you.
I would like to thank everyone for inviting me to this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Malini, over to you.
So, just a quick housekeeping announcement. What we will do is we will take a short 10 minutes break from 12:30 to 12:40 and come back for the rest of the 6 presentations today, and then break for lunch for about an hour. Just before that, I wanted to bring out these 3 questions, and I'll request all the panelists to be active on the chat box. There are a lot of questions. One question was from Mr. Durga Prasad asking Mr. Devanand that with around 200 kgs of plastics and 20 kgs of food waste, how is the output mass so high? So please respond to that. And Ms. Parul Goyal wants to know, does pyrolysis require pre-treatment to plastics? Mr. Rizvi wants to collaborate for R&D purposes, and Mr. Kumar wants to know the cost of bricks. So some of the members are also writing these messages to me in the private. So please select everyone in the 2 box there, so that the chat message will come in the main chat box. All the contact details are available in the books, and the books are uploaded on Inkwash website in the resources tab. You can access them right away. And all the members, panelists may please put down their contact details any case for members to reach out to you. So that's it from my side. We will break now for 10 minutes. And those of you who don't want to go away from your systems, we'll be playing you some videos of the innovations that you have seen and which are going to come after the session. These are 2 minutes videos on each of the innovations. Right? Thank you.
I request all of you not to exit from the call. You can stay on the call and then you can join after the bio break. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just keep it on. And Sanya, please play the 2-minute videos of the 11 presenters.
Yes, ma'am.
Pollution has enormous human cost, particularly
We can't hear anything.
polluted. Pollution has enormous costs. In heavy
We can't hear anything.
polluted and heavy metal.
It is audible, ma'am. I can hear you.
Shruti, we can't hear anything. Ask Mr. Rangaprasad to look into this.
Turn out back carbon.
Is working.
Methane and other pollutants causing health hazard. Wastewater untreated is dumped into lakes and rivers, killing wildlife and our own drinking supply. We practice unsustainable farming, fundamentally altering the entire ecosystem. And we dump millions of tons of plastics into our oceans every year, threatening wildlife from habitat. Downside, sources of complex pollution mixed electronic and other hazardous waste and heavy metals all mixed together. In the world, there are big effect about 64 million people. Thank you, a group of companies with technical expertise and research have innovative solutions to combat pollution, reducing the carbon footprint caused due to environmental degradation. As a one-stop solution can provide certain solutions in field of water, wastewater, solid waste, waste to energy, bioremediation, and air pollution control. Canto aims to change the paradigm in relation to the linear economy by limiting the environmental impact and waste of resources, as well as increasing efficiency at all stages of the product economy. With its core technology providing solutions globally, Canto reduces millions of tons of carbon footprint, sustainable path towards zero waste, carbon neutral, and creating a circular economy to tomorrow and the future.
Planning, climate-related stress, and insufficient rain have led to rising groundwater table. Increasing depletion of the groundwater level is taking all of us to a no-water era. Well, Rainmax has a perfect solution to this problem. At Rainmax, we offer expert consultancy and advisory services on how to optimize water resources. Rainmax has a vision of conserving and harvesting every single raindrop by following its 3 R's policy. That is, reduce water waste, recharge groundwater, and use rainwater. For that, we offer a range of solutions to our clients, such as rainwater harvesting, fish management, upstream solutions, and consultancy and audits. It is Rainmax modular tank system that let fresh rain, which can be used for human utilization at a critical stage. Installing Rainmax system involves a pre-installation process that includes VPS survey, 4 soil percolation test, and the main installation procedure that involves several other steps, such as excavation, base preparation, laying of geotextile, laying of rubber liner, laying of module, assembly of Rainmax stand, wrapping of geotextile, extraction pump, manufactured aerators. Rainmax modular tanks are designed with 100% recycled PP material and are used subsurface collection, filtration, and storage of fresh rainwater. Why Rainmax? Strong structural design, environment friendly, minimalist, make in India theme, easy handling, honey, saves time and cost. So come forward, protect natural water. Contact us for more details on Rainmax.
we can stop. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. Mr. Prabhakara, the entire recording of this session will be made available. It takes us about 24 hours on the website, and all these 2-minute videos, there are 20 of those, are already uploaded on the Inkwash website. You can please feel free to watch them at your own leisure. Also, in the Inkwash website, last year's recordings, 10-minute videos of all the innovations are already there. Those are in the area of water, wastewater, and plastics, as well as e-waste, etc. You please feel free to go there. You can contact us in case you face any difficulty. So with that, Ashwati, can we start with the next next session with 6 presenters?
Shall I start?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I hope I'm audible enough. So yeah.
Right. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Kunshprit Arora from Team Breaks, and it is a patent pending product from the Angeras India Private Limited. Next slide, please. Next. So as you all know that today India is the world's third largest garbage generator. Next. Next. And of which the plastic, which is the major contribution to these waste, we produce around 9.5 million tons of plastic waste annually. Next. And the second largest waste that contribute to the third largest waste generator of the title to the India is 20 to 30 million tons of construction waste. Next. And so here we are with a bricks that is converting this plastic and demolition waste all together using our eco-friendly technology and sustainable technology to make good quality bricks. These bricks is 30% lighter in weight, 80% waterproof and 20% stronger if compared to the standard red clay bricks. Next. Why we choose brick and brick industry? Because brick industry today is the second largest most polluting industry, and also the India is the second largest producer of bricks after China. It uses 1,000 million tons of coal, fertile soil and water, and it only operates for 6 to 8 dry months only, hence making it highly unsustainable industry for our country. Next slide, please. And if we see towards our process, can you play this video? Yeah. Whereas our process is very eco-friendly and sustainable. It comprises of few simple steps where we use cash crusher for the crushing demolition waste. Then this waste segregated and saving into the required leaf. There is on the other side the plastic waste. We use shredder to shred this plastic waste according to our requirements. This is the shredded MLP PET that we are using to make these bricks. And it goes to the extruder, which is designed by our own team, and also we are filing the patent for this. And the whole process where it goes for mixing and drying and compacting, and then it goes into the molding. Here we are showing a small cube because it was easy to record this, and then it goes for compression. Now if we compare our bricks to the red clay bricks, we see that red clay it start deteriorating, it start breaking, and whereas the bricks stand itself. Next slide, please. Next slide. So if we compare on the parameters, why our bricks is very better in quality, that I'm saying that it's high quality because it's only one day manufacturing as compared to the other bricks. Also bricks is recyclable. You can again after 50 to 60 years send back to the manufacturing unit and get it recycled and can again be sold into the into the industry, in the construction industry. It is waterproof, it is recyclable, it is lightweight, and the cost, which is the main parameter to compare the other with the other bricks, it also very equivalent. Even in some areas, it is cheaper. If we compare the tier 1 and tier 2 cities, it is cheaper than the red clay bricks or other kind of bricks into the market. Next slide, please. We are proposing a bricks for the non-load-bearing structures, and the secondary structures like boundary walls for making a government schools, the public toilets for rural India, and the government offices. And also these are waterproof, so we are proposing for sewage tank and underground tanks. These bricks can be also used for the paving in gardens and garden walls. Next slide, please. So we are giving back to these bricks to the society, that it can be used by the local urban bodies. If we see the first initial impact that we can create, we are forecasting to sell around 5 lakhs of bricks in 1 year, and this can reduce around to 1,000 to 50 ton of waste per year to generate 25 lakhs of revenue, and hence reducing this whole amount of waste with zero residue left behind. Next slide, please. It is environment sustainable. We are using 100% waste material into 13% of plastic waste. We use no water, no soil, no coal, no cement or any other chemical. Only 100% waste that is thrown on the dumping yard or landslide. And yeah, next slide, please. These are some of the samples. It is enable approved, tested in enable approved laboratory. The compressive strength is very equivalent to the first class red clay bricks, which is 10 megapascal, and water absorption is only 4%, which compared to red clay bricks, which has 20%. Next slide, please. Our approach, we need help from the local government bodies or local urban bodies to help us provide the waste. This waste is being collected and segregated and sent to the manufacturing unit, Angiras brick manufacturing plant, where we convert these plastic and construction demolition waste into the brick, which will be sent to the contractors, government officials at very minimal cost, which is 5 or 6 rupees per bricks. And then this can be used for the affordable housing schemes, RPM schemes, and schools, public toilets, community structures, infrastructures, etc. Next slide, please. Now I leave this to you to choose smartly. Do you choose red clay bricks, which releases 100 gram of CO2, or you want to use our bricks, which uses 2.5 kg of waste, including 30% of plastic waste? Next slide, please. Our vision, bricks is focused to help the brick manufacturers by providing an eco-friendly and sustainable technology, while also helping the government bodies or urban bodies with the problem associated with the waste management. Not only plastic waste, but also the other municipal waste and industrial waste, and also solving the problem of our central government, which is air pollution from the brick kilns. Next slide, please. We have recently incorporated, we are recognized by Startup India. We are very, and also we have secured operational construction demolition waste plant from Udaipur Municipal Corporation to make bricks in partner with them for the supply of waste. And we have also received our first initial order of 30,000 bricks to fulfill this in the next month. We have also received grants from up to around 20 lakhs from the organization like AICT, IT Madras, and Eco Grants. Yeah, that's it. Next slide, please. Our team comprises of Lokesh Puri Goswami, he's the head of product development. Me, I'm the head of business operations, and I'm a mentor, Dr. Pankaj Purwa, he's the principal at Techno India India. Next slide, please. We have been recognized by Dainik Bhaskar, the New Indian Express, Daily, and Better India magazine, and also by Your Story, and supported by various other organizations like IT Madras, IB Hub, Center for Youth, IIM Udaipur, AICTA. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you AICTA for having me here.
Thank you, Ms. Arora, for joining today. So you are basically converting the plastic waste into bricks. Now, will it have any health impact if I build my toilet block, or if I build my compound wall with your bricks, will it cause any problem to me?
No, sir, absolutely no.
So have you got it tested?
So we have done the thermal conductivity test, which is very equivalent to the red clay bricks.
Okay. And in this process, you are actually saving a lot of topsoil, you're saving the environment, and you're also shortage of material in this sector. So you're going to actually help address the shortage. Now there is a question, how bricks are fire resistant? What if there is a fire?
So we are also trying to find solution for this fire problem, and therefore we are not proposing our bricks for the load bearing structure. Therefore, I said we are proposing our bricks for the non-load bearing structures and secondary structures. And also we are using marble slurry, which is a fire retardant.
Okay, that's good. So I think there many municipalities, many individuals, they have a lot of structures which are non-load bearing.
Yes, sir.
So I think this is a great solution. Thank you, Ms. Arora. And there are a couple of more questions in the chat box. So please respond to some of those questions, please. Thank you.
Definitely, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
We move to the next presentation from Samkitech, which is one of the well-established company in this space. They generate oil from the plastic. So it's a very patented high-tech operation. I would like to welcome Mr. Sampath and Ms. Akila Siddiqui, Director, to lead the presentation. Over to you, sir and ma'am.
Yes. Hello, Dr. Chari. Hello, everyone there. Thank you, Dr. Chari, ASCII, Dr. Malini for this opportunity. Sorry, Mr. Sampath is not in town, so I have to represent my company here. Pyro Green Energy is a part of Samki Group, which is into the field of recycling from the last 20 years. So from last 20 years, we're doing different kind of plastic recyclings. Then at one point of time, we came to this non-recycled plastics problem. What about the plastics which cannot be segregated? How you can recycle them? Heterogeneous kind of plastics, composite plastics. Then we developed this technology. It's a completely indigenous technology to convert mixed plastic, non-recyclable plastics into oil. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I was talking about the technology to convert mixed non-recyclable plastic waste into fuel oil. It's a pyrolysis, it's a patented technology wherein we heat the plastics to certain temperatures and convert into gas and then condense the gas back into oil. Our focus is on the material which is going to the landfill, which is going to the water bodies, which is creating a threat to the health, to the environment. So what our focus is on the non-recyclable plastics. Yeah, next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So I want to talk more on this kind of plastic, what we can use in our technology. Many people are doing pyrolysis. It's like there are many industries working in India, all over the world, but people are focusing in some plastics like PP, PE, or something like that. Our focus was from the start, our focus was on the mixed plastics, which is heterogeneous in state. Means two different plastics stuck together, there's composite barriers, plastics found from the MSW, which is a dirty state, which cannot be washed, which cannot be sorted out. So we were working on the catalyst for this, some kind of catalyst which is able to crack different plastics together. So this technology, we have succeeded in doing this. Now our technology can process all the plastic waste which is sorted out from the municipal solids. Also, we can do polyurethane frame, thermocol, which is very voluminous in the waste stream. You can see all this lying on the roadsides, in the landfill. The major portion is this voluminous material. Then now we are talking about the single-use plastics, plastics used in packaging, the adhesive tapes, plastics from the biomining, which is lying in the ground for years, the dirty plastics, multi-layer films, which cannot be recycled by any conventional method. So even the FRPs. FRP is the fiber reinforced plastic where the glass fibers are there. So again, it is difficult to recycle through a conventional method of extrusion and make into granules. So with this technology, we are trying to solve the problems of recycling non-recyclable mixed plastic waste. Yes, next slide, please. So what is catalytic pyrolysis? Again, as everyone know, I think somebody else has also given a presentation on pyrolysis before me. So we are doing it on a bigger scale, and our process is a continuous process. So my smallest plant starts from 3 tons per day or 5 tons per day. That's 5,000 kg of plastic we can do in a day. We heat the plastics indirectly in the absence of oxygen to a very high temperatures of 500, 600 degrees centigrade. Then we add some kind of catalysts. It's our patented technology, so I cannot reveal the catalyst and the thing here. So this catalyst breaks this polymer chains into monomers, and at the same time, it avoids formation of any kind of harmful or toxic substances in that. So this special catalyst converts the plastics into hydrocarbons, which we take it back in the form of oil. So what I want to say, there are no toxic emission from the process. We have taken all the test results. It's as per the CPCB norms. We are much under the norms. Yes. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of our reference plants. So based on the feedstock, we have done different plants. It's like ours is a continuous technology. So continuously we need to feed the plastics, continuously oil is produced, and continuously we collect the ash, what is generated. The non-condensable gases, it's taken back for heating. So it's like a circular process. So we don't waste any energy. At the same time, when we heat it, indirectly when we heat it, to get the temperature of 500 degree, we need to heat to a temperature of about 1000 degree. So we don't want to waste that much heat. So we have a heat exchanger. We had a heat recovery facility in our system, wherein we make use of the heat. Then they give the same back for heating. And then we store the gases and run with the gas itself. So no input energy required. Once you start the process, only some initial heating by outside source required. Then later it runs on its own. So we have different capacities plants, right from 3 tons per day, 5 tons per day, 10 tons, 20 tons. I'll show you in the next slides. We have done few plants. Our own plant is running in Pashamalaram, Sangareddy district. So that is of a capacity 5 tons per day. Then recently we have installed one plant in Panipat that is exclusively for plastics from the e-waste. All kind of your mobiles, your computers, everything has some kind of plastic which is stuck with the metal or something like that. So this you can directly feed into a reactor, and the metal parts comes out with the ash, and whatever the plastic content, it gets converted into oil. Yes. It's a completely, yeah, one thing I want to, it's a completely automatic plant. We have taken care of all the safety features, as it's like European standards we have maintained for the safety. The output is the fuel oil, which can replace the furnace oil in the market. We cannot sell it as diesel or petrol, but it has the same calorific value of diesel, 10,000 plus. Then I have the oil report, which is I think not clearly visible, but the sulfur content, the flash point, everything is as good as diesel. So it can be easily used as a furnace oil. It's much better than furnace oil in terms of heating capacity and the viscosity. We get about 40 to 50% of oil, and again it depends upon the feedstock. The purer the plastic material, the more the oil quantity. If you have some contaminants in the plastics, like some kind of a colorant, dust, sand, even the oil, grease, this kind of thing comes with the plastic, then it comes out in the form of ash, but it reduces your yield. Yeah, please, next slide. Next slide, please. monoxide, everything. If you can check. Yeah, next slide, please. So we are offering solutions to dispose all the plastic which is going to the landfill, which is going to the water bodies. And this technology we are offering on a turnkey basis. We'll come with the complete plant and machinery and set up the plant for whoever is interested. I'll come with the business model in next slide. So in terms of feedstock, we can do either for a different, like paper mill waste is also, the plastic generated in paper mills is huge. So we can set up one plant only for paper mill waste or e-waste plastics from the e-waste, or we can do for the mixed plastics also. So we'll give complete support in terms of technology, in terms of operation and maintenance. And even we can improve the quality of the fuel oil. What is our output oil? If you want to take it to the Euro 4 norms, we can reduce the sulfur levels by adding some additives. So we are working on that also, on improving the quality of the oil. Yes. Next slide, please.
Quick time check,
Yeah. These are the few capacities what we are offering. So 3-ton plants, complete project cost I'm talking about will range around 2 crores. Whereas 20 TPD will come in the 5 crore range. So in 2 to 5 crore, you have different capacities. So it includes the shed, not the land, shed and a complete plant and machinery installation cost on turnkey basis. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, I want to talk on business model for a little. So what we are looking for is some kind of funding, CSR funding or funding from the, maybe municipality can set up, bigger municipalities can do this, or the corporates or industries who are generating, using plastics in their packaging and who wants to do something under their EPR, they can come forward for this. So for a typical 5 TPD plant, the capex is about 2.5 crores. And this will give you a profit about 60 lakhs, where we are considering the cost of the waste at 2 rupees per kg. We are considering as a mixed plastic waste from the municipal solid waste. So the return on investment is about 3 years. Operation and maintenance included in the cost will generate some employment for 20 people about for a 5 TPD plant. And at the same time, we save cost on sending this material to the cement plants or for incineration. So that way, it's a very lucrative project as in terms of commercial model. It's both socio and commercial model, you can call it. Yes. So with this, maybe I thank again Eski for this opportunity. So our punchline is, this is the only technology to process any plastics in India. Any plastics, all kind of mixed plastics. Yes. Thank you so much. I am ready for any questions.
Ma'am, there is one question from Mr. Srinivas Manipalli. He wants to know that if you don't mind, would you be able to share the names of the catalysts that you use?
That's what it's a patented one. Maybe. We have also patented.
He's also
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, one or two quick points,
yes, Dr.
Ms. Vicky. So one is, will you be able to establish this facility on the existing legacy dump grounds where the plastic is of heterogeneous in nature? Because that is a big problem in India right now. Municipalities have very small, big.
Correct. So, I understand what you're trying to say.
So the legacy waste friends, as you know, all your municipalities have large volumes of legacy waste in our backyards, and the Green Tribunal is given very strict deadlines to us to solve the problem. I have seen. So maybe Siditi, you can talk about it. Yeah, you can speak about it.
Yeah. Last few years, so many tenders on the legacy waste. So many people are doing biomining. So lately, we have tested this material in our plant. We have taken biomining waste from a company called Sigma, Coimbatore. Maybe many people know Sigma are the leaders in the biomining. And we have tried their material. It is giving 40% yield to us. So now these people then one more company from Malad, Mumbai. So I don't want to disclose the names. So this people are trying to set up in their facility itself, this kind of setup. Yeah. So definitely, this is a very good technology to convert the plastics from the biomining waste, which otherwise will go to the cement plants, and that will cost so much for the transport and other things. And here you are creating value out of it. It's like you're creating value from the ground.
Professor Chari, I'll just ask one more question because many participants are in YouTube. They can't see the chat box. So just some important questions I'll do. So the one question, ma'am, by Mr. Kumar, he says, can WPPO be an alternate fuel? Would you have a response for that?
WPPO.
Yeah, can it be an alternate?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Can they
Even I don't know
expand?
what is it. Can they expand? Yes.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
Let's say.
And then there is also a question regarding how is the oil buyer supply chain? Is it
Very good. I'll tell you. I'll brief you on that. The oil, as I told you, it can replace furnace oil, any heating oil in all your industries. And in terms of viscosity and heating oil, is much better than the furnace oil. So we're getting very good response from industries. Presently, we are selling all our oil to Breaks India Chennai. Ramco Cements also has an inquiry. India Cements wants this kind of oil. So this all the cement companies, whoever is using oil for heating application, they find it as a very good alternative. Yes.
So I think this is great. Thank you very much again for sharing your experience, and very practical, and it can be easily scalable. Thank you very much, Mr. Niti.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We move to the next presentation, 21st Century Polymers. I invite them to join the call, and then Mr. Rajesh, I think he'll be joining, and he'll be presenting. He's the director of the 21st Century Polymer. Welcome, sir, and start your presentation. Thank you. Mr. Rajesh Pawar, are you there? Yeah,
Hi,
he's there.
good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. Thank you, Malini. Thank you, everyone. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to be here. It's wonderful to be with so many innovators, young and experienced. Let me explain something about what we are doing. So, next slide, please. Can we move to first slide, please? Yeah, thank you so much. So, we have recycling units in Delhi, Goa, and Haryana. Other than that, we have multi-recovery facilities in 3 cities of Goa, Rajasthan, and with Mathura Vrindavan Municipal Corporations. Mathura Vrindavan Municipal Corporation and other corporations have given us land for multi-recovery facility.
Rajesh ji, 1 minute, please. Some of the participants are not able to hear. Request you to be a little louder.
Okay. Is it better?
Yes, much better. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have recycling units in Delhi, Goa, and Haryana. Other than that, we have multi-recovery facilities in 3 cities of Goa, Rajasthan, and with Mathura Vrindavan Municipal Corporation. With municipal corporations, we get land for multi-recovery facility come recycling. That is, I guess, the best sustainable model where we can recycle all the materials coming out from multi-recovery facilities. Our company is also member of All India Plastic Manufacturer Association and Plex Councils. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So what is our innovation? This is a we have heard from other innovators, very wonderful innovations they have done. But what we are trying to do is, we understand that plastics is a limited natural resource. So we want to use as a plastic again. We are converting multi-layer packaging into granules with some additives, and then converting them into ACP sheets, raw material for ACP sheets. We have added fire retardant additives with it, and the compound is absolutely fire retardant compound for aluminum composite panels. You can use 60% of the multi-layer packaging. We have a technology where we separate density. We do some density separation for separating 60% of the material which can be recycled into pallets. Other 40% converted into furniture via extrusion of lumbers and all. Next slide, please. We have developed some machines for multi-recovery facilities. Like there is already an invention, polymer can be separated by NIRS technology. But these machines developed abroad are of very big high volume. You need a bigger quantity to separate that. But for decentralized stations, we have developed smaller machines on the same technology NIRS, where we are separating all kinds of polymers like PP, HDP, LDP, ABS, polystyrene types of plastics, which can be separated on this NIRS technology, automatic AI-based machine. Other than that, we have developed a heat compression sheet, again a smaller machine, where you you can easily compress one sheet per shot. That is a heat compression technology. You can use multi-layer packaging, which I said the 40% of the material left after compounding into the ECP sheet, that can be turned into sheets with heat compression. That 40 material can also be extruded into lumbers that can be turned into furniture. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is furniture I'm talking about. These are made up of these are extruded ones, and then these extruded lumbers are converted into so many types of furniture, like you can make chairs, tables, or pallets. These pallets have been exported to one country. They are welcoming the recycled pallets out of it. Next slide, Malini, please. So this is what my message is. All thermoplastics are recyclable and sustainable. Point is, we can easily recycle multi-layer packaging. Yes, there are some innovations of pyrolysis and many other things, but my idea is to convert plastics back into plastics. This is limited in resource, so we have to use plastic as plastics. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajesh. Any quick observations from the chat box, Dr. Malini?
No, nothing from the chat box right now.
Yeah. So just if there are any comments, please you can ask him to respond to the chat box later. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now I invite. Yes, please, sir.
Just one quick point, sir. Just one quick point.
Yeah.
हमारा क्या कहना है कि अगर हम लोग म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस को डील कर रहे हैं, म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस की वेस्ट को डील कर रहे हैं, most of the plastic is already recyclable. Polypropylene, HDP, LDP. That's what we are doing for the last 30 years. That can be easily recyclable. So here we are discussing about innovation about multi-layer packaging. So if we are doing it at one place, recyclable and non-recyclable, it is a sustainable model. Thank you, sir.
Good point, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's one question for Ms. Siddiqui from Mr. Shivaprasad from Suryapet. Essentially, he's saying that in order to set up a plant by Pyrogreen, what should the municipality do in terms of how should it give the waste to the operator?
Yeah, Dr. Malini, we can set up this plant inside the municipality also if they can give us some place, and if they're ready to give us the plastics. So we can arrange funding through CSR or some investor, and we can set up inside the municipality also.
So I think he's trying to understand if segregation will be taken up at your end or it has to be given segregation.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Normally what happens in the municipalities, they segregate the organic separately and the dry waste, they take out all the recyclables, saleables. Then what is left out, the plastics, that if they can give it to us, we'll segregate it further, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, right.
So we can go to the next presentation. So Mr. Rahmat could not join for since. So I will just quickly take you through this presentation. Next slide. So essentially, KK Plastic Waste is an organization established in 1996. And it is in the business of providing plastic waste which can be used for construction of roads. So the organization is not into building roads, but they provide a blend which can be added in the material used for road construction, and therefore all it requires for municipalities is during the road construction tender process, they should include one sentence saying that it will be preferable if you use a recyclable material as one of the raw materials for construction of the road. They have implemented this in Bangalore and Mysore and various other places, and they have received several awards for this innovation. Next, please. I won't be able to do a great job. Chari, you can please chip in. But these are samples or is a description. It is a polymer blend made out of plastic carry bags and packing material, and they will tie up for collection of the plastic waste. It's cheaper than all the bitumen modifiers. It's a permanent solution for plastic waste menace, and they are the only recyclers in the market who offer up to rupees 6 per kg of non-recyclable plastic carry bags, and thereby providing additional income of 1,500 to 2,000 per sanitation per month for sanitation workers. So while it is the city can always segregate and give, they can also establish a process and so that they can collect the plastic waste. And this is a perfect solution for dealing with the single-use plastics. And you can see examples of the roads that they have that have the material from KK Plastics. Next slide. Next slide. Professor Chari, the previous slide where there is some element of costing, would you have any idea about whether it is the...
Yeah, can you go back? I mean, basically, he could not join, so we need not do the presentation on their behalf, but it's all right. So basically, friends, this is a known fact to all of us that, and this is not something new. India is a thought leader, and KK Plastics is one of those thought leaders where the waste is used as an additive to the road laying activity. All it requires is municipal support, and the entrepreneurs are available to incentivize the waste pickers to pick the waste, and again to pay them for collecting the waste, and then they are going to convert into a blended material which can be used for road laying activity. It requires certain amount of contractual changes. It requires certain amount of leadership at the municipal level so that all your city roads can be nicely blended with plastic waste. There's a lot of experience, lot of testing has been done in the past. IITs got involved in this, Road Research Corporation got into this, and everybody recommended that city roads, including the highways, can be built with the plastics material which is processed and blended with the road material. So I think that's what the KK Plastics Waste Management Limited is doing. Their contact details are available, and any city who's interested or any individuals interested in this, they can reach out to them. Thank you very much. I think we move to the next presentation, Dr. Mali.
Yes.
So we invite representatives of Shakti Plastic Industries Private Limited, Mr. Sahil Ghai, the manager. He's going to speak about their solutions to the problems that we as city leaders experience on a day-to-day basis. These are very elegant solutions. Over to Mr. Sahil.
Hi, I hope you all can hear me.
Brilliantly, sir. Please speak.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us, ASCI and UNDP and Inkwash. So I just have 10 minutes to complete this presentation. I'll quickly move to the next slide. Here's a quick glimpse at what all Shakti do across the country. We have more than 48 urban local body tie-ups. We have tie-ups on different level. We take material from them, we manage their material recovery facilities, and we purchase material from them also. We also deal in legacy waste in our EPR activities by transporting their legacy waste RDF to these cement factories. So far, we have made products, recycled products worth of 25 metric tons. We have our own 35 tons per annum, our own strength. Overall, the collection, beyond this, the overall collection that we have done so far is 2 lakh metric tons, which also includes the 35,000 tons that we have done internally. We have a established network through NGOs, through our aggregator partners. With their support, we have established a rack picker network. Majorly, it is very active in Gujarat and Maharashtra, and we are slowly expanding in the northern region also. The company is present for more than 51 years now. It's a family business for last 3 generations, and currently headed by Mr. Rahul Podar. We have partnered with more than 350 brand owners under the EPR, so that we can give them plastic waste management compliance and solutions. We have over 100 collection centers, which are direct and indirect in both cases. There are places where we have directly collection centers, and there are places we share the rent with our aggregator partners, so that they also get some support in collecting from the local, and it also adds as a support to the grassroots rack pickers. Next slide, please. So that was Shakti Plastic in a glimpse. And if I want to leave you today with a photograph, that would be with this bench. Just see the bench clearly. And I want the host to one by one click and show the features of the bench. It is sturdy, it is strong, it is fire resistant. It is a 3-seater bench, a park bench. It is easily transportable, easily installable. It is waterproof, and it is made out of 100% multi-layered plastic. There is not even a single plastic that is used any other category. It is your biscuit wrappers, your chips wrappers, your toffee wrappers. It is made from that plastic, and it is a sufficient strength, which for 3 people can be used as a park bench, can be used in offices also. Next slide, please. So how these benches are made, how we make recycled products. We make all categories, we recycle all categories of plastic granules, namely PP, HDP, LDP, ABS, PS category, nylon. So we procure these materials from both the municipals and the industries. The material recovery facilities majorly from municipals, and we are engaging consistently with municipals to support them in the community awareness, and then the next level, bringing the sorted waste from them. These articles come in the form of articles waste, lumps. Sometimes we also get as a supply from a smaller recycler, we get in the form of aglos, roll sheets, bales in the case of industrial waste. So these materials are then converted into granules, as you can see in the photo. Next slide, please. So we have invested in a technology which recycle non-recyclable, single-used, post-consumer MLP waste, which is, there has been a myth that this is a non-recyclable single-use plastic. It cannot be recycled. We are working and we are recycling for past 1.5 years. The patent is under application for past 1 year and 10 months. It may take another 4 to 6 months for me to get a patent. You just answered their queries also. We have converted your biscuit wrappers into granules, and those granules into products, which can be used in various applications. We have not tried the electronic appliances, but we know the strength of the products are good enough that if a bench can be made, it can be used in electronics also. We have made stationary items with support of injection molding machines. We have made household items. This was a 3-seater bench. I can tell you there is a 1-seater bench also. There is more products and furniture which can be used at in various applications. Next slide, please. So these are the products which are made out of granules. A small highlight of this bench that you have just seen, pellets, which is majorly used in warehouses to stock material one over another, and a forklift can easily go in below it and lift the material. Next is crates, which are used in more in the FMCG sector. These crates are also made from the recycled plastic. These bins are currently available on Amazon.in by the brand name of Super Shakti. So you can visit anytime and see our brand by the Super Shakti if you want to place an order. We're starting e-commerce only exclusively for recycled products that we're making on our website also, www.shaktiplasticins.com. So these are obviously eco-friendly products. We have diverted them from the landfills and brought them back into the circular economy. What I can tell you is that this bench that I've just shown you in the first photograph and all these products, even if they are broken, we can develop a reverse logistic mechanism, recycle them, and make the same product again for at least 13 to 15 times. And every time.
A quick time check, Mr. Sahil.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be quick. Every time it'll cost less than the virgin plastic. That's why that is what it's gonna make the utility and make the product available in the market faster. Next slide, please. So the support that has come across that has come as an incentive to this whole process of making waste to value to products is EPR, and we have partnered with more than 350 brand owners in the past 2 years, and we implement their EPR activity by partnering with the local municipal bodies, and then we channelize their waste and create value out of it. They give us a slight incentive so that their compliance is also managed, and we give them all the proofs of execution, which includes a list of documents from the proof of purchase to the proof of transportation to the proof of recycling. Next slide, please. Here's a brief about our organization. It was established like 51 years ago. We manufacture recycled plastic, we give EPR services, we make products. We also provide industrial waste management solutions. We do invest in our CSR activities like beach clean drives and door-to-door collection drives. These are few awards that we have won last year. And next slide, please, ma'am. Thank you. We are already turning waste into value. And questions, if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Sahil. Brilliant presentation.
I'd like to answer Mr. Srinivas Chari. We are on the GEM portal, if that's
very nice. So, friends, from cities and other partners, they're also on GEM portal, and they are very much, some of these solutions are integrated as a part of this Swachh Survekshan. So, I think there is a best fit from your Swachh Survekshan point of view and also solving your plastics point of view, the waste point of view. Just want to check with you.
T-shirts also.
Do you make T-shirts?
Sorry, sir. No, not as of now. But if we get a certain type of plastic and we can make changes into our machinery.
Okay.
So right now you are. No, right now we are not making.
Okay.
But we have just invested into one more thing that was not mentioned in the presentation throughout. That we're trying to scale tiles, which various innovators have just come out. These are tiles made out of construction debris and multi-layered plastic waste.
Okay.
So we're again.
So you are again combining C&D waste and the plastic waste together, and then
only multi-layered plastic waste. Sir.
Only
your
multi-layered
biscuit wrappers, your toffee wrappers.
Okay. So friends from the cities, you can see how Shakti is helping us to create products which can become part of the street furniture, which can become a part of the urban landscape, which many cities do not even have street furniture. So you can explore some of these options. Mr. Sahil साहब ये बताइए, this extended producer responsibility is something not all municipalities are familiar, to be honest with you. So
Okay.
can you help them end to end hand support, so that when a municipality invites you, can you guide them, can you help them, so that you not only provide products but also help municipalities to connect with the some of the brands that are very, very prominent, the products are prominent in that particular city or a town. Is there any
Yes, definitely, sir. We are supporting municipalities at 3 different levels.
Okay.
One, if they have MRF, material recovery facility, already in place, so we
Okay.
purchase material from them. We purchase
Mhm.
plastic waste from them, and we provide them some revenue. That's a source of revenue generation.
Fantastic.
If they
Okay.
don't have MRF in place and they need support in the capacity building of that MRF, we take the
Mhm.
charge of MRF. We give monthly reports to that local municipal, and we also manage their wet waste and dry waste separately. Make sure all the waste that is properly segregated and channelized to proper recycling. Like paper goes to paper mills, cardboard can be reused, which are reused, plastic goes to plastic recyclers, glass goes to the glass factories. So this is how we have just partnered with Thane Municipal for an MRF, and we are in pipeline with other in the northern region also to establish an MRF.
So there is
We
a
have
there is a true business model in what you are talking about. It's not just
yes, sir,
a
definitely.
simple solution, but there is a very clear business model.
Definitely.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
40% of waste, that is the assessment, 40 to 45% is a wet waste. There is a high cost in that, but the cost surface within the other revenue generation. That is what the current business model is. The only thing that we are advocating for municipals, that the more and more you tell the local household and the local hotels that you should give dry waste and wet waste separately, the
Yeah.
more value it will generate to you.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand what you're saying. So segregation again becomes a very important element. Thank you
Yes.
very much for your
I
wonderful
have
presentation.
one more question. How does Shakti Plastic obtaining plastic waste? Does informal sector or on EPR included? Definitely, sir. Informal sector is included, but as per the new plastic waste management guidelines by CPCB, we have to take only from the municipal waste. So we are available all over the India, and we are taking directly and indirectly only municipal waste, either RDF or MRF.
Great. So thank you very much. There's a wonderful opportunity and leads you have given to all our friends from the local bodies. So greatly appreciate. Now we move to the last presentation for this segment from Suzlan. And I now invite who is coming? Dr. Jasmine will be joining. Fantastic. So Dr. Jasmine from Suzlan would be making this presentation. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I'm Dr. Jasmine Gogia, and along with Sanjay Shivdas, my colleague, we represent Suzlon Foundation, and which leads CSR for the Suzlon Group. To know better about the simple innovation which is called SuzHook, I request the video to be played, please.
Can you play the video, please? Someone.
Yes, so we are doing it.
Thank you.
मलेरिया बकऱ्या असतात ते गाईच्या मोठा ते तर मरून जातात म्हणजे
Shruti, the video is not very clear. Maybe we can just stop it and go with the presentation.
तर लोकांनी
Sure, I'll continue with the presentation. Next slide, please. So as everybody is aware of that the plastic waste is a menace and a nuisance. But for the rural communities, it's much more than that. It actually destroys their livelihoods by killing animals, contaminating land and water, clogging drains, and that leads to death, disease, and it also contaminates their land and therefore the livelihood. Next slide, please. While we were tackling with this issue in the rural households, we did not have the resources to give each household a separate dustbin, one for the wet waste and one for the dry waste. And therefore, Sanjay Shivdas, my team member, came up with this idea, which is based on the old idea of filing away paper bills on a metal hook. This costs less than 1 rupee, but provides endless solutions. This hook can be locally prepared by just twisting a metal piece and tying a string at its end and stacking the plastic to it by just piercing the plastic on the metal hook. Thus, this plastic is attacked before it leaves the house and before it becomes mixed up with other plastic. It can be modified. In fact, in the villages where we have worked, even the villagers have innovated and improvised on this particular Suz hook by making it in all shapes and sizes. At the household level, you can use a smaller hook. At the shop level, a bigger and wider, stronger hook. The longer the string, the more storage of plastic is possible. It can easily be hung on the rack or on a hook so that it's easy to store. This can be used in the rural area as well as in the urban area. The ready-made plastic, stringed plastic, is available for a waste collector who does not have to go foraging for waste in a hazardous dustbin or walking long miles. The recycled product or some money is given as a token of appreciation from the recycler to the village, and the village is able to make use of that. In the particular video, actually, there was an attempt to show the pipe which is made from recycled plastic, which the villagers had collected using the hook, was given back to the village by the recycler as a token of appreciation. And that provided an incentive for the villagers to go on. The wet waste segregation and management can be piggybacked along with this waste management system of plastic. Of course, one needs to remember that it is a package. The hook by itself is not going to get rid of plastic waste. It's the behavior change communication that has to go along with it in all these households. Along with that, a cloth bag is provided to the villagers so that everyone understands that even though you're happy collecting a lot of plastic, the main aim is to reduce the use of plastic at home, and how you can replace it by ensuring that you use less and less of plastic and use a cloth bag. In addition to that, a appreciation band, which is made from recycled material, can be also provided, and a tie-up with a recycler so that the collected plastic is successfully managed. Next, please. So the Suzhok impact has been in 297 villages in a phased manner in 8 states of India. Around 2 kgs of plastic waste per household can be collected monthly. And we have reached around 27,000 households at this point, saving many animals, preserving water bodies, and protecting the rag pickers. Next, please. There is potential for replication of the Suzhok in Suzlon areas where we are working for rural development in over 800 villages across 9 states, and of course beyond, in collaboration with other organizations who are like-minded and interested. Next, please. So the Suzhok, a very simple item that can easily help to get rid of plastic, to segregate plastic at source. So we can become a plastic pirate and collect our prey. I'll just leave you with this thought. जो प्रकृति से सच में करे प्यार, वो सुझुक से कैसे करे इनकार. Thank you very much.
It's thank you very much, Dr. Jasmine. A brilliant idea. It's a very common sense. People. There's a question, very interesting question. Why should we have a Suzhok? Why can't we store all these plastics that we have, aggregate every day, in a plastic bag itself? But as Dr. Jasmine said, this is not just about a segregation mechanism. It is also about a behavior change communication mechanism. So would you like to respond to this, ma'am? This is an interesting question. What is so novel about Suzhok from your experience of working with 25,000 households?
So the main thing that prompted us to go in for this was the lack of resources. Because you can also provide big dustbins to collect the plastic waste. You can also, we had tried in the past with some plastic bags which were provided by one of the collaborators, but none of that was sustainable because we had to look towards them for those bags and the collection back, etc. Also, this is very manageable. The volume of plastic waste, as we all know, is big, and therefore also we need to remember that we are talking about houses where there is no storage place, and this hook can be easily hung anywhere, even outside the window grill. And there are so many innovations that we have documented that even we did not expect from rural folks. And I think that it's an evolving innovation. I think the owners of this is the communities themselves, and that's the beauty of it.
Thank you very much. I really love this idea. You are incentivized, rewarding them with a band, and also you are giving them a cloth bag. So there is a very strong behavior change communication and incentivization built in this. I think most of the participating cities should look at the way small ideas can transform the behaviors of societies, and this is one good example. Thank you very much again, ma'am, for your time. Are there any questions, Dr. Malini, in the chat box? Otherwise, we are running behind schedule. Over to you.
No, we don't have any questions in the chat box. So we can break lunch now. We were actually supposed to break and come back by 2 o'clock. Since we are a little late, can we keep the time as 2:15 and then start the next session?
Yeah, what are your instructions? Clear instructions, please.
So very clear instructions are, we are taking a lunch break quick lunch break, and we will all be back at 2:15. That's one. Second, please don't log out. Keep logged in, and just in case you have difficulty in logging back in, there is a YouTube link which has been sent to your email. You can join from the YouTube. These are two clear instructions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I request all of you to join at 2:15. Don't log out, but join at 2:15, and then we will have some very exciting discussions and presentations. Thank you very much.
श्रुचि उसमें वॉल्यूम नहीं आ रहा है वीडियो आ रहा है या
We are the people. 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 We are the people nobody plastic go in construction. And evaluated by central roads and so which was approved by Indian Road was also either being the local 5 kilometers, 1,000 tons of plastic waste. We have done Bangalore in partnership with and recently Haryana. Is planning of single use and to go into people means comments will be better and there will be and and things of the New York Times TV and all the coming media. Somewhere it's also is ever we have now commercialized this commercial waste either to
ocean one right in front of your noses was poison toxic gases come out and cause different types of disease. So that recycle. It has several layers. No, it can't use as fuel. So it ends up in a part of mess. You see this waste? It has plastic, it has food waste, it has 90 of waste that India generates on a daily basis. Like nobody use recycle to value add. Like yes, it's share one into a size reduction where we convert it into smaller plates, which we take it to a because they 100 India. Each called recycle sheets. We have something like plastic board. This plastic board for pen, for tables, chairs, for bath. Unit that you're seeing and they help that employment at least across India and unit such as this as a payer in just 3 years with a profit 30% per year, making it a big profitable, sustainable and let me show you what is you see this is and not all the plastic manufacturers getting so much. Looking forward to
Start video. Hopefully I'm there. I think I'm there. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, uncle. हम लोग 2:15 शुरू कर रहे हैं, uncle. So
Oh,
बस
तेरी.
15 मिनट और.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Prashant.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi, sir.
Hi. Suchi. No, I said it was just a bit of a nuisance. He said, you're full. I said, yes, this is not that. I can go back to my other work. How did the morning go? Hi, Maya.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, Prashant.
So do we go off for the next 10-12 minutes and then come back? I mean, I'll just keep it on mute. Yeah, all right. Thank you. Hi, Kalpana.
Yeah, hi, sir.
All right, we'll mute and go to sleep.
This bioenergy driving startup integrated on made to be a good in Tamil Nadu. I is a opportunity energy storage, energy development, future R&D and consultancy. Our products in energy verticals are NC based lithium ion cell technology, NC 1000 milliamp capacity power cells. Similarly, carbon capacitors for homes need the technology. Lithium capacitors with high energy density of 5 watt per kilogram. All solid state lithium batteries, lithium and density, lithium titanic base bipolar capacity, and then a hybrid of lithium battery and lithium energy storage. Product developed in energy and versatile and hand plastic heavy ice zero via electro and container and research. On the human being, there's minimal water, electricity, and space. Highly design handling 500 grams of nutrients. Take off in make handle byproducts are metallic acid and like technology. And inspiration. Not really so pollutants must be without treatment or segregation. At the back of the home hospital that are in circle design, even layman can handle it. It is technology and with this and for the
present our company Innovators Bioenergy and our microbial electrical cells for the experiment. Thank you very much. Well, a clear approach of this and verification.
So we are running a little late. We'll start at 2:15. Just had an overshoot for lunch.
Want to start?
2:15, sir. Just another minute. Just had a lunch.
That's all right. That Ruchi told me about that, so that's fine. I mean, I just that's why I started the video. I said 1 minute and may as well get there ready a little, just so that Ruchi and you don't have anxiety levels about whether we are there or not.
Yeah. Stuff to Zoom is our discussion. WebEx has been a disaster.
I think everyone has their own peculiarities and challenges anyway.
Is my voice okay? I'm hearing patchy.
It is a little on the softer side, but I mean, it's clear to me at least. We may as well want to check our voices. How am I doing? Am I okay?
Perfect, sir.
Yeah, perfect.
Am I audible, sir?
We can hear you.
Yes.
I can hear you well. Alpna, you want to check your voice?
Yes, sir. I did. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. All good. All good here as well.
Hi, everybody. This is Shalini.
Hi, Shalini.
I'm Shalini.
Prashant, please note that nobody is asking to check yours because they want you to be silent.
I think everybody that is. Shalini was telling me she has put up a stopwatch.
I put up the stopwatch for sure. 5 minutes.
I'll have the timing set here.
Am I audible, visible?
Yeah, all good.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So, a small query, Dr. Malini. With the Q&A sessions, like be via text. Questions will be via text in the chat box or participants?
Yeah, actually, what is happening is that there are many people connected. Some of them are on YouTube, and there is a chat box from where we are posting questions here. And many municipalities, what they're doing is that about 100, 150 of them have gathered in their conference house and they're playing it. So they are not able to see the chat or send in chat. Questions that we are getting are not many. So, and even if we respond to the questions on the chat box, it's not. So we are vocalizing the questions and answers for them.
So do you think in the end of last 5-10 minutes we should assign any time for the questions, or should we just go ahead give some
No. So I'm taking note, and my colleague, one more colleague, is taking note of questions on YouTube, and we'll be playing it out to you. As you know, we'll stop here at relevant point, but we prefer to keep it till the end.
So Prashant, I'm not really able to hear you. I'm able to hear all the others, but your voice is coming out extremely low.
Okay, my voice is low. Okay, let me just check on my mic in that case. 1 second.
Now is that okay?
I think it's better, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, yeah, maybe some problem with my headphones. Okay, fair enough.
So, sir, we are ready to go. I can see the participants, and if it's okay, shall we start?
So, do I start, or how do we go?
Yeah, I just welcome back everyone, and we have, after listening to all the innovations, now it's time to sort of we hope you're in that mood where you're thinking as to how you should go about implementing it. And in order to bring you the voices of the people who can support and bring in innovations to your cities, we've put together this brilliant panel comprising innovators who are working practically for quite a few years with cities, and they will be able to share some thoughts. At the same time, we have requested that they share very openly what they need from cities in order for them to be able to help them. So please join me in welcoming the panel chair, Mr. Ajit Rangrekar and Mr. Prashant Lingam. Mr. Prashant Lingam was introduced to you in the morning. Mr. Ajit is the Director of Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. Prior to this, he was the Dean of Indian School of Business. He wears many hats, but currently he's dedicated his time to promoting the environment outcomes through building collaborations and innovations. So, Mr. Ajit, over to you. And I look forward to a brilliant conversation and learning from this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malini Reddy, and good afternoon and welcome after lunch, all people who are attending. I'm told that many of you are on YouTube, many of you are in your groups listening to this, so that's wonderful. So this morning, you had an exciting look into what some of the new innovators are doing, what are some of the great new ideas. But anybody who starts anything new faces problems. It's in any sphere, right? That is particularly more challenging sometimes in WASH for a variety of reasons. But what is even more amazing is that people have found phenomenal, really great answers to many of those challenges. So you are now going to listen to four amazing innovators. I must say I'm personally extremely impressed by them. I'm a follower and I do try and see if I can help at least three of them, and I will add the fourth one to my list of people to whom I should help. So I'm not going to spend too much time. I'm going to start them in alphabetical order. I've got one request to all the people who are listening. You know, it is easy for us to ask these people questions, and I hope you do, and I'm sure that they'll try and answer. But I want each one of us as citizens to think about how can each one of us help these people to succeed. So I want you to keep that at the back of your mind and see how we can play a part in their success. So I'm going to first start with Kalpana Ramesh. Kalpana is an architect and a designer and is absolutely passionate about water and environmental conservation. She runs a phenomenal activity initiative called Live the Lakes in Hyderabad. As a resident of Hyderabad myself, I'm very grateful to her for what she's doing to preserve our lakes. So over to you, Kalpana.
Yeah, thank you, Ajit sir. It's wonderful to be part of Inkwash again, and it's a great opportunity to be speaking to so many of you from the government as and also from the citizen front. Today's topic is dilemma. So I was telling Ajit sir the other day that my day starts with a dilemma. I work for water and its conservation, and I work for water bodies conservation. So the first thing that comes up in the lakes that you see is all the waste that you see. So the first day at the lake itself was like a dilemma. I mean, how do I do this? Is this my right to ask the government to take it up, or is it my duty? Is it a right or duty itself is the first thing that you have to, that itself is a dilemma. So when it came to communities and talking to communities, yes, initially a lot of them heard me out and understood the need. But when it came to the first cleanup, after having spoken to 300 people, I had only one, not even a single person that turned up for the first cleanup. Now, you see the environment right in front of the house, you see a teen amount of garbage, and there is someone to help. So what is that missing link? Why are communities not wanting to come? So then I understood, okay, I need to establish further a contact and a trust between these communities for them to trust that I'm actually doing the good job. So there again, it became a question where why am I doing it became what is my agenda. I had to prove all these things and stand the wind, and went ahead, and once I established that fact, then I saw a lot of conversations that happened. And so I didn't, the first day at the lake for cleanup and no one came up, I was not disheartened. I was a bit disappointed, but I still continued my work. But that strength to continue the work, actually from 0 people today, I have 6,000 people that can listen to me and hear me out and are willing to support. So that's a great change. So there's a dilemma and there was a solution as well. Another thing is, I would like to say, do I go the confrontational way or not the non-confrontational way? Confrontation where do I go fight with people who are built in buffer zones or full tank level, or do I go and fight with the revenue department or see what can be done there? So or talk to a politician. All these seems confrontational and non-productive. Then while we did about 2.5 years of work, and removed several sewage lines out of the lake with awareness with people. They actually came along and made this happen, which was a big win. But there was a new building that put a sewage line overnight. While we've done so much work for the lake, made it litter free, and a lot of social fencing is happening, I didn't know how to solve this. Obviously, this person was backed up by a politician. Now, going the confrontational way will be directly to go and sit with the politician and address and get this builder. And I don't know if good senses might prevail. Instead, I adopted another way where I went and found out what this building is being used for. Then I went, I realized that it's being getting ready for OYO rooms. Then I wrote email to the OYO founder, and he handheld me and he helped talking to the builder. And he said, if you didn't, do the legal sewage, he will revoke the agreement. So then within 3 days, we were able to remove this illegal sewage line that came into the lake. So it was an out of the box thinking and very non-confrontational approach, and we were able to solve this problem. Another problem came up when there is a person who thinks negative about anything I do. So he wrote all the way a letter to the principal secretary that there's something wrong happening with the leak, and the zonal commissioner is also kind of playing a role in this and that. So that was a great opportunity, in fact, instead of going the negative way, because even the zonal commissioner was in a fix how to solve this problem. Because this is a community and he has been a previous IAS officer from the tax department. So they didn't know how to solve this. So we, she invited Arvind sir, the principal secretary, to the lake. Then he said, sir, you can see the lake and see the improvements and see what has been done so far. So when he came to the lake, he was so impressed that he took our little story and put it in the MAUD yearbook of 2018. So it turned out to be a very positive thing. Earlier, it was a dilemma, what to do. Do I continue the work or do I not continue the work, or is it going negative or positive? But everything turned out positive. So my request to whoever is in the government here today is, please do come and see the work that we do on ground. Because it's tremendous amount of, I would have put some 5,000 hours on the lake in the last 3 years. And that's a lot of time that I've given other than my families and work that I do. So it'll be great if you all come and actually see what's happening with the lake and handhold us in different ways. So I think this dilemma will keep going as my journey moves. And I think I'll keep trying to solve it instead of thinking negatively at any point. I have learned that there are solutions, and every time you need not have the same problem, same solutions to the same problem. We can address it differently. I would say if the local bodies, local government and authorities, play a role with us, on ground. First of all, come and visit us and see what can happen. We have several solutions. Today, I have come up with a solution where there is continuous sewage coming into the lake. So I've accepted that fact that sewage is not going to go away. And there is a solution for that as well. So there are so many solutions that we have come up with. If you can just come and we can showcase what we have done so far, it'll be fantastic.
Kalpana, can you just clearly say in one line what is your message to ULBs in one single line, and we'll move to the next participant. Maybe your message to all the ULB officials who are online right now.
I would say that, handhold us, first come visit our lake and handhold us, and we have several solutions on the ground for you. And we have connected communities. We can connect. There is a clear roadmap for every water body restoration, and we have it with us. If you give us the opportunity, we can come and present, and we can make it happen for every water body, every well, every step well in this city and probably the state as well.
Sure. Thanks. Thank you very much. Sir, to you, Ajit sir, over to you now.
Thank you. So for those of you who are wondering what Prashant's role is, you've now seen his role. We want to make sure that every speaker restricts themselves to 5 minutes so that all of you get a chance to first of all listen to all 4 speakers, and then of course you get a chance to have discussion. 3 great points made: trust, do not confront, actually find solutions, look around the problem and see ways of showcasing your work. So thank you very much, Kalpana. The next speaker is Maya Vivek. All of us go to temples, all of us go to weddings, we see so many flowers, those flowers get all thrown away at the end of this and creates a completely different waste. So Maya started as a co-creator, founder of a company called Urvi Solutions, Urvi Sustainable Solutions. Over to you, Maya.
Thank you, Ajit sir, and good afternoon to all of the participants here. Yeah, I'm happy that I'm here today to talk about Innovator's Dilemma. I mean, this clearly shows that, I would like to take it in a positive aspect, because from the enthusiasm of ideation, I have traveled to the realities of execution. So, that's a journey, and I'm happy to have these dilemmas. And out of dilemmas, will definitely we should be able to churn out solutions. With this premise, I would like to present the dilemmas along with certain solutions which definitely require some kind of refinement and churning out to become a proper solution as such. So the very first problem, or not the problem, the dilemma as such, the confusion is, who is it that I'm doing this for? After all, for who is it? Why am I doing this at all? Am I doing it for the society or for the civic bodies, or is it just to satiate my own passion? Now, this question tends to arise when there are a multitude of blocks that come up in terms of lack of support from the very ecosystem that you're helping with, or if there is any support at all, then it is not really on the ground to make things happen. Again, importantly, there is also cash crunch to make this happen. There's no easy funds available, and then the running around for regulatory compliances. I mean, do you focus on recycling the waste and cleaning up a lake or a landfill, or do we run about to get your regulatory compliances set? And then finally, I mean, what about the general society, you and me together? How do we motivate everybody to participate in this whole exercise of cleaning up? Now, what I believe personally is there is a one-phrase answer, which is forget the economics part of it. What do we do to let our understanding of all of the economics principles that we might have learned, let us set aside all of this when we assess, motivate, or understand social ventures. This is my earnest request. Now, for the solutions that I have in mind is, of course, on the regulatory compliances or the statutory requirements, I would like to see the processes being made easier for the organizations or company by providing either a one-stop shop for all requirements, be it, say, licenses or the certifications or permissions. Like, for example, in my case, I do not as yet know if I should be applying for a shops and establishment license or a factory license. Should I be going to a legal metrology license? Is a pollution control license required for me? And mind you, all of these are different agencies that I need to work with. So look at the time that goes in all of these, processing all of these. So the best part is if there is some kind of a hand-holding like what Kalpana was telling here as well. The second part is, of course, the traditional prerequisites or notions of assessment for funding, will have to undergo an unlearning or probably be reimagined. A social venture like ours, which is dealing with waste flowers, cannot definitely give any investor a return like a fintech or a biotech venture would have. The results also are going to be quite intangible at many levels. So for such ventures also should be rewarding for the funding agency as much as the seekers themselves. So a capitalist who's willing to support my organization should also be benefited. So maybe some kind of SOPs to them or some kind of at some levels that coming in from the state or civic bodies might help. Finally, I mean, I have this problem of how do we keep our workers motivated? My suggestion would be we need to look at how do we change the narrative first. I mean, don't look at them as, or don't look at, I call myself a glorified Raddiwali, So don't look at me as the Raddiwali or the Kachrewali. I mean, I am the one who's cleaning it up for you. You are the one who's, or rather collectively, we are the ones who are actually Kachrewalas. So this social psyche needs to be awakened, and it is a long-term process. I totally agree. It is a long-term process, and this there has to be a
Maya, sorry to cut you short. Maya, sorry to cut you short. Two questions for immediate answer. What needs to be done? What needs to be done in one line, please? What needs to be done for the current crisis either you are going through or the situation you are facing?
Again, I mean, this would be at the cost of repeating. There is a hand-holding which is required very practically on the ground. I mean, I see a question here which says, Professor Chari has asked, we have
Yes,
signed an
Professor
MOU
Chari has
with
asked. Yes.
Yes. So how is the journey so far and what needs to be done more? The journey so far, to be honest, stands on the paper, although we have had small beginnings in a couple of municipalities, but definitely I cannot, from my position, say it has really started. So we need to have that motivation done at the ULB levels, and together it's going to be a collective effort.
So yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Maya.
Thank you.
So please take over. Yeah.
Thank you, Maya. So I think very important questions. How can we as a society demonstrate our support to these startups? How can we, I mean, there must be some chartered accountants, regulatory, retired IAS officers. How can they help these startups with regulatory compliance? Yes. What new incentives and how can municipalities and so on, instead of just sitting there and ticking the boxes, how can we be active participants in getting these people started? So lots for us, each one of us to think about. I'm now going to go to a person who has done so many things in her life that I'm just incredibly amazed. Nalini Shekhar of Hasiru Dala. She's worked on the issue against violence against women and children. She has approached facilitation to support victims of human trafficking, immigrant women. She's run a shelter in the past. But given all the waste and the problems of waste packers, she is now started something called, let me make sure that Hasiru Dala. Correct? Hasiru Dala means green force, I assume in Kannada. And it helps marginalized waste pickers in Bangalore to be recognized for their work and to develop a more sustainable waste management city. Over to you, Nalini.
Thank you. I'm sorry I can't switch on the video. It's a bandwidth problem. So it's an interesting thing. What is a dilemma and why we are talking about it today? I feel the dilemma is good, as the previous speaker was also telling. It questions one's existence continually. So that is very important, and it results in an innovation solution. It will make you push you to think out of box. But it's not just for the innovators. But these things should happen to every stakeholder. We talked a lot about governance and how the government should support, or the funders who funding investors should support. I would say the government should start looking at social ventures very differently. It is not the traditional company, especially because I work in waste. It is not about pick up and drop and make your money. It is not that. People who are coming into this space is passionate about waste. Well, many people are not. We are passionate about the workers who are working. We are passionate about innovative solution, decentralized solution, and we are passionate about bringing end to what we put it in the landfill. So if we understand that, automatically the governance structure should also change. And so and if there is a company, they say, oh, they've come to make money. Oh, when they were a trust, it was good. They did not question us anything. So these are some of the challenges we have, and that is a dilemma for me. Waste is a subject of the city. While we have the national laws, we have the policies at the state. Finally, it is a city subject. The city lays out the policy based on which we all spend money and invest, and city suddenly decides to change the policy. That is the time when we wonder whether what investment of just not the money I'm talking about, the investment of emotions, investment of passion, investment of innovation that we have put, is it worth it? So sometimes definitely I feel that, and especially when I work with Bangalore municipality, waste pickers are made into entrepreneurs, micro entrepreneurs. They are running the dry waste collection center. When their bills are not paid for 20, 24 months, I wonder whether this is the right decision. I get up in the night saying waste pickers have gone hungry because they are not being paid. Waste picker paying a lot of money for the interest for what they have taken, whether they are sleeping well. So these are dilemmas continuously happen, and we have to reinvent as the situation on the ground and the policies keep changing. So the other thing is the funders challenges. The funders generally invest based on the founder. So this founder syndrome, when I don't believe in the founder syndrome, because the second generation should come up, the leadership, only then you see the sustainability. But all of us know funding comes because of its founder. How do we make this change happen to the funder? Whether it is non-profit funding or for-profit funding, I don't care. But we have to look at the funders have to go beyond the founders and look at what systems have been set up, whether this system that is set up can carry on the vision of the founder. That is where the funders should start looking at. The government should start looking at and treating it as very different from the traditional contractors you always had. The traditional contractors can also be changed. There are many people who have changed to learn new things, and they have become relevant to the situation. Identify such contractors and recognize the passion and love the social investor put in. These are two things that is very, very important when you're working with everybody. But it is also an important stakeholder is your citizens and elected representatives. If they don't participate and support any kind of social venture, especially the subjects that require governance, will go down. So it is all 360-degree stakeholders should be taken into confidence and move forward. It doesn't mean it comes easily. There are days you feel very low, there are days you feel very high, but you have to balance and go. That is the innovation of the process. innovation in your thinking and emotion, because all these form a solution for your dilemma. So I want to stop there, and I will be happy to.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks, Nalini. Thanks. And there are a few questions for you, Nalini. It's like, I don't think you're on chat. You can see chat on phone, but I'll pass on to you, and maybe otherwise we'll come back to you again at the end of the discussion. Sir, over to you, please.
Okay.
Ajit, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Great, Nalini. And again, I think all of them are, what are they asking in different ways? Be partners. Be our partners. And Nalini raised a very, very important point. You know, how do you put a financial value on a cleaner environment? We can say that the cost of cleaning up is so much, but we really don't know what is the value. So therefore, these people have a different kind of a challenge when it comes to getting funding, and we must find an answer to that. And the last appeal, I think, to many of the municipal people is that can we involve these problem solvers when you start looking at any of your newer policies? So the last speaker of this group, and then I hope we'll get some time for questions, is Dr. Shalini Sharma. She is the co-founder and CEO of Sanshodhan, which is an e-waste exchange. So you've seen, holy waste, water, normal, everything, collection, and now e-waste. So over to you, Dr. Shalini.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prashantji. So I'm speaking about the startups dilemma as our topic today. And I think my other panelists have spoken quite a lot already, so there will be some overlaps probably. But more specifically, I will speak about 4 points that are more pertinent to the audience here. Number one, what's of startups in the light of Atmanirbhar Bharat? So whatever I'm going to say here is the dilemma of more than 60 to 70% of the startups who are great sci-tech, having significant innovation recognized globally, and many organizations follow them, but they operate in the space of the sustainable development, and that's the least talked about subject and the area that falls under the government purview. So the climate change, right to have clean air, water, allied water bodies are mainly the areas where the governments are key players. But then there are more agencies and organizations, like there are big four consultancy agencies, there are international agencies. They support the government to fulfill these responsibilities. And I ask, then why not the startups? That's the first dilemma I put forth to the moderators and lot many government officials here today. Number two, coming to a very basic question, what is a startup? There are various thoughts about this, but let's see what the government say. And I think that this dilemma is very important to highlight, because this is where the question lies, that why the number of unicorn is so small in India or in any particular state or in any particular domain. As per the revised Gazette notification in January 2019, the startup is a company for the period of 10 years with the date of from the date of incorporation, registered as private limited company, partnership, or LLP. I'm talking about this because it's related to the infusion of huge grants from the government and various agencies, providing the financial support for the development of the startups. But practicality in India is that the infusion of the startup funds is more towards the universities and the research institutes. On the other side, the government departments may deny business to the startup, saying that you are a private limited company. So the startups who learn from a definition given by the government and registered themselves as a company always face a dilemma that whether they should exist as a researcher in university or they should come up as a register as a company as guided by the government. I see the solution as a department under the state or the central ministry of industries looking to removing the barriers for the startup to scale up. I add here that the financial capability will enhance the capabilities of the startup to scale up. So differentiate between R&D funds and startup funds. Number three, the dilemma I'm going to speak about the investment from the investors and the grant support. Generally, the grant is required at the initial stage to build a minimum viable product or prototype. The dilemma is that the definition of minimum viable product is different for the early stage for all the early stage investors, and all the investors who would like to see, generally would like to see the product and with great traction. So the startup question themselves why they need any investment at high dilution after the completion of the development of the product. Shall they reach out to the investors only for the marketing? And coming to the social startup, can a private limited company be the social startup? Or private limited should restrict themselves to take, make, sell theory, get investment on the basis of their production and sale inventory? Number fourth and last dilemma that I will put up for the plastic waste management that we are talking today. Various studies are saying that the huge country like India need at least 15 to 16,000 plus players to really cope up with the plastic-based solution in India. But how many alliances and fund pools they have made efforts to invest into the development of the infrastructure, development of new players, and having a holistic approach to cope with the plastic menace. The existing recyclers for sure need to be invested, but whatever done, the economics will not work beyond their capacity to of their operations in a particular region. Now, lastly, you may ask, then what's required to solve this? I will say the requirement is to plan. Plan to build new partners, plan for decentralized model of operations, plan for inclusion of not only the base pickers, but inclusion of municipalities and ULBs, inclusion of new players who have knowledge and capacity operating into the waste management area, plan with big heart for big action to create a big social environment and economic impact. Thank you so much.
So Shalini, if I have to ask you one ask from the ULBs, because a lot of ULBs are there in the participants, what's one ask you have from them?
I will say the digitization for transformative sustainable growth. Because when you put a lot of manpower and efforts, so efforts are repetitive, your time investment is repetitive. So do go for digital products like Sanshodhan is having an e-waste exchange platform and many other. It can be for plastic, it can be for textile, it can be for automobile, especially when in the light of scrappage policy coming up. So go digital, monitor, manage, then perform, then excel. That is what I will say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So Prashant, actually on their behalf, I have a request to all the
Please,
universities and bodies, local bodies. You know, just think of what either Shalini is doing or Nalini is doing, right? If they have to employ these rack pickers, or if Shalini has to work with people to sort the electronic waste, she is going to work with them in the proper legal way. Therefore, she has to use these people only for 8 hours or 10 hours, give them lunch, give them food, they put them in proper safe environment, pay their PF, etc., 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 etc. Whereas their competitors, which are the informal sector, work without any of these problems. Now, you cannot therefore use L1 as a basis for giving contracts. You have to use that, you know, somebody doing things properly, and not just on paper. On paper, if I'm one of those CD people, I can give you on paper saying I'm informed. How can you be partners in ensuring that the lives of these poor people are actually treated with dignity? And I think that is really a role for ULBs to play. Thank you. I'll now hand over to you, Prashant, for the remaining time of questions, whatever you want to take on and ask.
Thank you, Ajit. It was an excellent. Thank you, Ajit. It was an excellent point that you brought up.
So we have some more lifetime. We have finished well, and we don't. We have certain questions. So I'll just throw one or two questions which are there in the chat box. So one is from Mr. Manish Kothari. I'll start from one again. I'll start this question to Kalpana. Kalpana, Mr. Manish asks, can the startups be looked at the parameters and not on the basis of their legal entity? Means he mean to say on the work they are doing and not on the legal entities. So what's your take on this, Kalpana?
Sorry, Prashant, I didn't get that question.
No. Can all these 4 startups or the startups working in the social space or in the wash space can be looked on the basis of their work rather than the basis of their legal entity? Is it really possible?
I think they should be looked at on the basis of the work they are performing. I think that's key, right? That's important to begin with.
Okay, so agree. So now I come back to Maya a second. Okay. Maya, I'll just go through some of the questions. Okay, since I have been following your work closely and you have a specific ask. So tell me one thing, Maya, we don't see many people in the floral waste space in which you are operating. So how do you build your army? How do you build your army with more number of entrepreneurs addressing in this space? You are only one today.
So I would like to step back a little bit. When we started in 2019, there was practically no awareness. And in fact, people used to ask in awe of, they were in awe of what we were doing and stuff like that. But coming today, I mean, Jan 2021, I have about 10 creators or event planners with me who are now aware of disposing their flower decors responsibly. So it is gradual and a long-term planned communication that is going to help building this awareness. That's one. How do we help build this particular army of floral waste recyclers or rejuvenators? Is definitely by educating community to take up this work of floral recycling, either to give to us or convert them into simple compost, which is so much of a doable job. So this is what we are doing right now.
Okay, fair enough. So Nalini, you're there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Nalini, since you have been working largely in plastic as well as the waste sector, so we have been focusing a lot of things on the ULBs. What is one message you want to give to others who are non-ULB related? So one message if you have to give. So to the rest of the audience also.
One thing I want to clearly say is because now they are aware of the economics. I don't think everybody is aware of economics of waste. Everybody thinks, oh, they are making a lot of money. To understand the economics and its viability in managing inorganic waste, and also promote informal sector to do it. Because many of the ULBs have started saying, okay, I'll sell this material and make money for myself, or the ULB, what I meant. So here ULB have to think that for decades and decades, your informal workers have been helping you to keep the city clean because you are not organized. Now that you are organized, you cannot throw them out. You have, because they also have the skill and knowledge that you and me don't have. So integrate them, making the money out waste should be for the waste pickers and informal sector, not for the ULB. This is a very paradigm shift that we need to do. Only then we can actually get more.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nalini. And Shalini, we are short of time, so I'm passing the mic to Sir to close for the closing the park and concluding the session. Sir, over to you.
Sure.
I have no remarks left. I think these people are doing an amazing job as citizens of this country, as holders of office in our ULBs, and as everyone who has any conscience. I think we owe it to ourselves and to our country to support them. Thank you very much for being a part of this. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Malini.
Thank
Over
you.
to you. We are done. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being so candid in your sharing your experiences, and also you having been very tough on the ULBs when it came to the arts. So I think it is something that I'm closing this session with the feeling that our friends from the ULBs are now sensitized that it doesn't really take much for them to be able to bring brilliant innovators like them to work in their cities, and how some cities which have done that have benefited from your expertise and presence. So thank you once again. And with that, we will continue this journey on some other occasion. And we move on to the next panel of the day. Thank you, Prashant, and thank you, Ajit sir, for chairing this session.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Shuchi, can you please put up the slides of the next session? So on behalf of ASCI and UNDP, I welcome the speakers in the next session. The session is Investors' Dilemma, and I think the timing is right because all the participants have listened to the different innovators present their brilliant ideas. They want to contact them And we've seen that throughout the presentation, they've been asking questions and asking how they can work with them. So they're already primed up. They've also listened to investors and understood what it takes for them to get the investors to their towns. And now we come to the final bit, which is required. Where do we get the money to make this happen? So whenever we are in a dilemma with regard to money, we reach out to Devan. Devan, as you can see on the slide, is from an organization called Dasra. He's the founder of this organization. He's a Texas-born investment banker, but for good or bad reasons, got the social bug into him, which made him come to India. And he is now deeply ingrained in strategic philanthropic efforts here, and he supports several organizations across multiple sectors to support social causes and enterprises and organizations such as ASCII who want to bring a change. So welcome, Devan, and I request you to lead the panel and introduce the panelists to all our members. I would also just like to put in a word of caution. Actually, our participants, there are quite a few participants, but many of them are in groups. So they've from participants in the municipalities, about 100, 150 are watching this in their conference hall and the theaters. So we're not getting too many questions on the chat box. However, we are aware of a few things, and the members who are in YouTube, they are sharing some questions. So as and when we get something, we'll pop it to you. So over to you, David. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Malini, Professor Chari, the entire ASCII team, and all of the participants today, the innovators, as well as those that are taking their Saturday to learn more about this topic. I thought it was fantastic when Professor Chari opened up the day sort of talking about his normal day-to-day interactions and how much we as individual citizens are equally responsible in consuming items that clearly lead to plastic waste. And so that left me sort of just thinking about, anywhere from brushing our teeth in the morning and the toothpaste, as well as the toothbrush, to drinking water many times outside in bottled waters, to, of course, the food we eat, especially more now in COVID times, that get delivered to our house since we don't want to go to restaurants. And then, of course, the medicines, the soaps, the shampoos, and literally the list goes on and on and on. And so I applaud everyone here today to really talk about something that we are all equally guilty in contributing to, and hopefully over time we realize that we also therefore have the responsibility to be a part of the solution as well. To start with, we do have, as Dr. Malini said, and we sent this in the agenda, 3 fantastic speakers from different organizations. If you can just look them up online, we can save a little bit time on sort of their intros. These are individuals who come from different backgrounds, different perspectives, and I think what's fantastic, at least, is they bring their own take to plastics. And with that, I'll have a brief intro and just dive right into the questions. And so, as has been said, I think many times today, plastic as a material resource places a huge dilemma on producers, consumers, and the government as a whole. On one hand, its multifaceted nature presented society with numerous advantages, but this has come with major drawbacks in the environment, polluting our waterways, polluting air because of burning of garbage, and of course, the risk to life itself, both with humans and animals who end up consuming microplastics. Having said that, a private sector perspective on plastics is very, very critical to ensure society shifts from a more carbon-intensive supply chain to a carbon neutral, or possibly even in the future, a carbon negative one. Dr. K.R. Rao, the additional secretary at Niti Aayog, rightfully said this morning in the session that while we do need fantastic innovators like the ones present on this platform today, it is very important to convince elected officials and community representatives to become active partners in plastic waste management to ensure long-term sustainability. However, this will require collaboration with private sector players and funders so that innovations can be supported and scaled up. And so today in this panel, we will focus on bringing in 3 diverse perspectives Nandita from the financial and investment industry on where capital needs to move and why it needs to move responsibly. Sandeep from the startup ecosystem on what are the current gaps and where opportunities lie for inventors, entrepreneurs, and government. And finally, Ajay from Coca-Cola on the role large MNCs can play using their innovation, marketing, and logistics capability to drive behavioral change and move consumers away from non-biodegradable and unsustainable materials. With that, Nandita, we'd love to start with you. Given your past experiences in banking and finance, both within India and globally, what influenced and motivated you to spotlight issues on plastic waste? And given sort of the time constraints, if you can try to keep your answers to 3 minutes, that'll allow us to have more time for Q&A. Nandita? You're on mute, Nandita.
Okay, is that better? Okay.
Perfect.
So thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And so my passion has been oceans, and I grew up in New Delhi, but I lived also in the US for 20 years by the sea. And I came back to India about 15 years ago, and when my children were about 5 and 7. 10 years ago, very interesting couple came to visit from California. They represented an institute that they had opened called Five Gyres. They had embarked upon a journey from Los Angeles to Hawaii on a raft that they had created made of plastic PET bottles, no engine and nothing else. I don't know if you'll be able to see, but this is kind of a picture of that raft that they created. It was called Junk Raft. And their journey was full of peril. And they were doing this to document the amount of plastic and to show the world the amount of plastic that there is in the Pacific Ocean. And they came to the children's school here in New Delhi, India. And then they talked about the impact of the plastic on the marine life and so on, and it just completely opened my eyes. And for our family, it became a crusade to do everything we could possibly do to support their efforts and also to find solutions. So it's been a very personal journey. Subsequently, I've spent a lot of time researching biodegradable plastics and really looking at, what is it that we need to do as finance professionals, investment professionals, and individuals. And I realized something. The plastic problem is very deeply intertwined with fossil fuels because that's where they come from. But that leads us to climate change. And India is in the red zone when it comes to the impact of climate change over the next few decades. And what I realized was this plastics problem hasn't happened by chance. It's happened because oil has become really, really inexpensive because of fracking. So there's a very economic reason why this problem has become and staring at us in the face. And it is a product that is so convenient, and yet it is leading to the destruction of human beings on this planet because of the effects of climate change. Because what we're doing to the oceans is we are reducing their capacity to absorb greenhouse gases. In effect, that's what's happened in the last 50 years. And if this goes on, which it will, the growth of plastic consumption, despite of 7 years of huge media campaigns and just huge awareness campaigns, and you all know how bad it is, and yet the growth of plastic is projected to be 5 to 6% per annum, and it's just going to go on and on and on. So for me, it's about, there's a totem pole of what do we need to do. One, we need to reduce the use of plastic. So we need to take that growth rate from 5% and make it minus 5%, right? So we have to actually create a whole new target, okay?
You have 30 seconds. Yes, Nandita?
Reuse existing plastic, repurpose, products for reuse, redesign, and that takes the onus not just from consumers, which is where, you know, and ULBs where this problem has been dumped upon, but also companies. They need to redesign their supply chains and they need to manage how they package their products and so on. And then lastly, recycle. And I say lastly, recycle because recycling is extremely fuel intensive process, because you are taking the product, you're transporting it to a facility, you're then converting it into something, you're then taking it to another facility. So there's a lot of transportation involved, and therefore recycling is the least of these. So anyway, this is in a nutshell my story, and take it from here.
Great. No, thank you so much. And I appreciate you bringing the personal story, because I think at times we forget about that. Sandeep, over to you. You run a phenomenal organization that is still in its early years of growth. And so we would love to hear from you. What are some of the challenges that innovators like NEPRA face in scaling, and what has worked, both from a funding perspective as well as a government perspective?
So, you know, I think the journey of an entrepreneur who constantly, you know, has to work in waste management, it's a constant innovation. So, you know, it's from my personal journey of 200 kgs per day to 560 tons per day of processing dry waste, being from one city to multiple cities, the challenges have been different every day. So I have nothing which is one standard challenge. So innovation is all about solving problems and challenges. So there is no standard formula for any innovator or an entrepreneur to really resolve those issues. But yes, everything really boils down to this one common word of not plastic being a problem, but problem of partnerships. And there does not exist the ecosystem where people look at each other as friends, colleagues, or, you know, even supporting ecosystem for sharing the knowledge. And I think all this from going from one city to being in Indore, handling 300 tons, to Pune, to Mumbai and all. What I have learned is now the time has come to really support the ecosystem for innovation by creating those partnerships. And I think that's where my whole journey has been, because I have been struggling on various parts of collection, sorting, creating value chain for recyclables, technology for processing waste at scale. Then, you know, compliance is, as rightly mentioned, one of the earlier events is, you know, when you really want to attract capital, you need to have compliances in place, because that's where the biggest risks are in waste sector. And definitely survival. You know, there has been multiple instances where, you know, I have almost disappeared from the sector and I have come back. So survival is more important for this waste management space, and definitely team and motivation. So it's all it's a complex, constant, and especially in waste. Means unlike any other business, waste has about 7 different businesses within itself: like logistics, people management, technology, supply chain management. So it's a complex business where collaboration is more important. And with the new need of plastic waste management with ULBs also need to be more win-win creators and partners, rather than, you know, somebody who just push the responsibility on the waste management companies. So you know, there is no standard answer. So you cannot copy a model of one city on some other city and say, oh, if they are doing it, we want to do it the same way. It doesn't work. And at the same time, it is important to understand that if you want a zero waste to landfill city, then there is definitely a cost which will be incurred, and it has to come from somewhere to start with, and then you can think of optimizing. So a city has to behave as a business which has to first look at solving the problem and then optimizing the costs.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. I appreciate also, and you've seen this firsthand, how each city is very different. But capital is required, and this takes time and money, and so I appreciate that approach. Ajay, unfortunately, many times MNCs get the brunt of the blame when it comes to any sort of issue, whether it's water, plastics, etc. And I looked all over my house for a plastic bottle. I couldn't find one, but I have a Diet Coke can. I guess it would be, and Sully, thank you for your plastic bottle as well. Ajay, this question is for you. You know, Coca-Cola has been around for 130 years. Clearly, we all have consumed their products, both in India and globally. What role do you think that MNCs can play to tackle pollution where it stands today, and more importantly, in the future? Ajay, you're on mute. Ajay?
Yeah, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, there's a little disturbance, but we can hear you.
I said, in fact, you had opened it in the right way. Are you able to hear me? Is there a problem? Or probably I'll find something which will make me clear. I will.
Dr. Malini, are you able to hear Ajay? Maybe it's my connection.
Is it better now?
No, I'm
No,
not able to hear
his
you.
voice is cracking. Ajay's voice is not coming clear.
So it can be really a unique organization.
No, unfortunately, we can't.
Maybe you could try different handsets or headphones.
No, unfortunately, it's
No,
still the same.
Not really.
See, I have two internet connections and just to the middle one has just gone to the power has gone. I have a backup net connection. Standalone connection was not having.
Mr. Ajay, we can't really hear you. I'll ask the tech person to just call you up once and then follow up.
And exit and come in, I think it will solve.
And so maybe Nandita, we'll start with you again, and then we'll hopefully by that time we can see if Ajay has been able to come back. Given your experiences, Nandita, in the financial sector, what solutions do you think that fund managers can bring to tackle this problem, or even early stage investors, since that's been an issue even from the last panel, that many times investors want a far higher return on investment than perhaps some of these enterprises can provide in early stages.
You're right. So, one of the things.
No, it's still very unclear. Maybe somebody from the ASCII team can call you and see if there's another way, maybe over the phone, that you can Sorry, go ahead, Nandita.
Yeah. So, clearly fund managers can provide two things actually, not just risk capital, but also a platform for advocacy. And when it comes to risk capital, please understand that it's not about, necessarily expecting a very high rate of return, but it could also be expecting a more assured return of capital, right? And I think there's a real difference here. So if you have a buy-in, let's say you're investing in a project, or you're investing in one of these innovations that we've seen this morning, what you do need to be assured of is that there is a buy-in from the local authorities, that there is an environment of support, of local support, so that not only from the demand side is there your risk is reduced, but also there, that your business itself is not at risk. And a lot of times what we've seen is that there are a lot of impediments, a lot of hurdles, a lot of uncertainty created. There could be, sort of instances where the rug has been pulled from under the feet of the entrepreneur in trying to, do their business. And obviously, especially in India, the the environment has not reached a point, because the sector is so disorganized, that you can have large pools of capital come in and say, oh, okay, we'll be able to take a market rate of return plus something to fund this whole space, because even that will not ensure its success. So it's less to do with, expecting a very high return on investment. It's more to do with, can we just remove all of the minefields that are in the way of making this whole, aspects of this business a success? And in that, we really need the buy-in from the local authorities. So we don't just need a behavioral change from the consumer standpoint, we also need a buy-in, and we need a feeling of we're in this together. That it's not, the private sector versus the public sector. It's not the fund manager versus the entrepreneur, and them trying to tear at the profits. It's really much more than that. And this sort of a holistic vision is, I think, what is required for these kinds of projects to be successful. I've been looking at a whole different kettle of fish, which is, new materials and so on, whether it's biodegradables or materials that are made with waste as a resource and so on. So there's a whole gamut, but please understand that when we in turn as fund managers go and ask investors to put their money at work, they're expecting some kind of a reasonable rate of return in a reasonable time frame. And the history of private equity and venture capital in this country, outside of now some of the tech space, has not been very rewarding. And so there's not a lot that you can point to in terms of track record. So it needs to be created. This entire ecosystem needs to be created. And for that to be created, we need to facilitate more of this dialogue, which is much more, we're in this together. We'll accept a lower rate of return if you can give us this kind of a visibility on our revenue stream and on our supply, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you so much, Nandita. If you have access to the chat box, Chari has asked a question there, and if you can maybe type in the answer. And I just want to try to see if Ajay can come on or not. Ajay, do you want to try one more time? And if not, also, unfortunately, we may have you answer questions in the chat box. But Ajay, if you want to just unmute. Go ahead, Ajay.
They will just tell me if you are able to hear me now.
Yes, crystal clear, crystal clear.
I don't know what was the problem earlier, because it's the same connection.
Yes. So no, it's really nice to hear your voice again. I think keep your camera off. We're happy at least to get this far. I want to ask you the question again, which is, what role do you think MNCs can play to tackle the pollution problem? And we'll give you 4 minutes as grace.
And I'm sorry for the delay that I have caused to the session.
Oh no, it's technology. It's not your fault at all.
Technology come into snag. So what I would say is that as you were explaining, the scale and size of Coca-Cola, with the sale and name also comes the responsibility. And that is where we have decided, or when this problem was really showed their head up a couple of years back, we had put our thoughts together and decided that we as Coca-Cola need to play a very major role in addressing and assuming responsibility for whatever is happening. Because, of course, as I've always tell in many forums, this is a business and businesses have to happen, but businesses needs to be responsible. And that is why in 2018, we made a major announcement as far as our plastic waste initiatives are concerned, which is coming under the umbrella which we call as the World Without Waste. That is the initiative that we have taken up. And there have been certain goals which are very, very big, which has been set up as far as the World Without Waste is concerned. And we announced that by 2030, we will collect back every container that we put into the market. That was one of the biggest goals. And we also said that by the time 2030, we also will make sure that at least 50% of the packaging material that we use will have recycled content in it. So this is the goal that we have taken, and for the scales and sizes of Coca-Cola, this is a very big goal, very audacious goal is what I would actually say. And if we want to really address this, we have a very, very clear approach which we have decided in it, which is actually packed into three broad pillars as far as because this has been touched in the earlier discussions also. One is about the way we design our products, our packaging and the design that we brought into it. Second is about the role that we play to collect the material back. And third is all about partnerships. As Sandeep was telling that this is a very, very complex thing and we cannot do anything on our own. So it's all about creating partnerships. So these are the broad ways by which we are addressing this. So if I slightly delve into each of these content, in terms of design, making the pack fitting for being in the circular economy, rather than, that is where we really look at the recyclability of the pack, or even consuming, reduce the consumption. So we, the beverage industry, use this term called as lightweighting. So we are invested hugely into lightweighting to bring down the footprint of the virgin material that we use. For I can proudly say that as an example, in India, our bottles are at least 25% lesser weight than the bottles that are available in the market, because we have invested into lightweighting. But there is a limit to lightweighting, because a water bottle will turn into a water pouch if you keep on lightweighting at every point in time. So that is something which we have been doing as far as things are concerned, to reduce the consumption. Second is about how do we use more recycled material? How do we make it more recyclable or recycling friendly? So we have been making package changes in many of the countries which have been started to redesign the packaging and making it more recycling friendly. For example, I would say, for any consumer brand, packaging is the standard property, which is very, very important as far as thing. Any change as far as any packaging which we the attributes into the packaging is something which is going to add much better. So we have taken very bold decisions to change such packaging decisions. For example, all of us know that Sprite comes in a green bottle globally. So depending on the countries and the hindrances for adding additives to a thing, if it is going to be, the color is going to be a hindrance, we are changing it into a transparent bottle without adding any additives. So we have made bold changes as far as changing our packaging. So that is one thing. And one more thing is that we have been investing hugely into encouraging recycling into better way to bring bottle-to-bottle recycling. Unfortunately, in India, bottle-to-bottle recycling is not allowed by law, but in many of the European countries, it is allowed. And we have a huge focus in terms of ensuring the bottle is collected back and recycled into fresh bottles. And we are making huge investments into this particular center, where the plastic bottles are collected and the polymer is undergoing treatment, dissociated into monomers, which are again merged into and made as good as virgin plastic. So these are the investments which we are making as far as the designs are concerned. Of course, collect, I don't really need to expand more into the collect component. It is all about scaling up collection. And I have explained that we have this target of collecting 100% at least by 2030, the scales at which we operate. So that is one thing. And it involves multiple components, because when we are talking about collection doesn't happen easily, which means it has got various components about bringing consumer awareness, in bringing in source segregation. So all those investments are part under the collect category. And the third thing which you was talking about, partnership, because everyone was telling, Sandeep also was talking about partnership. We feel that Coca-Cola on its own will not be able to go further. As people say that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go long, go together. So join hands with partners in the industry and people and then do. That is where we are making partnerships. So partnerships can happen in different ways. Partnerships can happen in putting up ecosystems for collection, which we do in many countries across the globe. For example, we have voluntary producer responsibility organizations which have set a trailblazing tracks as far as Mexico is concerned. There is this organization called PETCO, which is a voluntary organization. By joining everybody in the PET value chain, right from the resin manufacturer to the recyclers are a part of it. Similar organizations are available across the globe in various countries in Mexico. In 2019, we announced the formation of a PRO where industry has come together. Here again, you have the resin manufacturers, converters, and the end users, like the organizations have come together and also announced their PRO, or the producer responsibility organization, to attend it. That is one part of the collect part. Second is about,
we'll come back to you, and I think
Yeah.
given so many innovators are present today, there's so many ULBs. I'll just tell you my question in advance so you can think about it. Is really what can the people on this call do with you in particular in terms of that collaboration? Because I think that would just be fantastic if you can outline some of those areas. But Sandeep, I want to go back to you, and again, you've done great work with NEPRA. What support do startups require from government, and what can the ULBs do to make it easier for startups to work hand in hand and collaborate, as you had earlier said?
So, from the last 10 years journey, I realized I think the startups or the businesses will have to find solutions and around the problems which are existing, and the government only thing they can do is implement the policy quite well, and the ULP should be more supportive and open to innovations and trying out new things. But as an entrepreneur, as I said, I realized there are a lot of things which needs to be done for ecosystem creation. And we have recently, joined the National Solid Waste Association of India to really start supporting this kind of ecosystem creation. And I think Sampath is also part of it as a team, a committee member as well, where we are looking forward to supporting a lot of startups and entrepreneurs who are struggling to create value chain, or struggling to create the collection infrastructure, ecosystem support, value partnerships. So as an association and member of that association, we look forward to creating an ecosystem where even ULBs can become partner. So the whole absence of the ecosystem and partnership, which is non-existent, even investors are being welcomed on the platform, where they would be able to support each other and to bring it to a level where investors can also invest and make it more sustainable. So it's a chicken and egg problem for every single entrepreneur. The problems are different. And I think by collaborative approach, one entrepreneur's solution can become other entrepreneurs' support system. And that's how the whole ecosystem creation happens. And I think India requires thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs in waste space to really handle the plastic waste problem as well as the ULD's problems of waste. So there are technology providers and everybody who are coming on the platform. And I think we will have a lot of support from government also coming forward as more people join in.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. And hopefully a lot of these collaborations that are starting to happen, like you said, and we realize it's chicken or egg. If you can introduce those to the innovators that are here today, I think they, when starting up, and I'm sure NEPRA faced this as well, that's when you need collaboration the most, or a supporting ecosystem the most. So that would be fantastic. Nandita, Professor Chari had a question for you. I don't know if you saw it in the chat box or not, but it was in relation to why are international development banks not interested in plastics management?
Why are
international development banks not funding plastic waste management?
Right. So I think there is a tremendous amount of interest from international funding agencies, but not investment banks. That's your question?
Yes.
Can you just, I think there's a little disturbance. Everyone can put themselves on mute, Ajay, Sandeep, and then we can have Nandita respond again. Go ahead, Nandita.
So I think there's two types of funding required, it seems to me. One is what you guys are talking about, which is really supporting project type funding, the type of work that NEPRA is doing. And the other type of funding is innovations, funding innovations. And that's where I see there is a tremendous amount of investment opportunity in funding innovation in, for example, new materials and so on and so forth, where it's biodegradable materials, PHA, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's the work where I think the private sector investment banks will be able to do. But when it comes to the project type work, like I said, it's more to me the development institutions that are going to be able to fund these types of projects. That's the sense I have now. If we have like a pipeline created of successful projects, then of course the work from a private investment standpoint becomes really clear. I mean, when I talk this, again, it's a very personal thing. As a fund manager, when I talk to other fund managers here in India about, this shift to why don't you invest your own money in stuff that is environmentally friendly? After all, we have this only one planet. And why should we invest in companies that are essentially destroying our planet on a daily basis with the product that they're making? And people look at me like, what are you talking about? We're here to make money. Okay, so that's the bottom line for them. Everybody's not like that. But at the end of the day, initially you will find a set of pioneers who will say, I'm just going to get out of this Earth's destruction game into a whole different field. And when that happens, you guys have to be ready, but you need to, again, create an environment which is really conducive to that type of risk taking. And I will be the first one to invest in companies coming out of India that are finding these solutions.
No, that's fantastic to hear. And even today, in fact, Rockefeller Foundation made a pretty large announcement stating that while their funds had come from Standard Oil, they are now investing in any any energy company going forward. And I think hopefully more people sort of take that pathway.
And that's exactly right. I think most people in India don't understand this, that very large pension funds, very large charitable institutions in the US and in Europe have taken a stance to not invest in fossil fuels at all. They don't want to do it anymore. And this is a very big shift. If we embrace it, if we embrace it, we can go to another level, because I think spiritually, this country is much more aligned to that type of thinking. It's not foreign to us.
No, and the last question, Ajay, is really to you. I mean, we have so many innovators and ULBs, and I think COVID has taught us one thing: it's decentralized solutions that are required. And so with that, if you can maybe talk about 2 or 3 ways that individuals on this call can participate directly with Coca-Cola on some of your initiatives that you laid out earlier, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, Deval. In fact, I would start off from what Sandeep was talking about. What we need in India is actually an ecosystem to be created, which is an end-to-end solution has to be. And this can be broken down into multiple components, because if you look at right from the way the waste is disposed at the consumer level and it converting into a final product, you have multiple players and multiple stakeholders who are playing. And there are people like government stakeholders like municipal corporations, etc., who have been there. And what we have actually attempted in India is to create an end-to-end platform to be created for all value chain players to come together. And we have decided that we will have interventions at every point in the entire value chain. So when we are talking about value chain, right from the point of collection, bringing in behavioral changes, establishing material recovery facilities. Of course, the earlier speaker also told about having decentralized, because plastic, considering that requires a decentralized approach. So our approach was to set up decentralized collection centers. And that is where we are partnered with UNDP to set up a large network of collection centers, which is tracking almost, which is covering almost 50 locations. So probably we can say that we collect almost close to 250 tons per day under our program. 50 into 5 tons capacity is 250 tons per day is the program that is being done. But then we focus on multiple areas as far as the operations is concerned. We have created different segments into which we can have partnerships. It starts from creating the awareness program, where we need partners to bring in sort of behavioral changes. Environmental activities you have to be brought in. We have a programs which we run at schools. We have a program called Support My School, which is now more focusing on to awareness creation at the plastic waste centers. We had simple campaigns which had been run across in centers, which is we have our Alat Karo campaign. Anybody can look up in YouTube or net and understand. It's a very simple campaign where we encourage people to segregate your waste, because that is the biggest thing that need to happen. Similarly, we also have programs which is attempting to bring inclusion for the waste workers who have been backbone of managing the plastic waste in the country. Almost 4 million of them are there in the country, and we have developed programs, and we need partners to also to execute such programs, bring in inclusion and empower them and develop them into entrepreneurs. So we have created models. We are kicking off a model which our pilot was completed, where we are having low-cost collection models are getting established where these women who are involved in waste picking can come together, create a self-help group sort of thing, provide them with the infrastructure so that they can upgrade themselves to entrepreneurs rather than being waste pickers. Then we also work at all entire supply chain activities, right from the collection of the material, the way it is sorted, the way it is getting into the next center. How do you add value to non-valuable material? This is an area which we are actually really working on. Because see, plastic, if you look at, have got multiple types of plastic, and what is actually challenging us is the ones which have to go to the end-of-life product, end-of-life treatment, like your multi-layered packaging or the thin and plastic. Now the challenge is that who is going to bear the cost of it? And this is where we have major challenge. And this is actually, if you look at India as a country, has got almost 60% recycling, which addresses the major valued plastic. But then you have a major component of 20 to 30%, which are the non-recyclable, either technically not recyclable, which are the multi-layers, or the economically not recyclable, which are your thin plastics, which are your low gauge plastics, etc., which is not viable for the rag pickers to pick up and do. Unless you are able to create a value chain for this material, this problem is always going to go. So that is where we work with entrepreneurs to bring in, how do we add value to such low value material? For example, we are working with an entrepreneur who's compressing this low value material into particle boards, plastic particle boards. So that is one area where we are working together. We are also working continuously to give proof of concepts to people. As of now, what is happening in terms of low value material is more for incineration in the cement kilns. Oh, we have a project which we have...
Sorry, Ajay. I just wanted to say we have 30 seconds if you can wrap up.
Yes. So what we are doing is that how do we bring in value to this material? For example, plastic has got 60% more calorific value than coal. So if coal is 5 rupees, why can't there be a price for the material which is actually going for incineration cement kilns? Because it's substituting some material which is. So we are working on such products which can add value. Again, one of the other projects which we are working is all about bringing value to the material which is actually getting into laying of roads, adding. We have projects like blending it with vitamins. Some projects are happening. We are doing some trials, etc. So these are the multiple areas where we have opportunities for people to partner with us, because we have developed an end-to-end project in the country to address the entire thing in its totality.
Perfect. No, I really appreciate that. And if we can work with, if the ASCII team can just work with either yourself or UNDP, that sort of puts all of this down on paper, we would love to send this to the ULBs as well as the innovators here, because I'm sure there are many ways of working in partnership with Coca-Cola. With that, I think, sort of the main takeaways from today's panel have been, we have to collaborate. The problem is bigger than any of us. As Sandeep said, it needs to be sort of nuanced to a particular area. And as Nandita said, we need patient capital to sort of come in and support these initiatives. With that, Dr. Malini, I'd love to turn this back over to you. And I just want to thank the panelists for their work in this area today and more importantly, tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you and all the panelists. I think there are some innovators who made presentations in the morning, and there's some innovators who have been in the business for quite some time. And it's very nice to see that they would take a lot of heart from this discussion right now, whether it is Nandita's point about patient investment or Ajay's point about opportunities for collaboration, because I think it's very important that companies realize that there are so many innovators who can really contribute to their journey. We didn't really have a lot of time to discuss about extended producer responsibility. There were some questions in the morning regarding that, but perhaps some other time. Also, there was an interesting point, not really related to this, but Mr. Nathan has put in a point saying that there is a plastic lobby in India and China is funding it. So I think it's a point that we need to evaluate, not discuss right now. But thank you very much, and I think all the members here have got a lot of ideas in terms of how one could approach different types of funding organizations, and how corporates and investors and innovators and cities can collectively approach this problem and have funding organizations for addressing these issues. So thank you very much, and best wishes to all of you. with that, I think it's a short break might be due for about 5 minutes, just a breather, because the next two sessions we will have a very quick understanding of about 10 more innovations. But unlike in the morning where we had detailed sessions, these discussions would be anchored by the session chair. We have, for the first session, we would have Prasad Modak, a very senior professional working in circular economy, who will be anchoring the first, so to say, panel, but it's more like a rapid quiz that we would have so that all of you get a good idea about the innovations and yet we do not spend too much time. And there are videos which are available on the website that you can look at. The contact details of the innovators are available and you can always reach out to them. So Mr. Modaki, I remember you were saying that you have another conflicting appointment. So perhaps we could have the break after this session.
Yes, but yeah, am I audible to you?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
All right. So I am ready to go, but I think in the interest of the audience, I think we should take a small 5-minute break, and I'll be around.
Just a 5-minute breather.
Yes,
and
please. Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Ajay, can I request you to please mute your microphone? Thank you. So, Mr. Modak, shall we start? Shall we start, sir? Unmute yourself. Yeah, we can hear you now. So, welcome back, everyone, to this very interesting, fast-paced, rapid-fire session with four very interesting innovators. My pleasure in introducing Mr. Modak to you. So, just two sentences. He's basically a teacher, researcher, mentor, and a sustainability and environment management guru. And he's mentoring several organizations. We keep reading about his posts and learn tremendously from him on a continuous basis. And we are grateful to him that he has taken time out, very short notice, in fact, to come and chair this session, speak to these innovators, help the participants understand what it takes to become a sustainability and environment evangelist. So over to you, Modak sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Malini. Glad that you gave me today this opportunity to be amongst all of you. And as I have been, I logged in a little earlier. I think it's going really well. I can see lots of good, excellent presentations. And I think now we have reached a point where we want to listen to some of the business heads, successful companies who have ventured into the area of plastic waste recycling. So we have here, I think, four presenters. And what we could do is maybe I'd like to invite each one of them to talk about their business in recycling of plastic waste. And maybe as each one finishes, I may put just a couple of questions or a question before moving on to the next presenter. And maybe then at the end, we could do a quick questions across all the presenters, and then I will give my concluding remarks based on this session. Is that okay, Malini? And we have about totally 30 minutes, right, to do this?
Yes. That's right.
Okay, so we'll begin with you, Dr. Harini Priya. I would like to invite you now come up and talk about the very interesting technology innovation I was reading about that you are into. Could you just come up and tell us about what kind of innovation you are right now working on? And I believe that you are contemplating to scale it up, and you're already in discussions with several organizations for the use of your technology. So over to you, Harini Priya. Just take about, I would say, 2 to 3 minutes to put some of your high points of your innovation. And then we will go similarly to the other panelists or speakers. Over to you, Dr. Harini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Modak. I thank Dr. Malini also for giving this opportunity. Our company is Inventors by which deals with energy storage. We are innovators of disruptive protected lithium cassette anode by bringing that metallic lithium to lithium solid state batteries. High energy density and high power density battery, which is an internal hybrid of lithium ion supercapacitor as well as lithium ion battery as a single cell with a 3 electrode assembly. These are all our technology. And when we move to our energy and environment vertical, we work on plastic recycling by a very novel technology. We call it as microbial electrochemical cells. We call it microbial electrochemical cells because it is using microbes which are non-pathogenic in nature and anaerobic in nature, so it will never harm any human beings. When exposed to air, they die off. And what it does is it secretes enzymes which is going to eat the plastic and give you a value-added product like carbonates, bicarbonates, phosphates, terephthalic acid, polyethylene glycol, and ethylene glycol. We have done scientific interpretation of our products also by C13 NMR, and we have proved that we are getting terephthalic acid and ethylene glycol as the product from plastic. What is the major advantage of our product is that it is a highly modular design. You can go as low as 500 grams of plastic recycling to 100 tons of plastic recycling. And the design is, we are planning it to be vertical and not horizontal. So the space requirement is also very less. And the microbe analysis, when we did with 16S rRNA sequencing, we found that some bacteria is responsible for this type of recycling of the plastic, converting them into value-added product. And another thing that we need to add here is, it is a very silent, green and clean technology, because it does not involve any emission of greenhouse gases or harmful gases like dioxins or heavy metals. Because these microbes, they are very efficient in converting even heavy metals from their heavy metal state to a lighter metallic state. For example, if you take chromium 6+, it can go to chromium 3+, and thereby forming nanoparticles also used as a byproduct for the industries. For example, titanium oxide can be used in white paints, so on and so forth. And the water requirement is very, very minimal, space requirement is very minimal, and it is a layman technology. So if I teach a diploma holder in chemical engineering or electrical engineering to assemble it and maintain it, they can do it very nicely. And you don't even need to have education, even a village person can handle it. It's a very, very modular technology, and you don't need segregation of the plastic at source. It can be organic, inorganic, bio-waste and plastic, everything together, it digests. So organic waste goes into bioelectricity, inorganic waste converted to carbonates and bicarbonates and phosphates, whereas plastics, which includes even acrylic-based plastics, getting converted into a business model where we can go either in equity or we can to the users or to the manufacturers. And we are talking to cosmetic industries where artificial hair made of acrylic plastics. This is a bigger industry in India. Mostly Godrej Consumer Product Limited is into it. And this giant multinational company is interested in our product, and we are talking to them to convert their waste, acrylic waste, into value-added product. And to be very, very precise, this bacterium had been taken from the landfill itself. The multiculture bacterium had been taken from the landfill itself. So we did not culture the bacterium or anything. It is nature given thing. It took million years to digest the plastic. We just accelerated it in the lab to get an innovative product, which we call it as microbial electrochemical cells. So with this, I give the floor for question and answer.
Yeah, thank you, Hari. This is very exciting. I was just observing the kind of when you described your technology, you touched upon that this is a technology which has a low footprint in terms of area. It can handle all kinds of waste streams, which is interesting. And you also said it's something can be operated by even a layman.
Yes.
I mean, the point here I want to bring it to the audience that when an innovator wants to come up with something which gets picked up in the market, these are the questions people who are either investing in you or using your technology are going to ask. So I was very happy that you already have addressed all these basic issues which come. But a couple of questions to you, because Harini,
I would like to add one point to it. Reaching the last man is our motto. So if you have to reach the last man, then your technology should be in such a way that they could handle it.
Right.
So
the other thing I observed, you did mention that you can have as small reactors as 500 grams to tons.
Yes.
And that scale part is also something which you have looked into. So I have two interesting, I got the interest to know more now about your technology. First is, what is the typical startup time for your reactor to start functioning?
Spontaneous.
Spontaneous, right away.
Spontaneous. Yeah, right away. The moment you put the plastic and microbe together, they will start reacting.
And this is going to be a batch process, isn't it?
It depends on how they want. For example, if you are going to smart city kind of projects, we can have a way to have the plastic waste or any waste for that matter, dumped waste in the dustbin directly going into our chamber, where the bacterium starts acting on it. And each chamber can be of the capacity that the dustbin can hold. So you can make it a batch process. Yeah, you can make it as a batch process as well as a continuous process. It all depends on how the customer wants.
And then, Harini, how about after the byproducts which are generated in this degradation process, is there any separation technology then to be used to separate glycols, for example?
Yes, yeah, it's a very simple technology, I would say. Even a 12th class student can handle it. One is filtration process to remove the solid waste. The second one is solvent extraction. You use very solvent like ethanol or methanol and extract ethylene glycol and terephthalic acid. Actually, terephthalic acid goes as terephthalate, sodium terephthalase, so it's a solid residue, so you can filter it. Whereas ethylene glycol, you extract it with very common solvents.
Right. So that's what I thought. When you will describe your system, please also talk about this part, that you have a separation task to be done after the reactions have been completed. Right. So I wish you all the best, Dr. Harini. And I think I can see it's a very latest innovation. And I also saw on your website that you're approaching Indian Railways also for putting it on the railway stations. I will like to talk to you. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you on that separately. Certainly, very exciting. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Harini.
you so much. Yeah, thanks for.
I think this was very, very inspirational. I think let's move now to another very interesting. I know your company, Mr. Gadgil GD Environmental. You're based in Pune, as I call. I would like to invite you now and come and share with all of us the kind of work which you do at GD Environmental. Over to you, Mr. Gadgil.
Yeah, a very good. A very good afternoon to all of you. We work in the municipal solid waste space, out of which plastic waste forms a part of it. We use the technology of gasification, pyrolysis, and dehydration to treat the entire municipal solid waste and turn it into a value-added product. From the plastic waste, we turn it into a drop-in fuel. We turn it into a drop-in fuel, which matches the high-speed diesel specifications. We have got a patent for it. The rest of the landfill waste, which is of no use to anyone, that we use as an energy source, and that energy we use for drying out the wet waste and turning it into pellets, which are used by boilers and other apparatus as a fuel source. We have got 5-ton decentralized models working in various gram panchayats and townships, out of which one is in our native village of Pirangud, where Coca-Cola has sponsored the gram panchayat for other setup. And our model is of PPP model, in which we have given free of cost the gasification unit to the Pirangud gram panchayat. And in turn, they have given us they have asked us to collect fees from the industrial or commercial users, and based on that fees, we run the gasification unit in Pirangud. So there is absolutely zero landfill for whatever waste that we get at our end. Hello, can't hear you, sir.
I must unmute. Ajit, can you hear me now? Ajit?
Yeah,
can you hear me? Yeah. Ajit, I just wanted if you could tell us a bit about what kind of typical costs are involved for a 5-ton plant, which you mentioned you have various modules like this. How much does it cost in terms of capital?
For a 5-ton model with a dehydration gasification, it costs around 60 to 70 lakhs, and we have a ROI of about 3.5 years.
Okay.
We turn it into energy. Yeah.
Right. Now this is interesting. Ajit, I remember most of the businesses like you, they always tell me that one of the big challenge is to ensure supply of plastic waste on a regular basis coming to you. And in some cases, the sheer transportation, it becomes a very, it makes it very difficult. So I'm sure you have some ground level experience here to share. That how do you address this risk of waste supply?
We work along with the municipal corporations. We segregate the waste plastic at their end, and waste plastic is turned into blocks using the heat of gasification. So the energy cost is very less for that, and that blocks are transported to my factory in Pirangut, where we have a pyrolysis unit, where we turn it into a drop-in fuel. So in other case, if you may be requiring some only 200 kgs, it can be brought in a Tata Nano or some small tempo. In here, we can take 1.5 or 1 tons of material can be transported at a go. And only thing I have to do is place it in the pyrolysis chamber and take out oil. So most of the work is done in the municipal corporations where we don't have any transportation issue at site itself.
Right. So Ajay, two questions on the market side for you. One is that how competitive is your oil, which you are generating from the waste, as compared to what is in the market, and how do you stand there in terms of pricing?
Yeah, as of now, the companies who know us, they are using this high-speed diesel substitute, which we manufacture in their gensets. And as you know, right now the diesel cost is some 80 rupees. So we sell at about 65 rupees along with GST. So they are able to recover back the GST also, and they get a greener fuel, which they themselves are paying me for recycling.
Right. And are you paying full? I mean, you're paying 18% GST?
No, 12%. It is a drop-in fuel, which is a biofuel policy
So you get,
them. Yeah.
yeah. So this is also important point for all of us to know. I think this conversation with you, Ajit, is giving a lot of practical information. But just one last question. Earlier, there was a case where people used to let the plastic go without putting a price. I was told nowadays people are expecting that you buy plastic. Is that the situation?
No, that is the reason we have entered municipal solid waste, in which we don't pay anything. They pay us tipping charges for processing their waste, and we get plastic free of cost.
I think this is again a very important point I wanted to bring to the notice of all of you, that the partnership models are going to be much more robust, when it comes to both the supply point of view also, and even the volatility from the price point of view also. So I think, Ajit, thank you for sharing all these important insights in your business, and wish you all the best. I have had an opportunity to be to your Pirangut plant, but that was quite some time ago. Whenever I'm next nearby, I will drop in and have a chat with you.
Definitely, sir. There is a lot of improvement in it, and we are right now going in for energy generation, electricity, using the gasifier. We want to at a decentralized level.
Right, right. So thank you so much, Ajit, for sharing. And let's move on now. And we have another very interesting entrepreneur who is looking at plastic waste now more into different forms of the product. So I would like to invite you from Zerud, the representative. I'm not able to catch your name here on the screen. May I request you to come forward and talk about your business?
Hello.
Yes, please go on.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Is it David? Okay. Yeah, yeah. So David, I now got your name. So David, most welcome. Okay. Please introduce your company and share your experience.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for having us here. So my name is David Gogoi, and I am the co-founder of Zeran Manufacturing Private Limited. I have two more co-founders with me. So it started with a very simple college project in the year of 2018. We all are civil engineers. I mean, the three co-founders are civil engineers. So we were asked to do something in the, means this was our college, finally a college project, where we were asked to do something with plastic waste and in the building material domain. So we thought, what can we do in the building material domain? So after thinking about it and getting into the drawing board, so we found out that the bricks fall into the building material domain, and bricks can be bricks, in bricks the filler material can be used, plastic can be one of the filler materials. So we did a lot of R&D in our college lab itself. Around 15 to 20 trials were done with plastic in different types of ratios, and finally we found out that if we mix plastic with cement, fly ash is also a waste product which comes from the thermal power corporations. So fly ash, cement, plastic, and some organic chemicals. If we mix it all in a certain ratio, then we found out that a block can be made out of it, a lightweight block. The blocks, like it is kind of similar to AAC blocks that are extensively nowadays used in construction industry. So we are now it is a patent pending product of us, and we have been we started our production right after passing out from college in 2018 itself, and since then we have been doing good. So we have had had more than 60 to 70% of month-on-month growth in terms of revenue and in terms of production. And recently we even got funded by a big VC firm. So we are increasing our production. In the very beginning, we were in the starting, when we started with just 250 bricks on a daily basis, and now with the new unit that we are having, the production will be starting in the month of April or May. So there will be producing around 1.5 lakhs units monthly. So we are selling all the bricks all over Northeast and some part of even West Bengal. So it's mainly being sold in the eastern region of India, Northeast and the eastern region of India. We have been approved by PWD department of the different states here. We have also been approved by Indian Green Building Council. It is a green building product, and now we are even going for BIS and other certifications. So that's in a nutshell.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. I'm sure this must be a very exciting journey. Now you're in a very good growth phase. Couple of questions, David, to ask you, because the use of plastic waste in various forms and the construction materials has been something known, and people have attempted it in a very different ways and for different types of artifacts. Now, one challenge which always comes in, David, is that we do not have just now the recycled content standard, right? You have functional standard, what the brick should meet. But how much can you really have a recycled content of the plastic? I believe, David, there is no such standard right now.
No such standard. Yes.
Now that is something what I want to talk about, that it's something needed because of, when we talk about the brick metabolism, also the indoor emissions which could happen because of the various blends that we use, that comes a question. On the upside, if we were to have such standards very clearly defined, so then the market opens up much widely, right? Because you are producing something which the users are comfortable about, not just on the functional side, but also from the environmental perspective. And this is where, David, I think people like you who are entrepreneurs and very much in the growth phase, you have to come together to get such guidelines sorted out with the BIS as an example, or BRIs and the Central Building Research Institute, and arrive at these norms as soon as early as you can. And this is an example to my friends in the audience that you really require a good policy push at a point. One, of course, the pricing issue, that do we give preference to such recycled content bricks, or for that matter, other materials, even furniture is one case. And in that process, how do we take the agenda ahead? Because to some, putting waste into products is just postponing the problem or delaying the extraction of virgin materials as of now. So it's quite a topic for debate and discussions about this overall strategy. But David, just to give you and all of you another dimension, that if you, David, think about also blending in other materials like sawdust and you bring in sawdust also in this process of making composites. You have examples of huge industries, huge scale of industries who make, for example, railway sleepers using these blends. And the scale is huge, but then these countries have come up with the recycled content standards. And there are many such companies in UK, Europe, and Australia, where you see the similar route taken, but on a scale. So very exciting work, David. I think the way you are contemplating to go to the scale of making lakhs of bricks, um, all the best for that journey, and keep this in mind, the standards and the policy element. Think about that you all lobby network and push the as much as you can to bring in clarity to the recycled content which is allowable in these construction materials. So thank you very much, David, and look forward to. And we have now the last presentation coming from Deluxe Recycling. May I request representative of Deluxe to come and talk about what kind of business you're doing and share some of your experience.
Thank you, Mr. Modak. Am I audible?
Yeah, Jignesh, I see your name now.
Yeah,
very audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thanks a lot, Mr. Modak, for inviting me, and thanks ASCI for conducting this, in fact, creating this excellent platform. I was there throughout the day almost, and I've seen all the innovations, very, very interesting ones, and I wish all of them best of luck, first of all, for the future endeavors. I represent Deluxe Recycling India Private Limited, and we are recyclers based out of Palghar, Maharashtra. We specialize in recycling of multi-layer plastics, and which also includes multi-layer paper and plastic combinations, including aluminum foil also. We started our operations in the year 1999 with a humble capacity of about 700 tons per annum processing. The process was started basically to take care of waste coming out of industrial packaging manufacturers premises, and then from there, from 1999 to today, we stand at about 12,000 tons of processing capacity for multi-layer packaging wastes. We convert these wastes into very interesting panels, and these panels are then again converted into end products like door panels, pallets, seat base for automobile sector. We have interior furnitures made out of it. Another interesting application that we work with is to be used as a panels for the road laying, very similar to how the plastic is mixed along with the bitumen. BPCL recently has come up with a new way of using plastic panels, and which can be laid during the bitumen laying, and it increases the lifespan of the road during the laying. Our experience with recycling has been that yes, it is tough for us to get the product acceptability in the market initially. But once we are able to establish that yes, our products are superior to wood and wood-based panels, we are able to replace a lot of applications based out of wood and wood-based panels. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jignesh. Very, very interesting. I get some questions in my mind to ask you when you talked about using plastic waste in making of panels and furniture, and is there anything which you are worried about there of the fire hazard when you use plastic?
Yes, you are right. It falls under the B category of fire retardancy, and it behaves almost as good as a wooden plank, because we add almost 60 to 70% paper into our products. So I mean, from the flammability point of view, it acts as good as a wood or wood-based panels.
Right. So this is a point you already are looking into, right? That's why I wanted to flag it. So, like we talked earlier about functionality part, and we talked about recycled content permissible. Fire hazard has to be also to be looked at to see what should be allowable. And there is also an implication on the release of the volatile organic compounds, the VOCs. And just to give you some input, here, Jignesh, is that there's a very interesting project. I'll post the link. It's called EcoC, which is to look at the implications of using waste in construction and clad materials into release of volatile organic compounds. And this was coordinated from India by IIT Delhi. So I'll post that link for everybody's benefit. But there's one more question, comes in mind. I thought I should check with you on that as well. Is that people are also worried nowadays about this term microplastic, isn't it? You find that whenever you say you're using plastic, even in surfacing and using as a composite blend, and then some people say, oh, they're very much worried about release of microplastic. So, Jignesh, can you tell about that? That have you looked into such kinds of concerns as well?
Yeah, so the whole idea behind laying the panel below the bitumen layer is so that the panel never gets exposed to the environment. This is one of the main criteria, which differentiates mixing the plastic blend and using a panel below the roll, because it is never going to get exposed to the environment. So the problem of the microplastic as such, to a fair extent, gets resolved. Also, all our panels are already coated with a layer of PET film. So there is a lot less which gets compressed away from the carbon inside the panel.
Right.
Yeah, a lot less
can
of
hear
these
you.
particles. Yeah, a lot less volume of these particles will actually get exposed to the environment.
Right.
You are right. Eventually, it is going to be a concern how to handle the microplastics.
Yes. So, in fact, my suggestion to you, Jignesh, and all those who are looking at plastic waste, as another a blending that waste, in fact, in some of the conventional materials which we use, I think you got to get some certification, some tests to be carried out for the comfort of the user, because people are indeed sensitive nowadays when we talk about, although they like the idea that the plastic is reused, but there are questions also raised. So it is therefore an important part of the communication of those involved into putting waste recycling into making of products. And this is very relevant when we don't have a good guidance coming on what is allowable to recycle and what is not allowable to recycle, and to what extent. Thank you very much, Jignesh. This was wonderful. And Malini, I will just put some closing remarks, if it is okay. This has been a wonderful set of entrepreneurs giving different perspectives, opportunities. Some are really high-end innovations, like what Dr. Harini talked about, and we also have here amongst people who have built such plants already, and they're scaling them up. So just to conclude, much of the earlier discussion before this panel that I was listening to, I heard the term ecosystem being used quite a lot, and I'm talking here about Sandeep as well, who spoke about Sandeep Patel, about that term. I think this is something we call in circular economy a approach which we say regional level approach to circular economy. And what is happening that because such a regional approach is missing at the moment, and I would say I see here Shilpi Kapoor attending, and that she was involved in making a state level action plan for Goa is one such example. We have looked at the state level. It is also Srinivas, I'm talking about Professor Chari, about the plastic waste management strategy in Telangana, which got again very recently published. So we got to elevate our project limited thinking to a regional level. And that's where the ecosystems become evident, and their role becomes very clear. That here is a case where we're not only talking about just how do you recycle the waste, which is not entirely circular economic canvas at all, but how do you weave in right from the product design, where you develop, for example, packaging with less plastic content. We heard Coca-Cola talking about the lightweight bottles as an illustration. So going all the way upstream in design thinking, then extending the life of the product as much as we can in terms of repairs and refurbishing, and then when you have the end of life, how do you figure out that you are giving a second life in a different form by devising new products? The entire process of that life cycle thinking will have to be then as a part of the regional infrastructure. I here mean not just the physical infrastructure, but the knowledge infrastructure as well, which is very important. And that networks get established across the sector. So when we say plastic, we can't just stop to plastic in a sense that what we normally talk, but the plastic, when you process, for example, electronic waste, is also to be looked at. So all the material flow analysis, which we need to put across a thematic of plastic, becomes very relevant, that we can actually then visualize the circular economy in regional scale. In fact, if by default circularity is to be looked at only on the regional scale, you can do it on a city level, you can do it on a state level. When you talk about circularity in a sector level, it has to be necessarily cross-sectoral, recognizing the spillovers of the materials from one sector to another. So I'm sure all of you are well aligned to what I'm just talking about, but keep this perspective in mind, especially when we are talking about entrepreneurship in circular economy. You just can't wear blinkers. You got to be looking around, and every businessman therefore comes up with a clever strategy. And how do you survive in the competition? Limited resources, still I would say, very important. And how do you keep your flag ahead by continual adaptation to innovations? I think that's the key. So Professor Malini, I'm going to stop at this point, thanking you first, Professor Chari, everybody from ASCII, and to the great four speakers we had today for sharing their experiences. Thank you, Malini.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a motivating, enlightening conversation, and for tying up everything that we have done since morning so beautifully. I think once again, on your behalf, I'll appeal to all the cities which are attending, how to develop an innovative mindset, how to keep an open mind and not have blinkers on, are some of my key takeaways from the last conversation from Dr. Mohan. Thank you, sir. And thank you to all the
Malini, Dr. Malini, I just like to thank Dr. Moda for summarizing so beautifully, and there is a very key message not only for innovators but for all of us who are on the fringes of ecosystem building. So I think there is a great message for all of us. One point I asked in the chat box, sir. Can you hear me, Dr. Malini?
Yeah.
I think I have a low bandwidth. So one point I asked in the chat box, what support do we need from cities to mature your ideas and scale up your ideas? So Mr. Godgill made a very, a simple ask. I think my network is weak. Are you able to hear me?
Sir, your network is fine, sir. Perfectly. You can hear me.
Okay, thank you. So he said, I need a space to set up the plant and allow me to charge a small tipping fee or a license to charge commercial generators. I think friends from cities, please understand that, this sort of request is so small. There are innovators who spoke about solving your problem, and all they're asking is a small concession for establishing the facility for your benefit, a small small fee which can be passed on to the polluters. So I think this is one very strong message that came out from this conversation, last conversation, and I am thankful to Dr. Modak and all the speakers for highlighting this point. I think there is a bigger message for cities in this conversation if you want to really solve this whole issue that we are discussing. Thank you very much, Dr. Mani, for this input.
Thank you, Chari. Your energies are infinite. I always see you. Your face is full of energy. Very happy to see you today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to showcase what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very
Over
much.
to you,
And
Dr.
I
Mali.
clearly see that, Professor Chari, I clearly see you've been Mr. Modak's student and seem to be a very favorite student of his.
Thank you.
Giving all
Thank you.
compliments to you.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
Professor
so
Chari, now I have to ask you, because we have Mr. Kunal Shah from Energia and 5 more innovators waiting. And you had said that Mr. Kunal Kumar had mentioned that he has a hard stop at 5 and he'd like to come in at 4:30, but we
Yeah.
are not able to reach him. So
He
shall
called
we
me. Just give me
proceed
one
in case
second.
he comes?
1 minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Kunal Shah, I've already written to you on a one-on-one chat about this. Apologies for making you wait for such a long time. We just want to cross-check with Mr. Kunal Kumar once.
Sure.
Thanks. Shachi, you can put up the slide deck anyway with Mr. Kunal Shah's session there. Sir is having a little difficulty in getting in. Just give us a minute. We should be able to join. He's here, sir. Professor Chari?
Yeah.
Yeah, would you be able to just introduce him? And also,
Yeah.
there are some slides we have put together for him, just to show him how excited cities are to attend this program. If you could just introduce him and then we'll take it forward. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir, for taking out your time. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Kunal Kumar, who is a Joint Secretary and the Mission Director of the Smart City Mission, the most exciting mission at the national level, and of course having a international visibility. Is from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. I think I know him more as an intellectual than as a civil servant, as a bureaucrat, because we had the opportunity of interacting with him. And sir, this morning, Malini, you have any slides for him, just to give him a brief of what happened this morning? Is that what you're saying?
Not in the morning, sir. I can just take him through. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Malini. So we've had some very interesting presentations from about 15 innovators so far, and 2 panel discussions, one on understanding innovators' dilemma as to how they want to work with cities, but what are the challenges they're facing, one on investors' dilemma, where they want to work with cities and investors both, and what is it that they need. And we have more than 1,700 participants today, sir, and 75% of them are cities. And we just want to show you a couple of pictures. Shruti, if you'll just move the slides quickly one after the other, as to how keenly all the members are sitting. Next slide, just keep moving. I think plastic waste, they're all, while we see lesser login, they're all logged into one account, and there are hundreds of members, environment engineers, ward secretaries who are sitting and watching this program very keenly. And we are really grateful that you have taken time out. Your talk would be even more motivating for them to take up, to open up their mind to these innovations and start collaborating with investors and innovators to bring the much needed change in plastic waste management. That's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malini, for putting together. It's not about the numbers, but each municipality has organized their own link and then trying to disseminate, sir. That's, I think, the message Dr. Malini is sharing. So, friends, with these few words of introduction, I now request Kumal Kumar sir to give us a sense of what's happening under the smart cities, because circular economy is central to smartness, as you have said earlier. So, and plastics is integral to this whole circular economy story. And in this morning, we have a lot of innovators with very practical ideas, but struggling to work with cities. So any advice to them and advice to the municipalities also would be very useful from you, sir. Over to you. Thank you very much.
It's an honor for me to be part of this function. Before I speak, I just want to check if I'm audible.
Very much. Thank you. It's crystal clear.
Thank you. So I really compliment ASCII. Professor Chari, I've known him for a long period of time during my days as a player and now as a coach, maybe. And of course, Dr. Malini and colleagues, everyone, for institute this platform called Inkwash. And I know it's always a real hard work goes into doing something like this, and having not only created the platform, but having promoted so many innovations which you actually have seen through the program that you've organized, especially in areas which are very close to every individual: water, sanitations, hygiene, public health. These are areas of critical concern and cause a lot of bad quality of life and loss of economic output if they're not put right. So these are very important, and we're talking in the context of the circular economy. I think the economy is always circular. Something which goes up has to go down. Newton's law applies everywhere. Uh, each force has an anti-force. But the circularity of the economy that exists naturally plays out in the long run and plays out in the ways that we hardly can influence or may and may not work positively for humanity as a whole. So when we do these micro things, for example, as a municipal commissioner or as a city engineer, you're installing a new street light, or you are paving a new road, or you're building a new drainage system, or you are, let's say, buying a certain kind of vehicle, or maybe buses are getting purchased for public transport. Each of these decisions are affecting the circular economy, and each of them are in their own ways, which we can perceive and cannot perceive, affecting the dynamic equilibrium which exists between so many different things, which defines the circular economy. And so, an understanding of the circular economy at the macro level, where it naturally plays out, and at the micro level, where we influence it in good or bad ways, is very important. And even more important now, with what we have seen in the last year, uh, of course, not to say that not having a circular economy is the cause of the COVID pandemic. But what I'm hinting at is that there are a lot of interrelations which we may not be aware of, and therefore it's always important that, especially as city administrators and people like innovators and startups and people who build products for a large mass of people, are very aware of these concepts, because they have very serious implications to this phenomenon. I'm also happy that UNDP is partnering with ASCII. UNDP has been always a strong supporter of these initiatives with us, and therefore, from the MOHUA side, from the Smart City Mission side, I would say that this is an interesting event. We would like to, see how many of the innovations that come out really actually get utilized in cities, and are really able to contribute to meaningful, positive change in our urban ecosystem. Uh, I was told by my colleagues that over 20 exciting innovations have been shared, and in fact, a lot of them have been very interesting. So I would definitely, at some point after this function, want to go through them individually. Maybe I'll set up a call with Professor Chari and his team, and we will then try to see how, because Professor Chari is aware that we are also putting together the City Innovation Exchange. This is another platform which is hopefully going to go live next month. And this is something that we have done along with Startup India to actually become a bridge, or a sort of, in very crude terms, become a discovery platform like a Facebook for innovators and city administrators to meet each other online. It's like a coffee shop where you can come together and talk to each other and find, common ground. And I would love all these innovations that have been showcased during your program to be actually hosted on that. And while individual talks with city managers is fine, but it's always good to be on a platform. And I think that's been one of our Achilles heel in our context, because we've not been able to do a platform approach to innovation within the smart cities, which of course is an evolution. So we've started in different ways, and now we're moving towards having a platform-based approach to actually have a sort of not institutionalized innovation, I wouldn't say that, but institutionalize the way innovation is sourced, and the way innovators and city administrators meet each other, the way academic institutions and research organizations also talk to cities, and so on and so forth. And so we can see how we can iteratively improve that going forward. I know one of the points that always innovators have in mind is it's tough to actually engage beyond, say, an award or a selection of this kind, and actually do a pilot, and even more going ahead beyond the pilot and do a full-scale deployment. Uh, this is not a typical urban problem, and this is a problem of traditional ways of procurement which have existed in government. for a long period of time. And government was maybe a startup, I don't know when, 2000 years back, and or maybe even before that. And so as the startup became a multinational corporation and its startup becomes a big entity, it goes on to improve its checks and balances, and it becomes such an entity that power isn't concentrated in one person's hand. There are so many procedures, and these procedures essentially are made for keeping the bad out. But in the sense of keeping the bad out, sometimes the good also becomes difficult to manage. So but the government, and India has been uh, you know um, at a faster trajectory to many other countries. I'll just give you an example of the United States. The Small Business Innovation Funding Program, which they have started in 1992, and today we are roughly around 3 decades after that. And the direct sourcing of innovations from small businesses in the US even today is 3% after 3 decades. So it's not always that we think that it's not happening in India, and India is somehow not being able to do while other countries are doing. In fact, many other countries are looking up to us for our startup policy and innovation policy. You have to understand that there is a fine balance between innovation and a procurement which can go wrong, and if the rules are not set right. So I think we are very close to cracking that problem. I think you will see that sooner. In fact, in the month of March, we are coming out with a challenge called the Transport for All Challenge, wherein for the first time we are testing out a new way of procurement. And we are inviting all smart cities to look at new procurement guidelines where we would probably, if all goes well, we would be allowing a direct purchase from innovators and startups to a certain amount, which probably could be around 2 to 3 crores to begin with. If they go through the SIX platform, and there are certain procedural issues which are not very cumbersome, and because it's on a platform, everybody can see it, and it's very transparent, and so it will happen fast and all that. So we would love to do that as soon as possible. So the idea I'm giving you is it's not about innovations only in water and sanitation. I think it's like a garden. If one or two trees are actually, maybe rotting, it may not be a problem in one or two trees. It could be also the problem in the soil, the garden itself, which is what we're trying to rectify. I think these fundamental issues of procurement, of engaging with startups, and having a platform approach and visibility is something that we're trying to fix. It's an evolution. It has taken a long period of time to other countries, and I'm sure that we will take much lesser than them, and we will be cracking this issue. My request to all the startups and all the innovators on today's program is to look at SIX the moment it is launched. You will certainly come to know about it. Professor Chari will also have a tab on that, and then sooner than later you should also get yourself profiled on that platform so that your visibility increases. Obviously all of us are here and we are innovating because we are passionate about plastic waste and its reduction. And after 2019, when the Prime Minister actually said that we have to do away with single-use plastic, I think a lot has changed on ground. A lot of people are actually moving the stepping up the ante against plastic waste. And I think the innovations that you guys have created and have talked about are going to be useful for smart cities, and not only smart cities, I mean, for every city. I mean, this artificial definition of a smart city being a city within the mission and a city outside the mission not being a smart city. I think a smart city is essentially a city which is doing things smartly, which is working for, which is doing things which work for the people, and can make everyone feel inclusive, feel a part of the city, and feel that the city cares for them. So I think waste management, hygiene, water are very important issues. And I think another area of concern and a lot of action that will be required is how do we fund the gap in service delivery that we have. It's easy to say that we have to fix water, we have to fix sanitation, we have to fix this, but the immense amount of investment that will be required is something that we have to think about. I think one of those, again, those fundamental things like the garden thing instead of the tree thing is, which is also like, the woods and the trees, is I think finance, and I think smart innovative finance, outsourcing, raising money from the markets, creating innovative ways at the state level of helping small cities to be able to source products, having startup policy. In fact, just recently the innovation index was released and some of the states are doing better than the others. So what can other states learn from the states like Maharashtra, Kerala, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, who are leading the tables in that in the innovation index, is something that we will have to do deeper to make these things possible. I think the other thing is, if you read all the reports about urban, most of them talk about X trillion dollars of investment needed by 2030, Y trillion dollars of investment needed by 2025. Good to say on paper, it's very difficult to get that kind of investment, and therefore the entire thinking about urban and probably the entire approach to urban that we have, which comes from weird countries. Why I say weird, WEIRD, is Western, educated, industrialized, rich, democratic. Most of the even the literature on urban planning and what cities are, spatial equilibrium, city planning, urban design, we have to build our own lexicon. We have to build our own dictionary. We have to be contextual in the way we look at things in India, and maybe we can do it at 1/10 the cost. We can maximize, we can get more out of less. We can do things in our own different way, which will not only serve us, but serve the entire fraternity in South Asia and maybe Africa, which is where the 90% of the urbanization in the next couple of decades is going to happen. So in that context, this kind of a momentum that an event like this provides is immense. And I think we should give more power to events like this. And I wish ASCII continues this work forward. And I'd love to associate with this work in some way or the other. Maybe you can have a seamless tie-up with SIX, and also if you can see that some other ways can be found out of linking the innovators with the smart cities mission, and as I say, much beyond the smart cities mission also. We will be happy to do that with you. So maybe I've taken enough time and I should stop now. And thank you so much for making me this a part of this function. And I wish all the success to everyone who is on this call. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The City Innovation Platform Exchange, I think, is super useful for all the startups and innovators, because it gives a very formal platform for them to engage with city leadership as well as other collaborations, both development partners as well as your own folks. There's so much of opportunity to collaborate between themselves, actually, because circular economy is some waste coming out from one operation can be useful for another operation within this fraternity. So I think this is fantastic. Sir, a couple of questions. One from my side. If I will not take much time, I know you have other commitments. This morning, one thing that came out during all the presentations is that they're not ideas and they're not laboratory science experiments, they're actually business models. So unlike many other sectors, the innovations in this plastic waste management are actually very, very business oriented, because they make fuel out of it, they make bricks out of it, they make furniture out of it, they can blend with the road construction activity. But all they're asking for are actually very, very small asks. For example, I asked one Mr. Godgill, what do you need from city? Because you have some great idea. He says, मेरे को एक छोटा सा land चाहिए and a pricing mechanism with the commercial operators to give them the material. This is one ask. The other ask is that I make a product which the city should make it as a mandatory for road construction activity after going through due diligence, after checks and balances. So they're not asking for money, but they're asking for certain procedural concessions. Now, I think it is very, unlike other sectors like C&D waste or any other sectors, there's a lot of concessions, monetary transactions are required. Whereas what we see from this is, these are more of a non-monetary transactions where under the 100 smart cities, and you've been a big champion of the procurement reforms also, is there any way we can make it that this is a non-negotiable thing, that waste plastic should go for road construction There should not be any option B, because the minute we give option B has many perverse incentives. So can we make such non-negotiable reforms, at least to begin with, under the smart city mission, because these are smart ideas. Many other countries are not doing it. I think we should become the thought leaders. Sir, audio. Yeah.
Professor Chari, yeah. So smart ideas sometimes become unsmart if they are mandated. Because you end up maybe promoting one innovation and actually restricting many others from taking place just because you've mandated something. That's one reason why mandating doesn't really work, especially in an evolving field like plastic waste management should not be considered. What better option would be if at the level of the central government, we can look at certain standards for the products that are created out of it. And if we can standardize those products and we can say that these standardized products, there's a mechanism for certification. And if the standardized products are of this certificate kind and they, get the tick mark from that certification, then they can be used for, road construction, or they can be used for building construction, or they can be used for this, they can be used for that. That, I think, is the market making that we should be doing in the central government level, number one. Number two is about, about the smart cities mission versus, again, I'll say this, that we would promote more experimentation within smart cities. Unlike other cities, I think we will have the funds and I'll encourage experimentation of many kinds. So, one of the ways of discovering these new ideas, again, could be the SIG platform, because we've struggled with it. I mean, I'm telling you, I have been a municipal commissioner. I mean, I may have been for 4 years in Pune and yet may not have come across an idea which would have been existent, because, you're always caught up with the here and now. And what is happening in a distant land, or maybe just nearby in Pimpri Chinchwad, you may not come to know about it. It's a funny world. It's Hyderabad doesn't know what is happening in Secunderabad and vice versa. And so, the platform approach should get more engagements, and we are very committed to making this work. We are very committed to see that if we are talking on some similar platform 1 year from now, we should have largely fixed the procurement issues in smart cities. We should have increased experimentation appetite. We would have given performance orientation, even greater fillip. And we should have made visibility between innovators and city administrators more prominent. And I think the results of that, coupled with if some kind of standardization exercise can be taken up, which makes these products reach a wider market, I think those will be better ways of doing it rather than mandate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any 1 minute, any panelists or any of the innovators on this panel, he has another 1 or 2 minutes. Any observations? Kunal Shah or anyone would like to say anything?
Good evening, sir. Can I say something?
Yeah, you can introduce yourself very quickly and then pose the question.
Thank you, sir. Smart city के जो initiatives हैं, these are really very good. और हम लोग काम भी कर रहे हैं स्मार्ट सिटी के साथ अजमेर में. सर जो लैंड की बात आई है, that is very important. म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस के पास अवेलेबिलिटी नॉर्मल है, और अगर वाइबिलिटी आती है प्रोजेक्ट में, तो अगर सिर्फ लैंड और पावर कनेक्शन हमें मिल जाता है, वी कैन डू रिसाइकलिंग, और जितना भी वेस्ट का मेनटेनेंस है प्लास्टिक का, दैट कैन बी. थैंक यू.
राजेश जी, आई थिंक हमने जब पुणे में इस तरह से किया था, क्योंकि आपको पता होगा कि पुणे में जो डिसेंट्रलाइज मॉडल है वो यूनिक है, क्योंकि उधर हर वार्ड में करीबन एक बायोगैस प्लांट है. अब तो वार्ड में नहीं बोल सकते, वार्ड्स की संख्या बढ़ गई, बट इन अ सिटी लाइक पुणे वी हैव अराउंड 30 बायोगैस प्लांट्स, मल्टीपल डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ प्लांट्स. तो जरूरी नहीं है कि लैंड किसी इनोवेटर के नाम पे किया जाए. वहां पे हर्डल्स आते हैं. लैंड ट्रांसफर और लीज इज डन, even if the use of the land is allowed for a certain specific purpose, the ownership of the land or the lease of the land doesn't transfer into the name of the innovator, even that should suffice. So, the only agreement which the municipal corporation has with you is that XYZ land of this much area will be used by you for this purpose, where this kind of plant will be installed. And of the product which comes out of it, this will be the amount of share that goes to you, this will be the amount of share that goes to us, or whether it is a zero share, it could be a different business model. And if this, because there's a lot of investment that the private entrepreneur is putting in. So he puts in about 4 crores, 5 crores, 10 crores. So there is a payback period should be calculated for that kind of technology, and a minimum duration of, at least the payback getting successful by say 20, 25% or 50%, just like we calculate internal rate of returns for, other projects, we should be able to calculate. And then, so then it becomes, most of the time I see, give us a land for 30 years and we will do wonders. That, comes many people, I have seen in Pune also, करीबन 50 एकड़ जमीन पे प्रोजेक्ट्स बने, अब लीगल हर्डल्स के कारण से वो जमीन पे हम कुछ नहीं कर पाए. So you should create something as a businessman. If you are, as an entrepreneur, if you're interested in proving your product, be limited to proving your product and getting the right benefits out of it. And municipal corporations के लिए learning है, they also should play the, the game in a very smart way, in the sense of allowing the use of land, not getting into land disputes going forward, yet being given the full space to the entrepreneur to prove his or her entrepreneurship or the venture right, and reaping rewards not only for himself but for the city and the citizens also. And also there has to be a lot of citizen engagement. When I say citizen engagement, people who live nearby, people who are going to users of the product. If you are going to make some product out of it which is going to be useful for the builder community, you should be able to engage with the builder community before that. Look, this is the kind of product which is going to come out, and this will be useful for you. So we are we're betting on this plant because I think this is the market we are looking at. And so having all that 360-degree approach is important. It's just not give a land, give plastic, and here comes the output, and that's all. So we have to have a 360-degree approach, which is where I think these things sometimes go wrong. But I think now we've got some good examples, and I hope we will keep creating some better examples in the future.
Thank you so much, sir. Just one line. सर आपने बहुत सॉल्यूशन बिल्कुल ठीक दिया है. बहुत ज़्यादा ड्यूरेशन की जरूरत नहीं है. थोड़ी सी भी ड्यूरेशन होती है जितना ज़रूरी है, 5 years और समथिंग. सर एक सजेशन हो रहा है, अगर पॉसिबल है, बहुत सारे जो इनोवेशंस कर रहे हैं, हम लोग भी कर रहे हैं, रिसाइकलिंग कर रहे हैं. समटाइम्स वी आर रेडी टू इन्वेस्ट ऑल्सो इन लैंड. सपोज इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया है उस एरिया में, so we are ready to buy that also.
That's another business model, Rajesh. That's another business model where you are ready to invest in the land also. So it's only about agreement to have dedicatedly. You should be able to get some plastic waste from the municipal corporation. That business model can also be worked out. So that is interesting, Professor Chari. In fact, ये राजेश आप कुछ बोलना चाह रहे थे.
सॉरी सर, ये सर होता क्या, जैसे इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया है, वहां से अगर प्रायोरिटाइज हो जाता है कि इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया से हमें कुछ सब्सिडी मिलके लैंड मिल जाता है, वी आर रेडी टू.
So my request to ASCII will be that you're now going deeper into these issues, which is great. If you can come out with a specific recommendations, I would promise you that if they are good enough and fit the legal listing, we will definitely take them forward. So if you have some interesting ideas which come out from these discussions today or maybe sometime later, please share with us, and we will definitely look at them. These are business models. We have to be able to successfully on a piece of paper be able to show how business models should be calculated for these kinds of stuff and what would be the different variations. Because we just talked of 2 variations. There could be other 4 different kind of variations. So we can look at all these variations, make it into a recommendatory this thing, and give it out to all cities. Maybe have a training module around it. So I think we have now the National Urban Learning Platform. We're conducting a lot of trainings on it. So we could use that for creating a training module, and ASCII could probably create that training module so that we can reach out to many cities on this.
Thank you. Any other question? Otherwise, I don't want to.
Can I ask you something?
Who is this?
This is Kunshwit Arora from.
Yeah, Aurora, boldiye, jaldi, quick, one last
So,
question.
sir, I
Please
need
go.
your thoughts on this. So, actually, we are based out of Udaipur, and Udaipur Municipal Corporation has given their waste management plan for 3 months to us on trial basis, if we can operate and run it successfully. I need your thoughts on this. If they can make this mandatory, that the bricks that we are making using plastic waste in construction, if they can make it mandatory to their contractors, like around 20 to 30% compulsory.
Miss Arora, I
And
asked on your behalf, I asked the same question. So, sir ने
अच्छा
already.
मान लीजिए मिस अरोरा मान लीजिए आपका ब्रेक हमने मैंडेटरी कर दिया, कल को इमारत गिर गई,
no,
आपकी
sir,
तो
honestly, on
नौकरी बंद
secondary
हो जाएगी और
project.
हमारी
No,
भी नौकरी
no,
बंद हो
no,
जाएगी।
not
नहीं
on
तो देखो
Imarat,
उसका
sir.
तरीका है, देखो हमको लगता है कि हमारा प्रोडक्ट मैंडेटरी हो जाएगा, ये जो है ना, मतलब ये हम लोग चाहते हैं कि मोनोपोलाइज हो जाए। अगर आपका प्रोडक्ट ठीक है तो वो एक स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की अगर प्रक्रिया रहे, देखो दिस इज द वे टू सॉल्व दिस प्रॉब्लम। If there is a standardization method and you send your brick and it's certified, it's like an AG mark or an ISI mark, and once it is proven, then it can be used for any activity. So there is no need for mandation. In fact, if it is available at a lesser price, which will of course be, and of course, no doubt, Udaipur Municipal Corporation should promote it. It's their own product. It should make this happen. While I'm saying in a very general sense, Udaipur should get it certified, and Udaipur should push the building community in Udaipur to get it done. But beyond that, in a fundamental way, this will be a better approach to solving this problem instead of just saying mandate. So I'll have to stop here, Professor Chari.
Thank
I
you,
have to
sir.
go to
Thank
my
you so much, sir.
last
Greatly
5 minutes.
appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate for your message
Thank
as
you,
well
Michael.
as. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So, Dr. Malini, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kunal. So, Professor Chari, we have Dr. Andrew Fleming, a very inspiring speaker. He's the Deputy High Commissioner to Andhra Pradesh in Telangana, and he essentially promotes business and trade between UK and India, and he's a strong promoter of innovations. And we have requested him to spend just about 5-10 minutes sharing with us his thoughts and a few motivating words, and encouraging all the municipalities and all the innovators, and perhaps share some experiences of working with UK-based innovators and startups. So, Dr. Andrew, welcome, and thank you for accepting our request. And we look forward to hearing from you now.
ASCII. Oops.
Yes.
Yep, we're good.
Yes,
Yep. Thank you to everybody from ASCII and UNDP for the invitation to address you this afternoon, this evening. I don't know what you call it, but anyway, I know you've had a very long day of discussion. Your agenda looked really good. I was a bit committed during the day, so I'm only joining now. But I hope all of your guests, all of your participants that have been online throughout the day have got what they wanted out of the session. I'm sure there's been much exchange of ideas and good practice on what is a really, really important area. I understood from my colleagues that the request was to talk a little bit about the plastic waste management landscape in the UK. So that is what I prepared to do. I hope that will be of interest and help. The UK has an estimated 5 billion tons of plastic waste generated each year, and nearly half of that is the result just of packaging alone. And in 2018, household plastic packaging consumption in the UK totaled more than 1.5 million metric tons. The collaboration was the highest in, the UK is made up of a number of different countries. We have Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, England, and Wales had the highest collection rate of 72 This compared rather unfavorably to the 45% collection rate across UK as a whole. So definitely there was a sense that the Welsh government are doing very well in that respect. Overall, the recycling rate of plastic packaging in the UK has been steadily rising, and it reached 46% in 2017. Ambitious but realistic targets have been set out to increasing the recycling rate of plastic packaging to 50% by 2025 and 55% by 2030. And single-use plastic does have a number of benefits, and these include contributing to food safety and hygiene, and reducing packaging weight in transit, and thereby reducing energy and emissions that will be generated by using alternative materials. And in addition, single-use plastic has also been much more visible, even in areas where we've seen previously much reduction through this last 10 months of the pandemic for many additional reasons. But nevertheless, it remains a big challenge, and one that our country, like India, and like just about every other country globally, is trying to find the right solutions for. There's a number of initiatives aimed at changing the way that plastics are designed, produced, used, and then reused, and ultimately disposed of and reprocessed by all stakeholders. I'll give 4 very brief examples. The Plastic Pact is a collaboration of businesses in the UK, which has set a target to eliminate unnecessary single-use plastic packaging, for all plastic packaging to be reusable and recyclable or combustible, and for 70% of it to be recycled by 2025. And again, this is something that we will continue to watch and report on as the time goes by. The second example, the Plastics Industry Recycling Action Plan. This is an industry-wide action plan which includes increased collection of recyclable plastics, improved sorting, and developing end markets for the recycled plastics. Third, we have the UK Circular Plastics Network, which aims to bring together plastic product users through a program of networking and knowledge sharing events. And finally, supermarkets and retailers also have numerous initiatives aimed at reducing plastic packaging, having plastic-free aisles and allowing customers to use their own packaging containers when they are shopping. And this, in part, of course, is in response to the compulsory charge on any plastic packaging used by shoppers when they visit a supermarket. There are a few of the initiatives that are going on in the UK, and I know that here in India there are innumerable initiatives as well. Some of them at a very local level, some of them at state level, some of them more broadly. But I think there's definitely learning to be had by exchanging the experience that we have, that the experiences across India, and of course what is happening in other parts of the world. Let me say also a little bit about the UK strategy. There have been some sweeping changes for how the UK deals with plastic waste in recent years. One solution is to improve recycled plastic is the same quality as virgin plastic. Such schemes have major backers from operators in the global plastics chain. The UK government is also consulting on taxing manufacturers that use plastic packaging unless it is made from 30% minimum recycled material. And the government has also been consulting on changes to the current extended producer responsibility scheme, where proposed changes will see manufacturers take responsibility for life cycle of their products and packaging and pay the full cost of recycling or disposal of their packaged waste. As I say, from the UK, there are a few examples. Here in India, my post here in Hyderabad has been engaged with a number of stakeholders, the UNDP being one, who are doing a really exciting work here in the state, and which I think you have undoubtedly heard about in the course of the day, so I will not say too much more, other than, you know, our desire is really to engage particularly with younger people here, who I think, you know, are the people that can really make the change for the future. This year, I think most of the participants will know that my government is hosting the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, Scotland, towards the end of the year. Plastic waste is one of the elements that will undoubtedly be discussed in some detail on a wide and ambitious agenda there. But also this year, earlier this year, in fact, in Italy, there is a Youth for Climate event being hosted by the Italian government. And, you know, we've also been trying to work with our colleagues from Italy on some of our initiatives and engagement with young people here. And Italy, in fact, are the UK's partner for delivering the COP26 event towards the end of this year as well. So I think, you know, you can expect us to continue to be engaging on a range of issues. I think we are going to be doing some more activity with UNDP in the course of the months leading up to the COP. And, you know, I encourage you to look out for us to follow our UK in Hyderabad handle for information on Twitter. You know, we're always very keen to talk and have any conversations with anybody in the sector that's interested in knowing and understanding more about what the UK is doing in respect to its challenges with managing plastic. And equally, you know, we remain keen to hear from here. I think that Hyderabad in particular is a city of immense innovation, something that has struck me since I arrived in 2017. You know, it is the startup community that are providing many of the solutions that we need to the innumerable challenges that we face in life. And this is one of the areas, you know, where there's a number of startups that are doing different things. You know, I think all of us should give our support and encouragement to their work. And I'm certainly always interested in hearing about new innovations, as are my colleagues. I'm sorry the speech is a little bit rambled, but hopefully it covered the points. As I say once more, I do congratulate ASCI and UNDP on this event. I do reiterate my message that young people are key in this, and we really should engage them to be the change makers for the next generation by teaching them to use alternatives to plastic from a young age. And I'm really heartened that so many young people that I've been engaged with have really embraced this agenda and are going out to try and make changes. Their parents and other family members' habits. So thank you very much. I think I've probably gone over my 5 minutes, but I hope it was of some use and interest to the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew. I think I particularly the point you made about networks and the importance of having such networks for promoting innovations is really well taken. I think that's the need of the hour in India as well. So thank you very much for sharing your ideas and thoughts with us. So, friends, with that, we now move into the last leg of today's program. Thank you for your patience, and we invite now all the panelists in the last session, and Mr. Kunal Shah, the panel chair. First of all, apologies to Mr. Kunal Shah for just pushing his session because of control. And Mr. Kunal, welcome, and thank you for accepting our request. Just a brief sentence of introduction about Mr. Kunal. He's a global water and waste infrastructure specialist, and his span of work and experience ranges from business development to corporate strategy to planning, marketing, mergers, acquisitions, investments, and he brings a very practical approach to whatever activity he takes up. And he brings a lot of international experience with him. Currently, he's based out of Singapore, and I'm sure the not just the 5 entrepreneurs who are in the panel, but all the other members, innovators as well as cities, will benefit from his advice on these innovations and beyond that. So, with that, Mr. Jai, would you like to say something?
No, I just like to thank Mr. Kunal, and he's on a different time zone. I think probably midnight, if I am correct. So, Kunalji, thank you very much, and I request you to start the session. My apologies to you.
No worries. Ms. Malini and Professor Chari, always a pleasure to be part of any event associated with ASI. So, basically, first of all, I should congratulate all the participants and the innovative companies out here for participating. And I've gone through the video shared by Ms. Malini because I was told that we have certain constraints time today in order to understand. First of all, very good work. I think I can relate it very well because I come from the sector, and it is a very tough sector. A sector which is not only tough in perspective of getting things across the board, but I would say also a sector which needs a lot of passion, ambition to take it to the next level. But having said that, when I go to bed every night, I feel very good about it because we're doing something very interesting. No matter how small, how different, in particular location or a village or a city in India, but it gives a sense of nice feeling. It gives a sense of accomplishment. It gives a sense of contentment. So with that, I think we have for all the people from the cities and on the call today, we have some very interesting innovation being done by these 5 companies, which have been asked to do moderate. We have Asra Welfare, and these 5 companies are coming from a different perspective. So I've tried to summarize them in a word or a line. So Asra Welfare comes from the social perspective of entrepreneurship. It's a very interesting model. What they've done is that they have tried to systematize a little bit on the collection system in a particular ward. Then we have Sahas Zero Waste, which I believe they've very nicely, in a context of Indian scenario, mechanized the way of sorting, segregation, and then changing the whole landscape around only not doing mechanical work, but manual work, but also mechanical work. Then we have Green Recycloplast from Tumkur in Karnataka. Another interesting story where an entrepreneur with 2 decades of family business, if I'm right, shifting from paper to this world of plastics and plastic packaging and revalorization of that. Then we have Grama Bazaar, a very interesting setting, which I will dwell in a little bit detail, that from a rural setting, how the company has been trying to change a bit of landscape, not only in India, but proudly also exporting some of their technologies and innovation outside India. And last but not the least is the SK Engineer, which gives a feeling and a message of being an entrepreneur and managing the situation of innovating a thing, manual example of innovation, which could be widely used in all the rural settings. So with that, may I invite friends from Astra Welfare, if you're online, maybe just say hello, and then we can start a little bit of the discussion. I don't have the names really, but Suchi, anybody from Astra Welfare?
Ms. Harini Priya? Harini Priya is here. Maybe we start with Sahas.
Okay. Okay, let's go to Sahas.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Is that Ms. Harini Priya? Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Imani.
We are facing issue with muting my system. Hi. Thank you for giving introduction. Thank you. First, if you have ready presentation.
Hi, Himani.
Ms. Imani, you're not clearly audible. You may have to just fix your microphone a little bit. We are not able to hear you.
Okay. Are you able to hear me now?
You're better
now.
now.
Yes, but if you could just speak a little louder, that would be great.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hello.
Yeah, Himani, I was saying that because we have constrained on time and 2 minutes to each companies. If I may ask to summarize your thoughts in a following fashion, tell us quickly something about yourself and Astra Welfare. How did you come about this whole concept of forming Astra? Sorry, go ahead.
Ms. Imani, can I just request you to
I think
just
she can join later, so we can go to the next. Yeah.
So is Ms. Vilma there from Sahas?
No, so this is Arun.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Arun.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. Yeah, so Sahas Waste is a social enterprise. We're based out of Bangalore in Karnataka, and we operate in India on plastic waste management. We're a very holistic waste management company with quite a few different things in our kitty. But I think I would like to share today certain innovations we've brought about with decentralized waste management. So over the past, almost 7 years, we've started the private limited company Sahas Zero Waste. The NGO Sahas has been there for almost 2 decades now, and we have, we've pioneered in on-site waste management for bulk waste generators. We also work quite a lot with rural government. In terms of dry waste and wet waste management. So we're now, the scale-up mode where we're bringing all these aspects. And a key component of our business model will be the entrepreneurial development. We are working with the government at the state government level of Karnataka to be able to set up infrastructure for MRFs all across the state. We currently have 1 of our own facility, and we're setting up 4 for the government. That is now planned to be scaled up to 100 facilities all across the state. And these are all 10-ton per day plants, very decentralized. And eventually it will create a neural network of waste management infrastructure. Simultaneously, we're bringing about a lot of entrepreneurial development through our social inclusion programs. And just not that, we create a lot of viability through various business models, a key component being EPR. So we manage around 20,000 tons of plastic waste per year. I can keep going on, but what I'm trying to say is we're coming up, we have successfully demonstrated a lot of pilots. And we now come up with a very good scalable project, working very closely with the state government, where we will set up infrastructure and entrepreneurial development. Plenty of information available on our website and YouTube channel as well for those interested.
Thanks, Arun. I think what I've seen the video for, congratulations you guys have from an NGO, then it turned out to be a commercial, interesting facility. Maybe an interesting thing if you could share is that in a concise way, you mentioned that you're going to think of building 100 such facilities. So the plans of scaling up, you also have a plan of, I know you're also associated with EPR. So the whole traceability angle from the waste generation to end use. Are you working on that angle of traceability?
Yeah, very important aspect. People need to take responsibility of their waste. When I say people, we work heavily with corporates, bulk waste generators. We have come up with our own MIS system back in 2016. We've upgraded that to a blockchain product. So technology for us is an enabler really, where we have actually worked on our own customized softwares, because you don't really get something ready-made like this. Of course, we have our CRMs and all those modules, but for operations, we actually have a traceability platform to be able to provide, to demonstrate during audits, for example, for our clients, from source to destination. We're also extending that to the circular supply chain where it comes back as products. So yes, we do have various technologies that will facilitate traceability.
Okay, so Arun, for whatever little understood, of course, we need to have a session because what you have set up in India, I definitely believe that you could export it out to Southeast Asia, epicenter where I'm based here. But Arun, currently what I see from the video is that you're cycling to a level that these materials go back to various industries. Is there any other plan down the stream on further upcycling of what is being collected?
Yeah. So we have a recycled products department, which looks at not only bringing recycled products, but also upcycled products. We work heavily in the textiles. We've created a brand called Circular Textiles. We do understand the limitations of scale with upcycling at the moment. We are looking at a lot of other options, including reuse, but currently we are heavily dependent on recycling. And for non-recyclables, obviously, energy recovery through co-processing. So we have tried to value add in the plastics space by, for example, shredding the plastic and then selling it on to recyclers for viability. But yeah, in answer to your question, we do have a separate department that looks at how do we bring back products. I'll just give you a typical example. We used to supply to Deluxe Recycling, who was on the panel earlier. We brought back boards from them and we supplied to the government of Andhra Pradesh. We supplied 2 tables per government school all across the state. So you can actually see products, waste going to a facility, coming back as product, and actually being used in daily lives.
Okay, we have an interesting question from Shari that you mentioned that you are quite nicely growing in Karnataka. Do you have any plans of spreading it to various other parts of the country?
Absolutely. We're looking at very holistic solutions. We're working in Bangalore currently, but we are working heavily with the rural department. Like I said, we've got pilot project sanction, and that's now in the scale up mode. We also work with tier 2 cities, just not with waste management in specific, but also in terms of awareness and sensitization for segregation at source. We have multiple projects. Even in the north in Gurgaon, some of our project called Alag Karo has been very, very famous.
Right. And Arun, probably this will be the last question from my side, and later maybe there is something we can discuss, is that how do you see the economics coming out of it? I mean, sitting in Singapore, I can tell you that whenever I look at Indian market, I always see the tipping fees to be one of the lowest, with due respect, unfortunately, one of the lowest tipping fees. And then sometimes, so I know Align to End Plastic Waste, Capital. Whenever we are working with Danone, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, they all want a trade, and they are willing to pay a bit more on the extra thing. So do you see that from the Indian corporates? Is that extra premium of money being paid to the waste being bring in? So how the economics is being turned out currently in your whole game of things?
Yeah. One of the most unique things about our company, Saha Zero Waste, we work only on service fees. Yes, our scale is very small comparatively right now, but we cannot work without a service fee, right? So we spoke about, creating an ecosystem. Mr. Modak earlier mentioned about creating an ecosystem. spoke about wanting to, the ability to be able to take plastic without paying them, because obviously it doesn't have value. So the economics currently work. We're a for-profit. We're a business model. And we have demonstrated that at decentralized level, it is working. We just want to replicate this model and bring about this concept that waste management costs money. It can only be possible through a service fee. And yes, the government is supportive of the service fee model, just that it's going to take a bit more time. It's very slow to for people to understand because of the kabadiwala mentality that we've got, that waste can actually generate revenue. But it's on the flip side, there's a very small volume of waste which is actually valuable. A lot of waste is actually invaluable, and you end up paying money to be able to process it responsibly. The word is responsibly. If you want to dispose waste, it's going to cost you less. No need of talking about economics, but then you're going to have large dump sites. So if you want to manage it responsibly, recover resources, create circular economy, economics will work. We've demonstrated that. We have enough data in our MIS to prove that. And service fee is the only way out, whether it is EPR or whether it is waste generators paying the service fee.
So very important point, Arun, and on the call, everybody from the city, you will see that Arun mentioned the point of service fee or purchase price principle. Somebody has to fetch the bill. I mean, somebody has to pay. It will not happen. It is not happening probably many other places in the world. I can say even in the poorest of the world, even in Africa, there is a service fee. And there is no problem with that, because people like Arun and Sahas can grow and become more sustainable if there is this model. We don't want companies and innovations and innovators like Sahas to go slow down the drain, right? We want them to grow and help this whole thing, but it has to be that model. Thank you, Arun. Thanks for that interesting insight. Shall we move on to the next one, Malini? We have green cycloplast. Hi.
Mr. Ratna, are you there? From green we can move on to the next one, Grama Bazaar.
Okay, Mani is there. Mr. Raghuram is there.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You need to mute yourself. Yeah, Mr. Raghuram, can you speak up?
Mr. Raghuram, you need to speak. I'm not able to hear you.
Mr. Raghuram, can you hear us? Are you able to hear us?
He is not able to.
I think his audio is not connected.
Yeah, his audio is not visible. Tell Mr. Rangaprasad.
Ma'am, his audio is not connected, ma'am. And Raghuram sir also.
Shall we move on to the next one and then?
Yes, it's more than Mr. Raghuram.
Sure. Is Mr. Durga Prasad there from Ramu Bazaar?
Yes.
Hi, Durga Prasad.
Yeah.
Hi. Thanks for joining. Maybe there's anybody who has not muted themselves. If they're not speaking, maybe they can mute themselves.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Mr. Durga Prasad, can you hear me?
Namaskar, I am Durga Prasad, founder and CEO of Gram Bazaar. I would like to show you a few photos. This is what Mr. Kumar, you are talking about lake and all. This is in the Visakhapatnam Port Trust area, where the then chairman called and he said there is a problem. I think you people from rural technology should help us. Then when we went, they sent a photo of this. Then we designed one machine which is made in village. Our entire total focus is on made in village. So this entire machine designed, fabricated, and being erected in Visakhapatnam port. It is at the final stage of erection, and most probably by end of next month it will be done. And this will be the first port in the country which is going to completely stop human intervention of entering into the lake to clean the whatever the garbage. And they do around 1,000 tons of plastic waste every month. So when we thought that there is so much of scope, we had given a solution to the Visakhapatnam Port Trust that we use this. That means we are giving end-to-end solution. The end-to-end solution is collecting the garbage from the lake in a mechanized system without any human intervention and converting that into useful products. In that process, we succeeded. And now this is one related with the Bengaluru Raj Kalve lake areas. So when the municipal corporation asked us, we had designed something, equipment to remove all these products, the garbage under the lake, under the canal bridge and all. So we have designed that machine. So coming from Visakhapatnam, a major city, to a remote area in Sangareddy district in Narayan Khed, this is one garbage which I am looking at, a small nala, where in the nala what all the garbage, single usage plastic to what all the other things, if you can see in the left side, that has been converted into a plastic pot. And that was being given. So we are doing soak pits which are required by Sangareddy district alone, to the number of 35,713 numbers are required for Sangareddy district. So now we are setting up one tiny small unit in Narayan Khed area in a small town village, where we will be converting single usage of plastic in the vicinity of 50 kilometers, taking all the material, converting into soak pits, pots and all. Here what we had done, when we tried to test it, our only testing capability was to hit to the ground. Then we had an opportunity to interact with VNR, VJIT, Bachpalli, Hyderabad, one engineering college, where we came to an understanding. They have signed one MOU, and the test reports of that pot were equal to 3 times stronger than the mud. This was the report. And we interact not only with the grassroots innovators, but at the same time with students, engineering faculty, academicians, to change the thing. So this is what we are doing at the moment. And like what you rightly said, we are bringing abundance in villages. And Gram Bazaar believes in made in village. And we are very proud to say that we are exporting hyacinth machines to Africa, sanitary napkin machines, and we are one of the solution providers to many industries.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Durga Prasad. Clearly, everybody can see the passion and the willpower to see that there is so many things which can come out of little resources. That's what India is known for. We can improvise things from wherever problems they are. So, Mr. Durga Prasad, since we have so many cities on the line, and you have shown clearly that what you have done at Visakhapatnam Port, going forward, what are your plans? Because plastics can be seen in many urban setting rivers, the nalas, and many of the lakes in the country. So, what model do you think you would like to expand? What are your plans for expansion?
These two are going to be my pilot projects. And the one where we are going to now, this is called Raikal in Sangareddy district, a small village. We are going to have a rural incubation center in collaboration with the VNR, VJIT, Bachpalli College, where hands-on experience of my grassroots innovators and the academia will improve. And this we want to scale across the country. So there will be three types of industries. One is small scale, one is medium, and one is large scale, where the faculty and the HODs of the concerned departments are very confident that they can minimum 30 to 40% of steel usage by binding plastic into the steel and to make some useful products. And
interesting.
One more thing, there is one very interesting thing where the government and the private join together and work. This small unit in Raikal village, it is being monitored by the district collector and the additional collector, young IAS collector, additional collector, and we were scheduled to start this commercial production from the scratch. That is, we started the foundation work on January 28th, and we are going to start production by February 25th. So every day it is being monitored, and I can make this by end of February a success story where the district administration cooperates for a PPP, like last time we were talking about, which it can make a success story. And this will be replicated across the country.
Okay. So, Mr. Durga Prasad, from this part of the world, I'm sure you've done so much. My request to you is that in Singapore, most of the things and most of the innovations they multiply because of a lot of time and energy spent in awareness. So my request to you will be that whatever work you have done and you are going to do, can you document it in the form of short videos and short, even animated movies? It does not cost much, but awareness, and you put it on your website and YouTube channel, you will see that word of mouth will make it more attention, because people say picture speaks a million words, video speak a billion words. So that would really be interesting. And second thing is, I'm not sure if you and the team have come across this Dutch company. It's called the Ocean Cleanup. I see a lot of disturbance.
And the people who are not speaking, please mute themselves.
Is somebody speaking in the background? Okay, so Mr. Durga Prasad, the last point was about this ocean cleanup thing. If you're okay, I can send you the details later. It's great that you've created this innovation. Maybe looking at them, you could add a few interesting things into the machine you have built. It's an interesting way to do it. And last but not the least, Mr. Durga Prasad, is that every year, Government of India, through the Ministry of External Affairs and the Export-Import Bank of India, they give export buyers credit to poor nations or developing nations or nations of strategic interest. So you may want to see, because your product is made in India and these are machineries, and this could not only help our country, but let's say, as you have done already, water hyacinth clear in maybe Lake Victoria in Kenya, which is a big problem. You may want to export it using Exim Bank credit available to Indian entrepreneurs. So that's a pot of money every year the government of India gives to strategic nations to increase the India, Africa or India, Southeast Asia bilateral arrangement. So you may want to tap that. So thank you and keep up the spirit. I'm sure you have also a lot of young soldiers with you who may want to take it forward in a big way. You're on mute, Mr. Durga Prasad.
Yeah, we are making everything documented, videoed, everything. Those are all the photos which we had taken at the time of inauguration and all. Then one more thing, like now on February 15th, my 3 people team are going to visit Kenya to install the machine. And the government of Kenya is very keen to establish a comprehensive unit of byproducts from water hyacinth, which we will be doing that. And we have an inquiry for 100 machines. I'm glad to say that in this.
Interesting. All the best for the work, and let's remain in touch. So with that, Mr. Durga Prasad, we'll move on to the next company. I think we have Mr. Raghuram from Green Recycling with us.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Kunal.
Hi, Mr. Raghuram. Again,
Good evening.
interesting concept.
Sorry, I think I had some problem with the audio earlier. And I thank the organizers for Inkwash, the ASCII, and Mr. Kunal Shah, late night in Singapore, and happy to be part of this panel.
Thanks, Mr. Raghuram. I think what I learned from looking at the video which you shared is that even 2 decades of being a businessman doesn't stop you from doing more businesses and interesting businesses. I think that's a very interesting thing what you have showcased. So a few interaction. Can you quickly tell us in a few words to all the people, what does Green Recycloplast do and how did you come across starting this business?
Yes. See, the genesis of Green Recycloplast is that we have 3 founder directors. I am one of them. So all the 3 come from printing and packaging background. So we have been in this printing and packaging industry, manufacturing multi-layer laminates and selling it to various food companies and various FMCG companies for the last 2 decades. So we understand the utility value of multi-layer laminates and its application in the consumption of various kinds of food products. Now, having understood that, we also have the concerns about the post-consumption of the material, of the food material, and then the value which the packaging material has post-consumption. It is absolutely becoming a zero. There we found that the people are using it in as there have been a lot of panelists discussing about getting into pyrolysis, into the oil, or into road laying, or into the form of cement plant incineration. But our concern was that in all the 3 cases, I would say it is only effectively disposing of the multi-layered laminates rather than getting into landfill, but it is not creating a recycling or an upcycling value. So in that connection, we wanted to put our heart and soul into Green Recycloplast. That is how we have started this company. This is a startup company. Our focus and endeavor and the drive is to ensure that low-value multi-layered laminates are put to effective use. They are put to usage which will be of beneficial and long-lasting by the process of recycling and upcycling. So during the process of recycling and upcycling, we would be blending with various other items. We would be coming out with innovative blends, coming out with some value-added products, which we would be showcasing as we go forward.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Raghuram. So one comment here in general, because I've seen the other startups, Ms. Malini and Professor Chari, is that I've seen that a lot of plastics is being definitely recycled. In fact, it was a very nice speech by Honorable Prime Minister Modi when he said that, we are a nation which has recycled since ages. We don't need this new world to tell India that we are not recycling. In fact, we have been recycling. Our mothers have been recycling the small milk packets which used to come at our home. So I think the recycling concept and the upcycling concept is there and it is increasing. Awareness is increasing. What I've observed commonly is that, and this is just a suggestion coming from my side, is that, Mr. Agram, I also saw that you also make some nice furnitures and products. Now, what is happening is that product and furniture, if it has to be sold to a market, for example, you will have to brand it. So, for example, when people go to IKEA, it's a Swedish brand, everybody knows about it, they opened the first store in Hyderabad, you see the amount of standardization they have done. So I think there's so many people on this call and so many entrepreneurs, there could be a way of creating a high value products, giving it a finish and a marketing flavor, and bringing it to such a level that you create basically an alternate furniture industry in itself, right? So companies like IKEA, companies like Pepper Fry, who are furniture retailing company, would want to keep a normal furniture with this carbon impact and this pollution impact, and they would love to keep a furniture from, let's say, Green Recycloplast with these beneficial impact. I would say that people who are educated would definitely want to choose the other one because they will feel nice that the dining table in their house has been made from recycling plastic, which gives so and so benefit to the environment, right? I just give you an example. If all the people on the call today, you may want to look at the company called Plastic Bank. It's a Canadian company which started as an NGO. And then if you see what they have done is that they have created an environment where if I use this pen from recycled plastic, they have made it a point by giving it a certificate, and I feel proud to own this. I think what you may want to create going forward, Mr. Ram, is some kind of mechanism where there is a premium allotted to the dining table you make, the chair you make, and you list down. So if you have a chair, you list down the price of the chair and you list down the environmental benefits. For example, this chair has been built or made by diverting X tons or X kgs of plastic, which would have been littering on the roads or in the rivers or in the lakes. This plastic has avoided X tons of CO2 from emitting from the environment, okay? And the carbon footprint of it. And I'm sure the youngsters and the people who are working at least in many industries would want to pay a little bit extra or at least same level to choose this furniture over a furniture which has been built from non-recycled plastic, right? So that was one thing which I was saying. And then what is your ambition, Mr. Raghuram, that green recycled plastic? I understand that you have a factory in Tumkur. Do you want to keep it as a centralized level, or you want to take it forward as having, let's say, a few green recycloplast hubs in the country?
Yes, our vision is this is the first unit in Tumkur in Karnataka. So obviously, as far as Karnataka is concerned, we would keep this unit as a mother unit. And going forward, we are looking at in the next 1 or 2 years, depending upon the kind of support we get from the government and the kind of support we get from the investors, we would like to scale up our model in the southern states at least. In state of we are looking at Hyderabad, we are looking at Chennai, we are looking at Coimbatore, we are looking at Kerala. These 4 states definitely we are looking at, so that we create decentralized kind of hubs and ensure that the waste is collected and then it is processed at least to an intermediate stage in the hub, and then it is brought down to Tumkur where we are into getting into the value added product. So the whole supply would like to put in place as we go forward.
Excellent. One last question from my side is that, I've seen the entrepreneurs, you have done business 2 decades and then into this business. What were the challenges faced by you, and how did you overcome these challenges?
See, the first and foremost thing was there was a lot of negative connotations regarding multi-layer laminates and its application and uses. People were saying, why are you getting into it? This is absolutely, it's a kind of no and a no starter kind of a scenario. Yes, we did have some challenges in terms of getting the required licenses, even to convince the government department and the pollution control board that we are trying to come out with some innovative solutions. So there was a bit of a issue in terms of buying from them as well. But then definitely we were able to overcome those hassles, overcome those challenges. And yes, obviously, in India, you do have certain gestation period as far as getting the required approvals is concerned. But finally, we were able to get the required approvals and we were able to start off. And while we are starting off, obviously, there is a lot of learning curve which gets into the process. We do some trials, alterations, and things like this. I think we have come to a stage where we have overcome those learning curves and overcome those hiccups and issues which we have faced. And today, I think we are at a stage where we are in a takeoff level where we can look at. So today, our current capacity is to handle about 50,000 kgs of MLP scrap per month. But going forward, as we progress by the month of March, April, we are looking at enhancing this capacity because we are getting into a new machinery and a new setup, which would take us to about 300,000. So we would be scaling up our capacity by more than 6 times. And this is only to start in Tumkur, but as we progress in the next year or 2, at 5 other. Overall, we are looking at a very bright future for us as far as recycling is concerned. But obviously, we are looking at support from various agencies, to take it forward and to meet our vision and mission, what we have envisaged.
Fine. Thanks about that, Mr. Raghuram. And again, if because I sit in a financial center here in Singapore, if you believe that there are any fundraising opportunities that I could support you with, I deal with a lot of VCs and PEs. surely willing to help, and we can connect through Prof. Chari and we can take it forward. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. And thank you very much for the organizers for giving us an opportunity to showcase our products.
So thanks, Mr. Abram. So next is, if I may go to the next one, is SK Engineer. Are you online?
Yes, hi sir, I'm online. This is Darshil Panchal and we are located in Gujarat.
Hi Darshil, welcome. And again, interesting, I went through the video. So can you give a small, let's say 20-30 second speech to everybody that what does SK Engineer does?
Sure, I'll do the same. Actually, we started off with a very small venture. We are a startup company. First of all, I'd like to mention we started with the development of manual briquetting machines. That's actually not in correlation with the plastic waste management, but that's basically why we wanted to develop various manual products. Okay, because all of the people they are seems to be developing all the kinds of techniques and everything which are in correlation with like automation or anything. Basically, we are located in an industrial area, industrial district in Gujarat. That's Valsad Vapi. You might be aware about the same. So there are too many automations over here. Okay, but all of the people they seem to be forgetting about the grassroots point that we are basically a country where more than 65% of the population is still in rural areas. Okay, so our backbone is basically manual thing. Okay, there if you see at a point of view, their income levels are not that much good. Okay, so keeping in mind the automation, okay, they basically cannot afford all those expensive machineries that offer such kind of automations. Now, when I say we are speaking about the waste managers, okay, those people who basically collect all the waste materials from industries, from you can say the kabadi walas, the raddi walas, okay, the rag pickers, basically, those are all the waste managers, and that is a key aspect. Okay, now how they manage the waste is that because of the expensive machines, basically the baling machines. We are talking about the manual baling machine. Okay, now there are various like this hydraulic balers are available into the market. Now they are both expensive. They have to be situated at one point. They increases the over expense. They have to be regularly maintained. That's our point. Okay, they are in no sense economical and not at all owned by all the rec pickers. Okay, so our main point was to employ all these people, all these waste managers, with a tool by which more and more waste can be managed. Okay, because
Understand.
they are also with the space. Yeah.
So for everybody on the call, basically, maybe I help you, Darshil, a little bit is here is that plastic densification, as we call, is very important because that helps collect a lot of plastic. At the same time, you can save on transportation costs. So what Darshil and his company has created is basically a tool which can be actually owned by the very human being in the bottom of the pyramid, which is the rag picker. It's a machine which can be handled by him. It's a mobile machine too. And a very interesting model of having a manual baler rather than an automatic baler. So a question to you would be that going forward, if this model picks up, are you thinking of upgrading in an Indian context to, this is currently a manual baler. Do you want to upgrade also to hydraulic balers, which we see, not at a very large scale, but even small scale, decentralized hydraulic balers?
No, sir. Basically, our methodology and our ideology is based on the developed mass products and always have been. That's manual, economical, and sustainable products. Or basically, manual briquetting machines. We are working with the central government as well. We have provided a bunch of units in some of the districts in Haryana as well, where we are tackling the parali waste. You might be aware about the Delhi problem that arose quite a few, I guess, a couple of years ago itself, one and a half year ago, where the pollution, because of the pollution, created a nuisance in Delhi because of the burning of quite a huge number of tons of parali waste in Haryana. So we have provided those machines as well there. And right now, what we have realized is that this particular product, the manual baler, it is not only it is not constrained to any organization, non-NGOs or anything. It is basically an auxiliary product, not only situated with the plastic waste management. We are already providing it to various corrugated boxes, baling purposes, to various paper mills, okay, to various for the paper waste management as well as to farmers also. So it is not only concerned with the plastic waste management. It's a huge field.
Right.
Yeah. So our main aim is to expand it to all the places as far as possible.
Right. And Darshil, of course, you come from an entrepreneurship background and a business family. Is that how did you come across this this sector, and that you wanted to make a small change in it? Of course, at the same time do business. Number one, and number two was, is there a specific design, like a patent or something around it, which you have created as SK engineer?
No. There's no specific design or specific. Basically, I'd like to mention that we were actually in communication with Mr. Arun Mugesh from SaaS Waste Management. Okay, and he gave us this point whether we will be in a position to develop such a kind of a product that can basically help us to manage this plastic waste. Okay, so I took this as an opportunity that obviously we can take care of this thing because just hold on a second. I'm so sorry. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, Darshil, we are here.
Yeah, so Arun basically gave this opportunity to us, to be very honest, okay, because we were in talks with him for our manual briquetting machine, and he told that whether it will be possible to bale plastic, and he basically provided a hand baler, okay, that was being termed it as. So we developed a small unit for on the same. We have, I guess, supplied about 4 to 5 units of ours to SaaS Waste Management as well so far. And working along that way, we developed quite a few. We made quite a few changes in that. Okay, and right now the design that we have, it is quite loaded, and it is none of which is available in the market. To be very honest.
Interesting. So thanks, Arun, for giving birth to an idea.
So just very quickly, Kunal, so these kind of equipment, when you were mentioning about grassroots level, especially with decentralized, it is important to look at densification at every source. To be very honest, even in UK, for example, every supermarket will probably have this equipment. So this does exist outside as well, and we just have to tap into these resources. And to be very honest, Darshil has really, leveraged this aspect and sold quite a few units. Very happy about that.
Interesting. So here's another example, audience collaboration between entrepreneurs and coming up with an interesting thing. Again, just to put it in context, Singapore, for example, every building we live, we have a compactor, but that is expensive machine. We are talking about pressure, electricity, and all that. I think what Darshil and thanks everyone, what you guys have come across is a very interesting model of manual, which basically doesn't use electricity and it helps solve the purpose. So thanks, Darshil. I think that was interesting. Maybe we should connect some time because some Southeast Asian cities like Cambodia, Laos, and Philippines might be able to use your innovation. Maybe you can take it forward outside India too. We should connect next time about that. So with this,
thank you so.
Thank you, Darshil.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
So I think we have left with Astra Welfare. Are you on the line?
Yes. Am I audible now?
Perfectly clear, audible. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, Imani, you're audible. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Imani, can you hear us? I think Dr. Malini, she has some connection problem, so probably.
Yeah, perhaps
you can probably summarize the session.
Yeah.
Sure. So for everybody on the call, I think Astra, again, another interesting model. What I gathered was it started as a social concept, linking a bit to Sahas, but I think they do it on a very decentralized model where they use a lot of manual people rather than mechanical sorting. And pardon me, Imani, if I interpret anything wrong, but I'm just trying to summarize. So I think it's an interesting model on a ward level or a small level where basically they get all the plastics, they segregated it into different, let's say different types of plastics, and that gets recycled. I only wanted to ask her that, how has she thought about increasing it in terms of various other cities, and how is she thinking of rolling it to a bigger level? But I think a good job again of another entrepreneur who has tried to create a situation where, besides the plastics being littered on the street, she's trying to create a social concept of collecting and segregating it manually. So with that, Prof. Chari, is it okay to summarize a little bit and have a Q&A session or something?
Yeah, I think you can summarize it. It's a little late in the day. Probably you can give your reflections and then we can close the session.
I'll be quick on this. Prof. Chari. So again, from a perspective of being a waste entrepreneur and a waste business guy myself, there are 4 or 5 messages which I wanted to place. First message is to Asi is that thank you for putting across Ink@wash, and I can go on record. Even I have not seen many innovative. Mr. Kunal Kumar talked about an innovation platform. I think you have created a platform where entrepreneurs not only are coming together, but cities are looking at it. At a national level in India, I think it is one of the unique ones. I have not come across that even in progressive world of Singapore and the Western world, because we have offices in Canada, US, and UK. So very good thing of consolidation. What I would say is that collaboration is the way forward. To all the entrepreneurs out here, I think you should pat yourself for the passion and the commitment and the determination you guys have. The only way would be for all of you is to think it from a perspective of making the business model sustainable and going forward. Collaboration is very key. I think from an investor's world where I come from partly, we see that whenever we want to invest into a company, we see A, whether the company can scale up, B, whether it can be transformed into a platform approach. So just to give an example, there are some startups here which could actually amalgamate, get merged and create a bigger entity and conquer more and more cities, not only in India, but outside India. So consolidation of various pieces of the puzzle helps to scale up the business model a bit more better. Number 3, as I mentioned to Mr. Raghuram, is that creating products is interesting, but if you could add a bit of masala to that, if you can add a bit of flavor to that and make it a bit more sober, make it a bit more aesthetically looking better, put the environmental impacts on top and create some kind of a supply chain where you even deal with some of the largest furniture manufacturers from outside India or in India to be able to take this product on a sustainable basis. So that is very important in terms of creating high value product rather than any other product. To all the cities on the line today, including Prof. Chai, I have mentioned this many times that waste business needs 3 basic elements, or either of these 3 basic elements, either economics, regulations, or socio-political crisis. Let me give an example. We have Andrew here from UK, and I can tell you we do business in the UK as well. There are 2 business models why the waste business has picked up so well in the UK, and innovations are growing. Economics are very good. London has a tipping fee of £120 a ton. Number 2, regulation. They have regulations of waste diversion from landfill. They want to be a landfill-free nation, right? So regulations help. And the third angle is a socio-political crisis. Now, if you see in our country, suddenly we have gone to be a complete electric vehicle nation. You will have seen a lot of policies being rolled out on us being an electric vehicle nation. So I would say that this work of plastics waste management is coming along very well. We have some very interesting global players who have entered India. We have a lot of innovations. What I would say is for the cities to see, and I agree that regulations alone don't. But I must say that if there are cities on the call today, if you look at the wastewater sector in the country, the wastewater has all been either funded by JNURM, Amrut, JICA, World Bank, or ADB. Waste is not any other brother or sister. Waste is also a waste like wastewater. In fact, wastewater has its way to find its way towards the ocean. Waste will always pile up And for example, that's the reason we have a landmark after every city is a mountain and a garbage mountain. So what I would say is to look it in a different way, that only innovation wouldn't help. There has to be some kind of awareness, which is social, regulation, and some kind of a economic model to it. Cities should also look at, last but not the least from this side, Prof. Chari, I wouldn't want to say what we do it in Singapore may not completely apply to India. But what I can definitely see is that this ability to create something from nothing, the ability to improvise things, the ability to create things at 1/10 the cost of what we do outside India is just mind-blowing. What probably could be added on this is a bit of marketing and branding, a bit of aesthetics, a bit of the technology adoption on traceability. I think some of them are doing it, some of them may want to do it, because large companies like PepsiCo, Dan, and Coca-Cola, they really want to know where did you pick this waste from and where this waste is going to. So they want to know the entire traceability. And blockchain is a very interesting technology which has launched, and many other companies are doing it. So let's get on that. And last but not the least is, I don't think that waste should be considered as a business where it's a menial job, sir. Rag pickers are not only the ones who has to pick up all the waste. Systematic way where rag pickers, innovators, cities, and all citizens can come together and create a model which is a win-win model, and most important is a sustainable model. With that, Prof. Chari, I think I would say thank you for the opportunity again. And then if there are any Q&A, question and answers, happy to answer them.
Over to you, Dr. Malini. Thank you, Mr. Kunal, for summarizing so brilliantly. I think we have a decent regulation, but what is missing is awareness and the whole economic model, and the polluter pay principles have to slowly come into play. Then I think things will fall in place, and then amplification will happen. These innovations will achieve scale. I think it's a very, very powerful message you left for all of us, as I say, who are in the fringes of ecosystem building, to consider and support these innovations. Thank you very much for your message. Dr. Malini, over to you.
So thank you once again to Mr. Kunal as well as Dr. Andrew for helping us conclude this day-long workshop on such a nice positive note, and also giving the confidence to all members here that the models, it's not always learning from global models, but the models that we have here today presented as part of Inkwash have the potential to actually go into the global market and make a mark. So thank you for giving such a positive and high note to this entire day's events. And with that, we would like to thank each and every member who is attending this program, all the participants, all the panelists. You've been extremely patient since morning. All the material that we have put together is for you. Everything will be made available, including 2-minute videos on 20 innovations, the full recording of this session, the book of innovation, which is case studies of 20 innovations, the catalog, which is contact details and one sentence about each of the 56 to 60 innovations. All these are available on the website. In case you find the print not easy to handle, there is an email ID there. Please write to us. We will send you a PDF copy, which you can take a printout of at your end. Thank you once again. And before concluding the session, this program would not be complete without my acknowledging two fabulous ladies. One is Miss Meera from UNDP, and the other is Miss Devika from ASCII. These two ladies have painstakingly worked with each of the 56 innovators who had applied for this call for innovation, looked at each and every innovation, spoken to them, and continuously interacted with them and put together all the documents. Smira is there in the participants, and Devika has been blessed with a child yesterday. So thank you to both of them. And with that, I also thank all my team members at ASCII, UNDP, our partners, Dasra, Rich, and all the colleagues here. So thank you very much and have a wonderful weekend. Stay connected with us. Stay safe. Thanks.
Thank you.